Mongolia will not be able to get the match number 3 forward. Sento as well misses a chance. Will remedy his mistake from earlier on though. And Uzbekistan with 5 now guaranteed. It's Yami to try and punish their economy somewhat, but even this punishment is honestly a little bit risky. Can't forgive him with how damn skilled he is, but just the one player kept alive. And Uzbekistan with 5 rounds on the board. And I hate to, I don't want to sound like a hater, right? I really don't. But those 2 missed shots are exactly the reason why you need to think twice about the resource allocation in your team. You have to be a little bit more specific about, hey, if a guy's having troubles maybe lining it up, maybe the A1 is better. Maybe he works off your utility more so. His B game needs to be what you prioritize.
And this is what I was talking about earlier, right? The weaknesses in Mongolia are going to be exposed when they actually have someone to test their mettle. This is happening now. Kaz is struggling. And if this trend continues, Mongolia is going to be in a lot of trouble. Yami playing the forward position over towards Cheetah. Doesn't allow the transgression through the smoke. There's the second one waiting as well. Yami is getting it done all by himself. The one through the smoke too. And Uzbekistan, they've been single-handedly crushed by Yami.
He's picking up the team on his shoulders right now. Exactly what you want a star player to be doing. Even gets the 4th, and it's all aggression. It's not set up for him. He's making it happen on his own. A full ace for Yami, the 2nd of the tournament for him.
That is just unreal.
He's a monster.
Give a man an op and he'll frag for a day. Make a man a rifler and he'll frag for a century. This saying just won't make sense. I'll just scrap that.
Give Yami a chance and he's going to ace, apparently. That's maybe a little bit less poetic, but it's definitely more accurate. A reminder to Uzbekistan about who they're playing up against, but that reminder will still not mean that Yami is out in the clear. They are meeting him head on. They're making sure that he can't continue on aggressing through. Need to control the back of Shira. Yami, though, cannot be controlled. He's swinging. And he's swinging out into their faces. Yami keeps it going. It's 3 again. And it might be time to start looking elsewhere on the map.
Yami finally falling. Already on 10 kills now with a rifle.
Hey, I'll have you know, 8 of them came from the cluster rounds. Well, although Uzbekistan does have money, I don't think they have morale. That momentum is very much taken away from them. These past 2 rounds will do that to you. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of an A-sided angle or maybe a bit more pressure down on middle. Just to decide, you know what, let's avoid this guy.
They've not really had any trouble with the AWP just yet, right? So that idea to go to a different bomb site, that is going to be bolstered even further by that. Previously, they've had no issues getting into the A bomb site. But now, Mongolia have changed up their game plan a little bit. A player creeping into A main, and as soon as he spots the bomb, it should be game over.
Batek is going to be able to find Manticore over here with his back to, and Manticore ends up falling. Yami is now being given a chance, but in the phase smoke, Wetfly and Frock still come out on top. The bomb was not spotted by Batek, let's not forget that, and Wetfly with only a few bullets left. I think it's just a 1 in the chamber. That's a headshot as well, so the A bomb site will be taken over. Kaz all alone will just try to save the AWP. Nothing else he can do here.
And as much as we can point Kaz out, right? Yes, he's missed some of the opportunities that have come his way, but he's also the one that has had the least interactions with the enemy team, right? You can tell that by his deaths. You can tell by the fact that they've only really come to the A side a couple times. And with the one time they do, the rest of the team is dead before he even gets his voice out.
This run was honestly just a really nice counteraction of what Mongolia has been doing from Uzbekistan. So what they decide is, instead of actually trying to just barrel through and go in.
No, not like this.
It is exactly like that. Oh my God, he doesn't even.
Doesn't
He
even
doesn't
right
even
click.
do it in one. Wow.
You can see, you can
Yeah,
see the
I got
cameras as well.
chuckle.
They're just
You're
they've
like,
got some laps across the cam.
0 for 4. I'm going to make the 0 for 5 feel so bad for you. But it's a really good way to actually counteract that cheetah presence just by waiting out in the smokes. And they're aware of the idea that, hey, man, Mongolia's been pushing. They've been playing head first. Bata coming in from behind. Well, you can take him down even if he gets one. Kaz changing things up a little bit more. He wants to get more involved. He's realized what you talked about before as well, that he's not been the most active. And now finds his first. Frock is down. That aggression has paid off. Icy blown there. He's got aggression of his own. This is the problem when you're going up against Icy.
The rifles have been looking so damn good for Uzbekistan, and I think they might continue to dish out the damage. Canshine, he's got a blindfold across his face, but he does not care.
What is this Houdini magic trick going on over here? Oh, blindfold me and I'll still get the bullseye.
This is so rough for Mongolia. This is so damn rough. Kaz even gets the opener, right? Despite that, it's just Icy who waltzes in.
That's actually nuts.
Yeah.
I know Icy likes to go for those plays on pretty much every single map, but the efficacy that he finds in 1 or 2 rounds, right? It's just going to be one round where you let go of a lot of the area of a map. And when you try to recover it, Icy will be there. Now, sometimes he makes a mistake. Sometimes when he's got in that first part of the map, he'll go too far forward. But right now, he is zoned in. Ye Old Faithful is out again. The Swag 7.
Yeah, it hasn't been very faithful to me.
I don't think any gun in Counter-Strike's been faithful to us recently.
Wait, we're limiting it to just guns?
Hey man, let's not get into teammates over here. Well, 2 players in Cheetah. That's one way to try and deal with Icy. Another way is just a lot of utility, and he is feeling the pain. Oh. How does that blind him? I thought he was safe. Never mind. Yes, the projectile's a little bit larger than I thought. Wet 5 moving inwards. Yami's max 7 finds nothing. Now, there are still 2 players on this B-bomb site. And damage would be nice. The T-side economy isn't as stable as you would imagine it is, despite it being 7-2. Okay, I know that's just like a random pre-fire he went for. That's not a reaction time. But it looks so pretty when it actually happens.
It's called a confidence booster.
It's just, oh yeah, guys, I did that one on purpose.
That is the energy drink of pre-fires.
Well, listen, Yami might need to be a little bit energized as well, because despite the 2 rounds where he was absolutely fantastic, he's 10-8. And keep in mind, he got 8 kills in those 2 rounds. So it's something I don't talk about very much because I don't believe in it entirely, but so you have to consider all of the rounds. Now, of course, you also have to consider all of the teammates. Kaza is down, and Yami will join him in the graveyard. Senzu, the only one to actually find a frag, but fading away will not be easy for him. He has to go back to the A-bomb site where the bomb will probably already be planted, while Bata gets aggressive. Frock will find him, and 9 is actually just pushing all the way through the smoke, but will find nothing.
They're feeling so lost against Uzbekistan. 9, wanting to progress further, wanting to at least have a foot through the door in terms of doing damage, in terms of trying to get something done, but no. Just back off at this point. No impact they can have here. At least they shouldn't really have any trouble saving these weapons, but this late into the game, or at least this late into the first half, they've only managed to piece together 2 rounds. And bear in mind, One of those was an ace from Yami, so...
And the other was a triple kill from him. Triple opening kill. So if you're talking about replicability, I mean, go ahead, do it, I guess.
The problem for Ancient, right, is that although you might think, okay, you know, Kaz can have the AWP, and then maybe later, if they're struggling, Yami can have it. If you're kind of going for that angle, those doors will be shut on them, right?
I also don't think he can have it. With the way Yami's playing, he wants to play from inside Cheetah. It can't be Yami opening. It has to be 9 or something like it. The shot, it's been hit, but it's not quite on the player you wanted it to be. It's a collateral instead, and Kaz is able to keep himself alive as a result of it. Flashes will not matter. Frog will take down Kaz. And the trade is great. Kanshine, however, he's protected by Frog through the smoke. How has that worked out for them? Frog's got another one as well. This smoke is doing nothing for Mongolia.
Once again, Mongolia, they've fallen. And for a second there was a flash in the pan, right? Yami looked like he had awakened his third eye once again when he gets that opener with the molly, but you cannot keep replicating it.
I don't even see the Molotov kill. And listen, a bad of cards, but I will say this. Bartek 9, guys, experience, hello? Bartek has pushed through A-main every single opportunity he's had. Overkill on Senzu, by the way. But Bartek has pushed through A-main every opportunity he's had. He's tried to go for flanks. He's gotten a few kills off of them, but none of them have mattered because he gets traded almost instantly every single time. 9? Honestly, I don't even know where he's playing on the map off the top of my head because it feels like he's invisible.
I think Uzbekistan might be getting the same vibe, to be honest, the way they just waltz into a bomb site like nothing even matters. And that's sort of been Icy's game plan, right? Just walk in, hold mouse 1, we're in. Nothing they can do in this half now is going to be worth talking about. Even if they get 5 rounds, it is still madness.
And look at this, Yami having fought down on the AWP, but now they've lost control over that even now. Frog, I don't know how he gets that entry, but it is looking damn good. Senzu responds. And the young blood will continue to be inside the B house, but just different young blood.
Now bear in mind, Yami will only get one more opportunity to play that AWP now, so this is where they start to kick themselves, right? And you know, it's very easy to point out someone like Kaz because he's not having a great performance, but sometimes it's very warranted because he's going 2 and 9 now after that kill. And we're 13 rounds in.
But look, it's also 9 and Bartek are the same place.
Yeah.
But this is still doable, right? Let's not gloss over this round. Just because Webfly's got one, Senzu's there to respond. Can shine. Oh my god. Yes, he can shine.
Kaz hasn't had great impact yet, but he's going to try to go for the 1v2 retake. There it is. Now we can get some impact rolling, but he still needs to get past Can Shine. Waiting for him to walk into his crosshairs, just a few jiggle peeks, at least the information is there. There's the bake, and there's the clutch from Kaz.
Huge, absolutely huge. Kaz gives him that third round and manages to keep the AWP alive. Both of those things seemed impossible at that stage. The fact that the repeat back out into Kaz is a huge mistake, but every 1v2 that you are going to win is very often going to be off the back of mistakes, especially in a post-plant where you're trying to retake. This first kill, man, that should not have been allowed. Wet fight, peeking out too far forward.
Yeah, this was sorely needed for Kaz to be able to turn up, for not even specifically him to turn up. It's just that anyone had to turn up for Mongolia to put something on the board.
Yeah, anyone but Senzu and Yami needs to be here. Flashbang through Senzu. Okay, that's a bit of a strange one.
Oh, that is good. Solid shot from Wetfi and Kaz. He's turned up the impact now. Gets another player coming his way, but he's missed the shot. Wetfi with his second. And if we're talking about impact, Wetfi has had no shortage of it. 14 and 4 right now. A double kill in this round as well. The T's getting ready to send on the B-bomb side potentially. There's a third as well. Wetfi getting ready to move in. Kaz and Bartak now in the 2-on-4. Wetfi playing a forward position. They walk into his crosshair, but it's actually Manticore to victimize Kaz.
WEC23 has quietly crept up to a 15-4 scoreline. And this is exactly what happened yesterday as well. WEC23 doesn't seem like he gets the flashiest kills every single time, but he gets those numbers up. That is for sure. Obviously, he's the AWPer on the CT side of this team as well, but right now doing it all with the AK. Uzbekistan is looking magnificent right now. Mongolia, money is something they don't have very much of.
Even with a favorable outcome in round number 15. This is such a hard ask for them. Frock running out with a flashbang. Don't think he realizes that there's still somebody huddling around the smoke. Bartek, though, he's been detected. They're looking for him. That does buy enough time for Senzu to swing out. Yami's also gotten up to his magic tricks.
This was an impossible round, and now suddenly it looks like it's impossible for the other side of things. Senzu's alive on just 8 HP. Yami, in the meanwhile, finds 2 alone with the A1. Not an AK, the A1. And with the bomb being located and discovered by Bartek pretty soon, this is going to be all she wrote. Icy will get the one. Senzu is so low that the headshot being missed doesn't really matter. Knife is out, he's going to get the knife.
No!
Oh my god, Yami! Even in loss, he looks like he's having a good old time.
But it's not a W in the round just yet. The bomb has been secured by Manticore. And you can rave about the knife all you want, but it's the kills, it's the round that matters.
I really like this from Mongolia. They're doubling up down middle, but will they be ready for this? Manticore's going to catch the timing. They're going to be turned away. Yami looks in just at the right time. They are making sure the Manticore.
Okay, so let's run it back for a second. We've got 4 rounds on the board, 3 of which have been Yami on an ace, Yami on a triple entry, Yami on a 4K. And the 4th one is Kaz on a retake, so...
In a 1v2.
In a 1v2.
Clutch. Right, I don't want to... I've bagged on Kaz a lot, so I'm not going to take away credit where it's due. You know where credit isn't due?
What?
9 and Bartek.
Yes.
I have not seen a single round where I can say that, yeah, these guys have been the primary contributing factors. Hell, even the secondary contributing factors. Senzu's had his moments. Senzu's been consistent. Not been a standout, but he's been consistent.
Now everybody needs to turn up if they want to have Team Mongolia make it through on the T side. Obviously a very difficult task, but this pistol round is the first obstacle they need to get over. This hurdle is looking a little too high though. Let's see. I see.
Shadow advantage as well. He's got that kill any day of the week. Kanchan also has a little bit of information about where these remaining players are, so...
Watch what Kaz is doing. He's all the way on the A side, and I don't think being that
Manticore is watching out for it. They've got 3 players back in CT. Kaz is dead. You can't cross that. I don't blame him for trying. They needed to get something, but all they're getting is bullets. Manticore to shut him down as well. Senzu and 9 finally able to get a kill apiece. 2 versus 3, and the CTs will be delayed, and the smoke will also provide cover needed to establish a crossfire. So this is a doable round at the very least.
Bartek is going to have to go big, though. He cannot allow himself to get sandwiched behind the big box. Smoke makes it a little bit harder, but there it is. The position's been revealed. Just the one solitary player all the way in Donut. The headshot's been connected, but the player cannot be put off the bomb. Icy pushing in, and Uzbekistan being granted the 12th.
I mean, I wouldn't call it granted. Icy gets the triple. He takes it. Manticore as well, credit to him. He did have a very nice shot with a USP just to make sure the advantage was maintained in a 3 versus 2. Uzbekistan's 12th is secured. Mongolia will be somewhat fortunate, I guess, about the bomb plot, but I'm just going back to the same point in my head again and again that I'm just trying to avoid saying, which is, guys, honestly, why are you playing Ancient against this team? It's not even one of the best maps for Mongolian teams in general. 9 is down. Kanchan trying to progress through, but he is a decoy. WEC23, the actual problem that you have to deal with. 20-6 now, coincidentally.
Unfortunately, it's kind of looking like Mongolia's trip to Ancient is a little short-lived now. Just a 3-round difference in between them and the finish line. Uzbekistan, they're the first team that has truly shaken the Titans of Asia. Everybody else, you could kind of feel like, okay, maybe Mongolia was flexing. Maybe Mongolia was giving up some freebie rounds. They had moments where they picked up the quadruple op against Indonesia, right? Some leeway was definitely being granted by Mongolia. But this time around, even when they're trying their hardest, Uzbekistan is stomping them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that's a pretty good summary. Mongolia's throats have a foot on them. And they don't know who it belongs to because, well, they can't see. It's actually pretty hard to see when your throat's being stomped. But I can tell you,
what is this tangent?
It's Uzbekistan. That's what I'm getting at, right? That's what I'm getting at. And Uzbekistan's going to continue on doing so with steel-capped boots because Mongolia now doesn't have very much money. 8-12 flying through won't do too much damage, but neither will the Eagles. It's a little bit surprising that they're pushing forward like this, but obviously they want to maintain that confidence as well. This is going to be slightly more risky now as a result of that, though. A few more isolated players, but backup is coming through. It's too late. Frock is gone. I see. Now has to step up. Will catch out the jumping player. 9 is down, and with that, any chance of recovering the bomb goes by with him. Senzu's the only one left alive. He's found one so far, and honestly, he's a very stable hand on the Deagle, so a chance, but not a good one.
Not really a whole lot to say about this round, to be honest. This is just very consistently looked like a linear progression towards the finish line for Uzbekistan. A couple bumps in the road, but bumps is what they've been restricted to.
I mean, to be honest, Sensu getting this bomb plot over here actually sets him up quite nicely. These are very isolated players, but he wants to get the first kill.
Yeah, he's trying to make it a 1v1 at the very least, but 15 seconds.
Is there a recoverable gun nearby? I don't think there is. Every death seemed to be closer towards middle as well, so it has to be the Deagle shots. And
the biggest thing is how long it takes for the second player to come in for the rotation, because then at least he's got some extra time to work with.
He's done a great job of isolating the fights right now. Needs to win it now. Icy is gone. Wetfly spotted. Senzu, this could be it. He's moving past. The smoke is down. He's lining up as well, but it's not on the body.
No.
It's not on the body. Wetfly can get the defuse. Senzu's kill will not matter. 14 for Uzbekistan. They can do no wrong.
That's got so close as well. Half a second earlier, maybe the bomb would have been interrupted. But a 10-round deficit. Mongolia, they finally have their guns out, but is it going to be enough? It's really looking like it won't, and unfortunately none of the impact has come through. Bartek at 9 have still yet to contribute to a winning round.
The kill scores for 3 players on Mongolia at 18 rounds in is 3, 4, and 5.
It is ridiculous because we've never seen Mongolia in this position in this tournament.
I see, great peek out. Kaz is gone. I don't think I've seen Mongolia at this position in any Asian tournament ever. Like any Mongolian team. That's one of the win conditions out.
You know, if anyone was doubting Uzbekistan when they qualified from their from their region, if you're thinking, oh, you know, how did they make it past Kazakhstan? Here you go. Here's your answer right here.
Right. Swings out, Senzu's gone as well. This is really shaping up nicely. 15 is basically guaranteed over here. Hell, I would be willing to wager on it. Nine is just trying to find a way to tell his team, guys, it's fine, it's ancient, it doesn't matter, but it does. Nuke is coming up next. It's not Uzbekistan's sharpest map. But if it goes to Mirage, which honestly I'm still considering that it probably will, this firepower means it's even. It's really anyone's game.
We were kind of raving about the riflery of Uzbekistan before, but now they've really cemented that even further. (23-7) for WEC23, 17-8 for Icy, and the kills refuse to move for the bottom three Mongolian squad. Just going to be a last hurrah, just a last act of desperation where they try to move in. WEC23 already with the opener, and he's getting ready for more. Catches the leg as well. No, the bullet whizzes in between the legs. But 9, he wants to delay this. It might be the inevitable, but they're not going down without a fight.
5 should be guaranteed over here with 9 getting another, but Kanshine still alive. And these two T-side players are isolated. The AWP of Senzu, however, is incredibly stable, will not be missing. 5th round for Mongolia has been found, and Uzbekistan, obviously, it's still early days in the second half, right? So the fact that their economy wasn't great isn't too surprising. They will be put down onto the very first bad buy they've had the entire game.
Sorry, I was completely thrown off guard by the fact that if you look at their cameras, right, Mongolia are actually having a fun time. Like they're kind of just joking around with each other, which tells me that at least they've got a great mentality even if they're going into that second map, right? They're like, okay, you know what, this was a fluke. I mean, I know it's not over just yet, but that's probably the kind of attitude they have towards it.
To be fair, that is one of the things that you do actually attribute to champions of esports and sports in general across the road and across the way. Manticore, nice shot. But these guys are just going to be assuming, hey man, it's fine, it's a one-off, it's okay, ancient, it's a map we can write off. We never really thought we were great at it either, we just didn't ban it out because we didn't know, we maybe didn't do our research, whatever, it's fine. Nuke is our map. We're gonna be okay. Mirage, hey man, firepower-wise, Yami's a beast, Senzu is a beast. Bartek and 9 are gonna figure it out. They can't be missing 3 maps in a row. So yeah, I'm sure there's conversations like that happening in this camp, but is that composure going to stay later on as well? That's a good question.
Ooh, I see pushing out with the MP9. Whole lot of damage being done, but Yami will want to keep it in check. Frock with a deagle. Not even sure where he finds the head of Cause. WEC23 is still alive and kicking. Deagle, it's a bit of a chance, but no conversion. 15-7, Mongolia.
They're staying in it, at the very least. However, that was not the real test. This is back to the full buy for Uzbekistan, and there's going to be quite a few more of these in the next 8 rounds if you are on the route to recovery from Mongolia. Early mid-aggression, no one in the A-bomb site for now. And it is 9 to respond right back.
Oh.
The double entry in, Frock and Manticore to fall down. And the flash will even catch on the CTs, but Icy's dodged it. He wants to go for more. Overcompensates for his lost teammates, and now he will be joining the Wayless. I would have triggered this, won't really be paying off for
Where is all
either.
of this confidence coming from?
Here's the thing. Right now for Uzbekistan, I'm not quite sure who the IGL is, but whoever it is, they need to get this round fast. Because Mongolia was always going to be confident going into Nuke, but what you can't have is your teammates realizing that they might be standing on thin air. You don't want to have that Roadrunner Looney Tunes moment. The worst thing you can do is look down right now. You have to keep running forward.
Bartek. Getting ready to individually approach.
Oh
I see though. Oh, he's got ice in his veins and he's picked up an AK as well. An Eagle to do it as well. WEC23 trying to get aggressive with the AWP. A player peeks out, not good for the flick. And Yami, he's going to be the one to first contend on B.
Oh, missed shots actually. And the information given up is really big. They are aware of the fact that there could be a player coming in from behind. Now they're not watching for it though. Frog has been forced to turn around. It's all I see. Can he go for the ace himself? No. Yami ducks down, dodges the bullets. If you're talking about confidence, that's going to be instilling some in IC as well.
At least now we're in conversation for double digits, which is huge considering this was what, 13-4 at some point? And all this time has gone by very quickly. Ooh, Mongolia again, 9 is creeping up. There's a lot of confidence that has suddenly burst forth. Does get caught out by Frog over towards middle, and this missed shot from Senzu means that there is another opportunity afforded. Bartek and Kaz. Although there's been a resurgence from 9, you can't really say the same for those two. Bartek, 1-on-4, and it was nice to see that resurgence. It was nice to see them start to fight back, but they've not left enough of an insurance policy in the tank.
I would like to point out that at the end of this game, unless IC is the one to get this frag, Yami top frag. Sorry, unless WEC23 is the one to get the frag. My bad. Taps. There are 3 players about to be contend though, so.
Yeah, nothing that Bartek can do here. 16-9, Uzbekistan. They are honestly the first team that has truly made Mongolia sweat.
Forget sweat, they've broken them right there and then. They were talking about sweating. Indonesia made them sweat. But right now, Uzbekistan just cracked a few knuckles, cracked a few heads, and cracked out a win on Ancient as well.
And where does this lead us, right? It leads us to Nuke. And now that they're 1-0 up, they've got a lot of confidence going for them. And bear in mind, we don't actually know what the A game for Mongolia looks like.
Well, listen, we have to take a hold on the conversation of Nuke right now. First, we have to sort of go through what all has happened so far within this series, within Ancient, because I can't not give flowers to IC, I can't not give flowers to WEC23, to Kanshine. Every single one of these players have had such crucial moments, and what I really like is the fact that when Yami went Super Saiyan in the beginning and he gets 2 rounds in a row, their response is not what I'm recommending. I'm saying, guys, run away. You know, don't go to Yami. They instead formulate a counter plan. They put 4 players out towards the alleyway, and in the alleyway, they wait for him. They're saying, okay, this is our only threat so far. Let's make sure he doesn't get out of control and give the rest of his team morale. That's a completely different approach. That's an approach that equals stake.
It's also the fact that after Yami gets an ace, an opener, a 4K, they never really feel threatened by it, right? They're like, yeah, okay, you know what? That's a fluke. An ace can happen to anyone. Oh, that was a great triple kill, right? But we're not going to let that bog us down.
Yeah.
And other than Yami's impact and maybe that clutch from Kaz, before the little resurgence, of course, in the second half,
Senzu had his moments.
yeah, but Mongolia kind of looked absent from the
And
server.
it's not for lack of trying. You know, Mongolia was trying to go for these players. Bartek, I saw Bartek for 4 rounds in the first half, maybe 5 actually, go for a push through a main or through donut and actually get into a good flanking position, but then the flank's taken care of, right? And I can't credit Uzbekistan enough for that, because it's one thing to find all the conventional angles that people will try and make plays for. It's another thing to find this guy who's just going for these flanks again and again and getting in position because you're not doing a spread out default.
Yeah, and that's sort of been the consistent theme for Bartek, right? The fact that he's the one that is always the playmaker, he's getting it down and dirty in all of these different angles, right? But when that doesn't work, it ends up being a double-edged sword. It ended up hurting Mongolia in the long run. When he can't get those kills, Uzbekistan can essentially use him as a liability to leverage it against Mongolia.
Sure, there is a little bit of that going on as well, but the fact is that Bartek's flanks would have been made a lot more effective if the rest of his team was maybe slightly more on point individually. But what I do like is the fact that Uzbekistan has this really specific style. They are defaulting, but they're fine with ignoring one of the extremities of the map, because that's going to be very important for the rest of the series as well. Be it Mirage, be it Nuke, map extremities being ignored, but being aware of what happens when you ignore them is a really big strength. The only issue is, I do think Ancient is by far their best map. Like, it's not even a conversation. These guys play so much Ancient that when they started playing it, it was called, well, actually quite new.
Yeah, Uzbekistan, definitely the top dogs of Ancient, but of course the problem is, right, is that performance sustainable on Nuke? The answer is already there. No, they're not going to be as good on Ancient, but can they be good enough to be better than Mongolia?
I don't know, because I also see 9 right now getting that resurgence in the very end. So I do think it's safe to say that we will have at the very least 3 players who are coming alive from the Mongolian side, right? You've got Senzu, who again was not taking control of the game. He was having his moments, he was getting his skills. Yami, obviously, top frag somehow even in this whitewash of a series, of a map, and then 9 towards the very end of things is activating. So you've got 3 players are confirmed, and the issue is, I can't see Icy getting those same kills. Icy, the way he's getting these frags on Ancient, Nuke is just not about conducive to that.
Yeah, and there's also one thing to point out, right? It's the fact that, yes, Kaz and Bartek, they didn't have that performance. Yes, 9 wasn't all that great in the first couple of moments, but they've set the bar so low that I really don't think that can be replicated. They're not going to have 2 games that are as bad as that. So even in those scenarios, if they can end up with a 16-9, if they can have that resurgence, and the fact that Uzbekistan cannot replicate that performance on Nuke.
I'm sorry, no. I need to stop this copium. I need to stop this copium. If the analysis is, and Mongolia, I'm sorry if you're out here listening to me, but if the analysis from Wild 80 is, hey guys, it can't get any worse.
It really can.
I know it can't get worse than 2, 3, 4 kills across the players, but the problem is, I don't know if it can get better either. Right? Well, that's something we need to take care of. Can Bartek show up? Can Kaz show up? Because it's not even just about can they get better. Can they get a lot better? This wasn't a small gap that you were trying to fulfill. This is a chasm that you are trying to leap past. This is a canyon. And sure, maybe some of it will be helped out by the fact that Uzbekistan will not be as good, but I don't know, man. It's going to be a rough time regardless. However, that being said, we're going to be back with the next map very soon. For now, we've got to show you a quick interview, interestingly enough, and we'll be back very soon with more action on Nuke.
My name is Amir, also known as Zeron. I played the sniper role for Team Iran in CSGO.
Myself, Harsh fired up. I'm playing CSGO for Team India. I'm the operator for the team.
Hi guys, my name is Steve. I'm Talon. Now I am playing CSGO for 335 Kozai from Vietnam.
My name is Amir. I play for Uzbekistan team and my role is AVP.
اسمي زياد الملقب بأوسكار مشارك مع المنتخب السعودي في بطولة سيس جو رولي أوب لكن في البطولة هذه لعبت رايفل.
Salam, my name is Jaden Fogers Graham. I am playing Counter-Strike for Team Australia.
My name is Yellow. My IGN is Yami. I play CSGO for Team Mongolia.
Hi, my name is Justin Zain Willem. I'm from Indonesia and I'm from Team Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Hi, I am Muntasser Al-Bakri, known as Munti, playing CSGO for Team Palestine.
Esports for me is passion, and for that I'm still playing the game, and I really enjoy it.
Esports is my life. When I was away from competing for a bit, I was feeling a bit empty, but then I decided that I need to come back again to competing, and once again I'm feeling alive.
For me, esports is much higher than anything. So I consider CSGO like my companion, and I really want to play with CSGO forever, my whole life, to be honest.
Esports means a lot for me, but I played CSGO since my childhood. I played for fun, but now it is professional.
في البداية كانت مجرد هواية منذ الصغر بعدين أصبح الأمر تطور إلى أن وصلت لمرحلة الاحتراف وأصبحت الألعاب الإلكترونية جزء من حياتي.
Esports is a bit of a hobby and a passion for me. I always played video games as a kid, and I really loved it. Found Counter-Strike, and it's just like a sort of life, I've gained a lot of friends, and I've just built a passion from it, to be honest, yeah.
It means to me whole life, and I made so many sacrifices for this game.
I feel like esport is not just a sector of a sport or any kind of game. I feel like it's technically my second life. It's where I live, it's where I be myself, it's where I just embrace the game and become one with it.
It's like another life you can live in for like who's like diving in gaming. For me, for example, when I put headphones on my ears and joining my game, it feels like I entered another world.
World Esports are here. Hold on tight, because you're in for a ride. 15 years in the making, and still blowing minds. Long-lasting tradition, building a legacy, and empowering the future. More excitement, more athletes, more action. Be part of our family and feel the power of esports. We inspire, we challenge, we break barriers, and we empower. Are you ready to be amazed? Feel the energy and prepare to transform your city into the world esports capital. Because you have to see it to believe it. It's time for games.
And we're back. It's going to be time to see whether or not Nuke will be any feat for Uzbekistan to actually go back over. If you've just tuned in, this is the Gamers 8 International Esports Federation Asian Championship, the Nations Cup, the last of the Great Nations Cup actually in Counter-Strike.
Yes.
And it's going to be great to see how we get underway in Nuke. I'm Tita, I've got Wild Daily with me, and we've just seen Uzbekistan plow through Mongolia.
Yeah, it was looking almost non-competitive, right? And it's not something we expected at all from Mongolia. Like, throughout the end, we never thought that Mongolia would really be at a point where they ever have a non-competitive game, right? But here we are. Mongolia, they've been completely demolished on map number 1, but at least they've got something to fall back onto, right? The fact that Nuke isn't going to be all that great for Uzbekistan. Like, yes, I'm sure they're great, but Ancient is just completely different. It's a completely different ball game. Heading into the second map, though, Uzbekistan on the CT side, Mongolia on the T.
Icy is able to get off to a good start. Senzu is down. With this, he gets replaced by Yami on outside. Yami is realizing the importance of outside to this full play, but Wedfire is good for another frag as well. Frock will fall without actually getting much out of it, but the fact that they haven't lost ramp yet and Wedfire continues to duel away is a real problem. Yami as well is likely going to have to take care of a lobby play if he wants to have a chance of, and with 9 peeking forward, Kanjan's position would at least be revealed, but it's already Yami versus the world. And although it may have seemed that way sometimes before, this is quite literal.
The form from Ancient has carried over for Wetfire, already kicking things off with a 3K. And this is dangerous. If you're Mongolia, you're on the T side, you want that pistol just to have that bit of buffer. No bomb plant, of course, means that the economy will be completely down in the dumps, and they do have to save up entirely.
And I will add, very interestingly enough, Uzbekistan, within the best of threes, they never played Nuke, but they've also never banned it. So it is a game, it is a map that they are honestly content with playing, at the very least, so we do know that for sure. And the fact that Mongolia ended up doing so well on it versus Australia might mean that they've put in some extra prep beforehand, thinking that, yeah, man, this is going to be a potentially nuclear series.
Still, I mean, the jury's out for a Newcaster.
I see, though, continues to just have a good old time outside. 2 frags picked up, and yes, they're anti-ecos, but the fact that you managed to maintain confidence after it would have taken just a little bit in that previous map towards the end of things, yeah, that's nice. That's real nice.
When you say nice like that, you have to do a little click at the top, right? Nice.
I mean, well, click of the tongue or not, we're going to have to get a lot of clicking of the heads with how few flashes Mongolia has. It's just the 1 for 9. Contact plays on contact plays, that's all that will be called.
Outside control now starting to be established by Mongolia. They've got smokes to cross over into Secret as well, and it seems like there's going to be a lot of heavy presence here from Mongolia as they start to go towards the bottom bomb site, still leaving a prong up out in the open. IC will have to be careful. He's got players coming his way. Cause narrowly slips by his bullets and responds, but Wetfire, he continues to be a menace. Headshot on the second player as well, but he will eventually fall. The casualties, of course, will leave this B-bomb site barren with the exception of 1 player. Yami gets a second life as Frock misses some shots, and 9 will land the potential final nail. Manticore, though, still wants to stick around. Not that the teams will want to stick to it.
To be honest, that was honestly the perfect call from Uzbekistan in general. They had 4 players very ready to actually fight down at the lower bomb site. They're expecting Mongolia to go into Secret and actually try and play around it. The only issue is that IC thought it would be much slower and maybe just 1 player coming through initially. So I think that what they expected was that it's going to be a lurking player in, like we saw Yami or Senzu earlier on, to try and go through Secret and then a ramp collective push through instead. But IC gets overwhelmed because he's looking so hard for a lurker. Now when he gets 3 players in front of him, it's too much to ask for. Uzbekistan do not commit to the buy though. They will maintain money. Surprised that IC's bought up the 5-7 and Kevlar, considering that it is just a $1,900 loss bonus in the next round.
It's nice to see that this time around Mongolia is going to have that impact very quickly, like as soon as they get their hands on weapons, right? Because in Ancient, it took them a while. And knowing that their morale is already down, you don't want them to be in a position of playing from a massive disadvantage even when they already have the map loss.
This is a really good setup on the upper bomb site though right now, because you've got the Vents plus Tetris combination. So as long as they don't rotate this away, and Kaz doesn't find too much on outside, there's a real chance that Mongolia takes some serious damage. Now whether they lose the round is an entirely different question, but that comes down to how much Kaz can do. I don't know how Kaz has gotten away with so much. It's just a full flank that he's gone for. Oh no, he's down lower. They will never be expecting this at all, but now Kaz has been spotted out. He will be traded despite the 1 kill. 9 is there, Sharp. That's a knife. 18 seconds though, and the ball is making its way down under.
Unfortunately for the CTs, they might have had the right setup. Unfortunately, just not the right read. I mean, it's not much of a read, of course. It is a gamble, but...
In all fairness, I didn't get the right read either, because the minimap... I'm so used to the double-layered minimap.
Yeah. It's fine. Nuke minimap is a caster's nightmare. Also observers, also admins, also everyone involved with watching the game in any sense of the word.
Nah, man, if you get the double layer separation, Nuke is one of the best maps in the pool for sure.
Yeah, said mini-map, not map.
Still, decent damage actually dealt, and Kanshine does save the AK, so he can give that over to Icy in the next round, who obviously doesn't have the most money. So this is quite a successful round all in all. WEC23 even has enough to go for the AWP if he'd like to. And what we've seen so far in the few rounds that we've had is that WEC23 and IC are trying to duo it up quite a bit. Be it outside, be it lower, WEC23 and IC are trying to play off of each other. They're realizing that they're having good form, but instead of trying to spread apart and take different control of the map and different areas of the map, they would rather try and play collectively and just outgun with a double-man death ball.
Molotov does push Manticore off of his position. Icy, though, in the meantime, puts down Kaz, getting ready to execute on the A-bomb side, but they're feeling a little stuck. Anti's MP9 is working. Kanshine gets one with his AK. And before they can really burst onto the bomb site, it's just Senzu remaining after WEC23's contribution on the scoped rifle.
Oh, Senzu's missed his timing. The hub player's been missed out. Manticore will be able to shut him down and even take the AK. Now, what we saw over here is the fact that Bartek actually is the one who messed up. That flashbang was not the issue. Because if the flashbang was the problem, then Kanshine wouldn't have been blinded. But in fact, Bartek just speaks out a bit too early, so both him and Kanshine are blind. And the second problem is that Bartek can't move to the side, so Yami won't be able to capitalize on the fact that Kanshine is blind. So both players last out the full white, full flashbang duration, and then they get the duel, and then Kanshine wins it.
What he said. Slower pace this time around from Team Mongolia. Kaz has been able to creep into Secret as well.
He's been able to do that quite a few times.
Yeah. And you know, they've been able to get conversions, right? Even in the first gun round, they were able to get past WEC23. They were able to overpower Icy. But this time around, the CTs have it relatively, I wanted to say abandoned, but then Frog turns up with an AK.
Icy's also in garage, so outside's actually...
Hang on, this is a bit of a
got full
ring
control
around the roses.
Yami will be able to try and play the ring, sure, but actually it isn't a big advantage to him. He's hunting for Frock, and the rest of his team can't commit to the ramp push until Frock is found. When they start to go in, there's an AWP on the other side. They only have one flashbang, and if they don't use it here, then WEC23 should have a field day. The first is found. It's Icy next to him. There's nothing to do. A Molotov in his hands is not the most conducive to getting fragged, but at least he's got a teammate, and Yami, he doesn't have any of those.
It gets very confusing for the team, right? Because as you mentioned, they cannot make a commitment until Frock is found. So that little ring around the roses actually ends up taking away from the main objective. They can't commit to anything.
And they were really hoping that when Frock goes down, they can force some rotations away from the ramp. They were not ready at all for the two players there. Because they're thinking, hey man, Frock's down lower, there's probably only one player here. If Frock dies, maybe there's going to be some rotations, maybe we can catch some timings, someone comes over to hell and whatnot. Icy being docked into the corner, that's completely unexpected.
It's also a very unorthodox bait and switch setup to do with the open rifle like that. Icy, this time around playing outside. Smoke the crossover for the tees, gets a chip of damage. The little gap in the smoke actually favors the A1S incredibly.
Oh,
I'm not even sure how Cause makes it here, but okay, WEC23.
He just got the mage jump. He's gonna have to change up his position pretty soon though, because I have a feeling Mongolia might just want to go for the L smokes and try and isolate him otherwise. He's been prioritizing the garage corner about 3 rounds so far. Really has liked playing in from that.
This is honestly a wonderful start from Uzbekistan, knowing that heading into this game, well, not heading into this particular map, of course, because they did get a lot of confidence from the first map, but heading into this game, there was surely a lot of respect for Team Mongolia, knowing that they've got that caliber of players, that caliber of team that they're going up against, but they didn't let that respect turn into passivity. At no point in time has Uzbekistan treated Mongolia like anything other than equals. Limited weaponry now.
I'll be honest, they've sometimes been pretty disrespectful in some of these peaks they're going out for. Uzbekistan is playing like they think they're the better team. And Mongolia might have been all laughs before. I can guarantee there's some frowning going on in that booth right now.
This time around, though, they're going to try to force the issue because they didn't really have a whole lot of utility to go about it. So just a straight tuck into secret. And a very heavy commitment here is to start taking control of double doors and glass. But they'll have to give the audio cue as they start to go through.
It's Manticore on the other side of glass, though. Oh, no WEC23 on the no Manticore. Kaz is just down and out, and with that, man advantage lost. They've got no idea how many players are here in this lower bomb site. The lack of information from Mongolia is really going to come back to bite them, and they can't rotate away either. Where do you even go? They are stuck. This is where the lack of a primary caller can be a real issue. Mongolia's talked about how they're all calling by committee, but the committee might not be enough here. Yami is down as well. Senzu gets one, but WEC23 just maintained his position at the bottom of ramp, and he keeps on fighting. Bartek finally getting the frag, but trades are instant. Trades are instant, and they will continue to come through. 6 rounds now on the board. Multiple gun rounds, multiple opportunities, multiple ways. Mongolia's got in control of outside. Mongolia's got into ramp. Mongolia's gone for ramp. It's A side, hits everything. They've had answers.
And obviously it is in no small part due to WEC23 and IC just continuing to go absolutely ham. Every single opportunity where Mongolia, they might think they've permeated a bomb site, there's already a rifle waiting for them. There's already IC ready to find duels. And even though Kanshan and Frog might not look like they've got all that impact, not even Manticore, they've never really had to because Mongolia, they've not been able to get past just the 2 players in Uzbekistan. Now, taking the fight straight to a ramp, the MAC-10 tries to overpower, 1-for-1 trade, WEC23's op starts to be activated by Yami. I think he might get a chance to get that rifle. No, as soon as he puts his hand around it, Manticore snatches it away from him, and so does he? And he does the same with his life.
The bomb is down, most importantly. And now inside the Molotov, he wants to take the duel. Bartek will have the advantage there at the very least, if nowhere else. Meanwhile, Kanshine's trying to hightail it back down to the lower bomb site. That's where Mongolia is going to be aiming in. Icy's found the bomb again.
This is the most chaotic round that Mongolia have been, or rather either team has been able to muster up.
And it all comes off the back of Yami trying to go for an AWP with the bomb on his back.
That just screams desperation, right? Yami needs that rifle in his hands. He needs to try and shoulder the responsibility of getting this team to the finish line. He felt that pressure on Ancient, and I think that is creeping over to Nuke, and why shouldn't it? Uzbekistan are right now on the cusp of a 7th round, unless Bartek can deny it. Molotov to impede him even further.
Zankyu's given up as well now with the reload.
Gonna waste a little bit more time, 30 seconds though. It's ample time as long as he can be a little bit quicker. AK trained on his angle. As soon as he tries to cross, there's going to be a player waiting for, and Molotov is there. But Kanshine doesn't allow him to proceed.
I don't know if I'd call it quite desperation for Yami right now. It just feels like, again, one of the big problems for Mongolia is always going to be they don't have an IGL. Yami has in-game led in the past. Kaz has coached. But this team has continually said that they have not prioritized having an IGL. They have prioritized everyone playing by committee so that they can try and shine off of individual skill. When individual skill is being matched, then you need a leader. Who will step up is the question. I see. First time he's trying to get aggressive from behind the smokes and Bartek will punish. This is an advantage that they have not seen in quite a while. Mongolia better use it.
And if 9 can get this conversion on ramp as well, this completely changes the dynamic. This is going to be a brand new round. Something like we've never seen in this map just yet. He's being taken, of course.
How was Kaz there?
He went down vents, right? I don't even know. Kanshine. I think he realizes there was an audio cue over towards garage. Yami. They have a rough idea that there are players outside. Senzu, I think he's the only player that's been left undetected as Yami starts to get up on top of these barrels. Has WEC23 detected him just yet? He's being very careful. There it is, that's the body. WEC23 uncharacteristically misses the shot. And with Yami having crept up, Manticore is not ready for that quick conversion. Kanshine, there's one, but Yami with the closer. Beautiful work, but man, that is still messy.
Was that a miss or did he just shoot the stairs? I think he just shot the
Yeah,
stairs.
I think he just shot the stairs.
That's just such an annoying angle as well to deal with. But Mongolia, a very important round, and as much as it has been doom and gloom for them, let's not forget it's the T side of Nuke. 5 is okay, 6 is great, and both are still achievable. Crouched past.
Yeah, if that gap in the smoke can't really be exploited now. That's a big chunk of damage on cause courtesy of the utility. Attack, oh my god. What is WEC23 doing?
Everything. That's the answer. He is doing everything. Manticore might be caught out, but will it matter at this point? It's a 5-on-2. Sure, you'll make it a 4, but whatever, man. Sure. Senzu, that's a frag. Whoa, Senzu! That's the kind of decapitation you want to see here.
Unfortunately, that doesn't carry over to Kanshine as he peeks out.
Kaz needs to pull off another Miracle's Clutch, so one of them in Ancient. It's one of the few rounds that they actually managed to win in the first half. This would be another great time. What? Frock? Buddy? Guns out, please.
I mean, yeah, that's a nice kill, right? And the fact that Frog gives it up, but that doesn't really amount to much because Uzbekistan, they're feeling pretty damn comfortable right now. 8-3, already a relatively respectable scoreline for the CT half, and they only need a couple more rounds to make it very palatable for the second half.
Force Spy with Mac 10s. I don't hate it. would be nice to see a change of pace as well coming through, and it's coming off the back of some outside play again of Yami. Outside smokes are there to guarantees an entry route into the lower bomb site. So much noise being made by Kaz as he does actually hurry on over. Frog's been great at always getting at least the one, and this time it'll be restricted to just that as well. 9 in pursuit, wants to try and maybe even go through the incendiary, but because he's thrown it himself, he takes so much damage if he wants to do that. And it becomes a lot less worth it.
Now 9 is quite low, but Yami having been able to get that first kill makes things a lot easier. Manticore swings out, there's the first frag, and it's on for the 3 versus 2. WEC23 this time around is up, is not going to be quick enough. Senzu does everything here to stop the retake.
4th round on the board for Mongolia, and Uzbekistan's money is broken. 5 seems to be a guarantee, and considering what a whipping they've gotten so far, I'd be happy with that. And when I look over towards the rest of Uzbekistan, I can't even really fault any of these 3 players as much so. It's just that IC and WEC23 have been so dynamic that they're getting all the kills in the first place. Oh, force buy, yikes. This is trying to commit to an advantage that you have with resources that you might not. Can be a real problem if you lose out this one. Mongolia could go for 6, and then Uzbekistan, that early start, that hot form, will not matter. You need to win this, and it'll be WEC23 to fall initially. That's one of the M4s taken out of their hands. Molotov's at the feet of Ramp. There's nothing to do. The bomb will go down. And all 4 of the CTs are about to be run down as well. Kaz with the MAC-10 can't get all the bullets in, but he can swap out for an M4A1, and he's more than happy to do that.
I think this is the first time we've seen Uzbekistan break composure a little bit and instead not go for the play that prioritizes the long haul.
They've not really been asked to prioritize the long haul all too much in the series so far, in all fairness. So I don't know whether I can say it's sort of the first. A few kills towards the end of things. The AK recovered is quite nice. If they can take 2 rifles forward, you can have the same buy here.
Yeah, the 2 rifles are definitely going to be very important if they want to mitigate the losses from this,
3
this particular buy. Yeah, 3 is great. Now they can actually drop a couple rifles. They can drop a rifle over, right? They can. Kanshine can drop 1, and then maybe Manticore can drop an MP9 or something. So should be fine.
No weapon himself, so he has to buy it.
Okay.
This is still getting into that territory where Mongolia is going to be given 7 if you make a mistake here.
And 8-7 is pretty damn good.
8-7 is amazing for the T-side of Nuke.
Yeah, T-side Nuke, and you've got 8-7, then all that domination at the start of the game is not going to matter all that much because, remember, it's all about the grand scheme of things by the time the side switches. IC though has got the opener. Kaz tries to get aggressive. Manticore with a quick response. There he's going to try double up on the advantage. Manticore keeps pushing through. 9 will eventually put a stop to it.
That is fantastic. Manticore's done it all. Even the grenade actually managed to connect through. They've got the spam as well. Frog will be completely unexpected as the smoke dissipates. There is a player watching out for him, but by the time it does, the bomb's been lost and Bartek is all alone. As much as we've spelled out potential doom for Uzbekistan, winning rounds like this will do you many favors. But you have to keep these numbers alive and healthy.
9 rounds for Uzbekistan, already having put themselves in a position for a respectable half, regardless of whether or not Mongolia can get that last round. But it's a lot more important for Mongolia to be able to get it, just to not be left at the mercy of the pistol round then.
I don't know, man. 10-5 is still decent, to be honest. I don't think a 9-6 is respectable for Uzbekistan. You need 10. Mongolia's individuals will frag, and not everyone from Uzbekistan can say the same. They haven't been tested to the same extent, but they also haven't been confirmed to be on point either. The half switching is going to be a completely different dynamic for WEC23 and IC. Meanwhile, IC's back to his back of garage antics. I think Frog is playing the lower bomb site from the stairs. It's been good for a kill almost every time. spotted. I want to be backing off of here, not holding the grenade, will not find the frag. This is an overextension. Icy can at the very least find Senzu on the lurk, so it's still a 4-on-4. But not an easy retake. We've seen them struggle to get back onto the B-bomb site, but with Bartek dead, that's the advantage found.
This is huge for Manticore. This makes the retake so much easier. Here it comes though with a flashbang, headshot angle found. WEC23 tries to double it up, but 9 is quickly receding into the cubby. AK in hand, he needs to try to get it done. Manticore, he's missed some shots, and that is all the opportunity, all the window that 9 needed to eke it over to that 6th round. Uzbekistan dropping the ball in the retake.
9 just had a godlike single position performance over there. One of the most important things in Counter-Strike whenever you're locked into a position where there's just a little bit of wiggle room and movement is strafing out when the enemy is also doing the same. 9 just countered every single enemy strafe. They never had their crosshair on his head a single time. This wasn't a missed aim. He just out-movemented them. The guy's dancing. And he's danced his way to 6 rounds. This is a fantastic look for Mongolia, considering what an absolute, honestly, what an absolute joke that Uzbekistan made them look like for the first few rounds. Mongolia now, they're the ones laughing away, but not laughing for long. Manticore, WEC23, and Icy, the entries are all over the shop, and that shop's been shut down.
Couldn't spot a single one of those kills. That's how instantaneous that chaos was. 10-6. Now Uzbekistan probably looking to add even more to the tally.
All that talk about how Mongolia is getting momentum. Oh yeah, maybe there's going to be a hard time in the second half. Switching outside to yes, but also headshots.
Yes. Beautiful work, though, from Uzbekistan. You know, we were talking about firepower, that they've been able to match them, but sometimes it even looks like they go above and beyond, especially with Yami not being able to activate to the same degree as he did on Ancient. Now, obviously, that is prefaced by the fact that he was on the T side before, and now he's on CT, so it is going to be different. But still, so far, there still needs to be many, many answers from the Mongolian squad. All faithful. A swag 7. Soulja Boy's favorite weapon. Question is whether or not he's going to be able to turn his swag onto Manticore, or if they're even going to have an interaction.
Manticore up in this. Oh no. Yami will end up falling, but not before he does a lot of damage to Kanchan. I don't know if that'll be a factor, because he doesn't have teammates. But even so, at least he does get the 1 kill. Now, this is always the problem with the Mag 7. It's tempting. It really is. $900 on the CT side. Oh my god, I can justify that. But the issue is, you need 2 kills. The 1800 is very expensive. And because of that, Yami is going to be left out minus 900. That means he's not going to be able to have an Incendiary. He's not going to be able to have a second flash. And Incendiaries on Nuke are so important in the card metagame. You need to Incendiary out at least like 2 different angles immediately at the start of every single round. Otherwise, this happens. That creep and crawl through vents. I don't know if 9 spotted it. Looked like he might have seen a shoe. Senzu is at the very least aware of the possibility, but will he be facing the right angle? We need to keep an eye out for him. Senzu's going back over to Secret. They've dodged each other. Frock is coming in from behind. Goodbye, Senzu!
And this is huge. This is so much space being granted to Uzbekistan. Remember, this is the first proper gun round for Mongolia. And if they already drop here, the money is not going to be very supportive. Things have slowed down now. Look at Yami still trying to fight back. That is beautiful work. 2 quick kills, 2 headshots to Manticore. And he's quickly going to rotate down to the bottom bomb site, expecting the T's to have already traversed their way through Secret. 9, great shot on Icy.
Oh god, this angle. This angle.
It's rough.
Man, I've got to say, 9 has been hitting the movement maps. It won't matter too much when he's hit in the head, but at the very least, Kaz does trade away very quickly. Bomb planted out. Kaz swings through as well.
No.
Misses his chance. And now Wetfire's been given an opportunity. Oh,
Again?
Bartek whips it. Bartek whips it. Yami's position was known. He's made noise.
No!
Yami is down. Wetfire again and again and again. Given a chance too many.
There's a first whiff as he's planting the bomb. There's a second whiff on the player that he has his back turned to. And then Yami can't close it out either.
Have you heard of the term plot armor?
That's it. He's the main character, Wetfire. He is the protagonist. And that one loss for Uzbekistan in the groups, that was all character building.
Oh. Woo. He just pushes out full swing.
The full tilt.
It's a Rainbow Six right there. Oh my god.
What am I
he's got
even
another
watching?
One. How?
How is he there?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
After that clutch from Wetfly, like, what is going on?
Who really has the plot armor? I think Wetfly might be the antagonist.
Maybe. He's Tai Lung, and now it's time for Po to shine.
Dude.
No. Wait. Was that more character development? Wetfly again in a 1v3. Catches the AWP lacking. Nearly got the second one as well. Oh my goodness. Am I really watching Counter-Strike?
At the highest level.
Wetfly is so damn close to 30 kills right now, and we're 19 rounds into the game.
Nuts. Yami would normally be the one we're celebrating. But guess what? He's not even the second highest fragger. Icy is on 22. Icy now on 23 and 24. No. Picks up a kill, his weapon and his teammate all together. 9, however, is not having any of this funny business. That's not funny at all. Manticore actually that's just kind of brutal.
Yeah, cause a little bit overkill, but I think it's time to put their foot down. Kanchan and Wetfire in a 2-on-2 against Bartek and Kaz. Bartek, great push into ramp to put Wetfire 6 feet under. Kanchan now put in a clutch situation, has to recover the bomb. There's still a minute to go, so quite a bit of wiggle room here. Taking this fight to Squeaky. There is a player that is creeping into Mini. If he can find this, he can isolate it to a 1v1, but no, Kaz gets it done nice and clean with the USB. And to think this came off the back of Mongolia just having Yami go insane with the Mag 7.
Three rounds off the back of that one, yeah. I will say 9 in the previous round picking up the double kill is huge. IC should never have been allowed that many frags. But once he gets those off the back of some very nice movement and some even better aim, 9 is there to shut him out. Senzu.
Oh, good shot.
Good find.
You know, you were talking about this yesterday, right? That Senzu was one of the players where he could have insane amounts of firepower, but then obviously, you know, playing on the stage, he could be one of the players that is most affected by it. And right now, where the pressure is on, he's kind of struggled to frag out in this potential, in the map that might toss him into the lower bracket.
Nuke's always been one of his worst maps, in all fairness. I will say that. It's one of the most experience-reliant maps. I do think Senzu's Nuke has generally been left wanting. In the past, he's trying to play out ramp on NKT. Was a little bit of a liability then. His maps are more the classic, hey, you don't need to understand every single aspect of rotation or Counter-Strike for this one, but you can just frag out maps. And this experience, I'm sure, is going to be incredibly valuable for him in the future as well, just to make sure that he can start to really put it all together. Senzu, though, has been taken apart, put together in this round. I see in his attempts to try and find holes will instead have holes drilled into him. Nine has been a constant counteraction to the upper bomb side aggression, and he continues to be just that. Kanshine's demise is only adding more misery to the table, and Crosshair might be trained and ready for this peak to come through, but it never will. Mongolia's got no reason to push past the red box, and when they do, it might be a timing to work out for them. However, timing's going to work for Frock as well. He knows there's a second player around the corner. Will be able to catch them, but misses the shot. Kaz! Fantastic adjustment. Really fast shot from him. Otherwise, that would have been a 3v2 the other way around. 9 has heard wet fire. Forced away. Manticore uses the sound cue and the distraction to get the kill, and now the angle. Knows that Kaz will likely be rotating in through heaven. But does he know about the second player to make his way over? Grenade to go out, wet fire to go down to it if he hadn't moved, and Kaz is there as 5-7, trained and ready. Uzbekistan still locked at 12.
I mean, it's impressive the way that they were able to take out 9 just to enter the bomb site, right, with the sound cue and the distraction. But to be honest, even though it's not fully reflected in the scoreboard, 9 has really shrouded this A bomb site in a veil of protection, because they've never really been able to get past this hut. They really struggled to get through the squeaky doors. And yes, obviously this is in no small part due to Yami being able to frag out as much as he has. But look at this, Uzbekistan getting ready to bring the thunder to the A bomb site. Tech9's galore. 9, even with his eyes shut, does get one through, and unfortunately 9 is the only casualty as well. Mongolia, they're quickly closing the gap on the CT side. The dynamic has certainly changed.
Early deep flashes to enable Senzu to actually take this aggressive angle, and he has shine, but only to be blocked out by Icy. You can't be shining too bright. It attracts attention. Is that a miss smoke, or?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I think they might have actually just forgotten that one. No, there aren't enough smokes on their side for that to be the case. Icy's gone. Kaz has had honestly a pretty impressive new performance so far. He's been very impactful in a few rounds, and this will be no different. 9, God. How does he know when he can actually forfeit the A bomb site so completely and go on this solo mission outside to create the ultimate pressure?
Ooh. Manticore put down, and with Yami haven't crept to secret. Yeah, it's just Mongolia. I think they might have started to get their groove back tea time.
He says that a 12-12 equalizer. What a brave statement.
I think controversial opinion, hot take.
Mongolia is relevant in the game again at 12-12. They've got to find a solution for 9, to be honest. I know that it looks like the numbers are being accumulated elsewhere, but more than anything else, they've got no way of actually threatening upper. And outside, the issue is that because 9 is doing such a good job solo on the upper bomb site, they can allocate way more resources. The quick movement down, is that the answer? No, can't land the shot. Frock still fighting. Icy's the one collecting. Brock is quite low, so Kaz's AWP might not even be needed, but it's 9 to now finally fall. And again, I said it before, that's their win condition. Kaz forced off and brought down. Bartek's the only one with a kill, makes it 2, does pull out the nade, keeps on fighting, but not for long. Uzbekistan will not concede the lead.
And they've done it with barely any resources. The good thing for Mongolia, though, is that they've kept most of their weapons in check. They've kept enough players alive consistently enough that their economy is at least good to go for now. 13-12 though, and now that they're dipping their hands deep into their wallets, it could be problematic late into the half.
Well, Sentu's got again. Important to see IC also has now refound his aim and his kills. Was struggling just a little bit earlier on. Nade from Yami also goes right. 9, however, might have been solved in one round. I don't think that's going to be applicable for too many.
9 has been so versatile. He's been hitting the movement right. He knows exactly when to aggress. But that might not be enough. Bartak flick onto the boost. But they're still going to continue to aggress. Bartak, he needs to start hitting these shots. The jump to try and bait it out, but Bartak hits him on the first. Quickly, the advantage being taken back by 3 of the members from Mongolia. Frock and Manticore, now they've got some thinking to do. But they've not got a whole lot of time for this. This is a timed exam, 40 seconds, as they creep into the A bomb site. Headshot connected, Manticore and Frock. They need to try and stop this.
Mine was so worried about Heaven being vacant. That's a problem with losing players early on, that he couldn't be aware of the player right underneath his nose. Speaking of underneath his nose, around the corner, that's Yami. He's moving in. No easy shots, no easy kills to be found. I think he might have just spotted the player with the elevation. That's one. Frog is down. Yami, plenty of noise made. Bombs up planted for Manticore, so Yami might not be expecting this one. Turns the corner, Bartek is covering it off.
Beautiful little collaboration there. The faith there, the audio cue to bait it for Bartak as well. Making sure that he would try to peek as soon as he would tap the bomb. But man, that got a little scary for Mongolia, to be honest. It started off in a 5 versus 3 with the initial kills being missed. Now Bartak, of course, does have that bit of recovery, and Yami on the retake as well. That is incredible work. And I can't believe that Yami's been able to very consistently dish out this type of performance, T-Time.
Hey man, believe it, he is the next Mongolian star. Yami's gonna be someone like Blitz is right now. I'm confident saying that. What?
Okay.
He was blind. He was doing the flashback dance.
Speaking of dances, this could be one of the last dances because of the economy of Mongolia. I mean, Kyle's and 9, I think they have a little bit of money to fall back onto, but Mongolia certainly close to poverty right now. So they've got to make sure this Op and M4 make it to the next round.
Uzbekistan isn't hunting.
And for good reason. What do they really have for themselves, right? Frog and Cyclone. I guess they can still afford to send out 1 or 2 hunts, but...
They can lose 3 weapons. But it's just so hard to versus the Op.
Yeah, like, you can't really breach into CT spawn.
IC has broken 30, and he is on 31 kills now.
And that's part of the conversation we were having, right? We were like, okay, you know, IC might have gotten kills on Ancient, but there's no way he can be as prolific of a rifler on a map like Nuke, right? But he's had that impact now.
He's been fantastic on outside, yeah. What 9 has been on the upper bomb side, that's what IC has been on outside, but with more kills.
Twice the kills, even more than twice the kills.
I mean, a lot of those are from the first half, right? So, yeah.
Fair.
Regardless, Uzbekistan once again deny Mongolia a lead they have been chasing for now almost 2 whole maps. A lead they never thought they would lose. But now it is the last moments and perhaps the last breaths of the upper bracket. But Uzbekistan still need to cross that finish line. Frock take the lead and outside. This time over, IC is more focused with the A-bomb site. Frog's been given permission, but that's permission that Senzu might be looking to take away soon. Senzu wants to take the peak as well. Kaz, now with outside accounted for, can focus a little bit more clearly in onto this upper bomb site where there are now 2 AWPs ready and waiting.
The T's have other plans though. They want to go towards the bottom bomb site. Smoke to deny vision from Hell as well. They have information on one of the AWPs. Bartak, though, his position is great. He's right behind him. They're not checking for him. He nearly gets the third as well, but that is already so much damage being done T-time. Wetfi and Manticore, they simply don't have the budget to get this done. Wetfi, so little HP. Manticore, or rather Wetfi, caught on the cross. Manticore now in a 1-on-3, that leaves the bomb is planted so he can leverage that position, waiting for the glass pick, and Senzu is too quick.
Bartek is everything there. His patience of just staying behind the orange box is huge. That's such a veteran play right there. He's not contesting. He said, you know what, I've got 3 players in the upper bomb site. I know there's no one outside. 2 of those players in upper are ops. If they get the upper bomb site, that's their fault. I'm not giving up ramp without at least guaranteeing 1 kill. And in the process of hiding for that 1 kill, he gets 2.5.
This round is so important for either team. But Mongolia cannot afford to lose this. The money's simply not going to be there. Smoke to allow Wetfi to cross over earlier. Secret control having been established. And the Molotov is going to slow them down a little bit, but look at 9. He's been so impressive on the A-bomb side, but now he knows that his services are needed elsewhere. There it is, starts popping off. The first headshot is connected, but he knows that he can recede now. But Kanshine in the meantime is completely running. The CT's over. They've got to do so much work to get back in the game. Kaz now in a 1-on-3. Does he even want to negotiate? No. Manticore already has a deal. 15-14, Uzbekistan. They are overruling.
He may have been quiet for much of this game, but Kanshine can always shine. What a set of entries. It looked like 9 had it. It looked like he had the read. He gets the first headshot as well. He's got company on the other side of it. He's feeling good about it. And then the kill feed, it comes in. It's looming. It's Kanshine. It's all Kanshine. And now it's all desperation. They're pushing through, but so is IC!
I can't believe it!
Wetfi, all together. Uzbekistan are doing it. Mongolia is falling.
I can't believe this is happening. The only 2 weapons remaining, the pistols. Mongolia has fallen. Uzbekistan, and what a way to do it. A 2-0 fashion as well. Surely, these pistols are all for naught.
Bartek and Kaz. The inevitability of it is closing down on them. Uzbekistan 1 kill away from not eliminating from the overall tournament, but eliminating from the upper bracket. Mongolia, they will do it. Led by Wetfi, led by IC. What a performance from Traffic Tashkent team from Uzbekistan.
What did we just watch? Uzbekistan, they looked like they were about to crumble for a second. On that CT side, when 9 started to come back, when Yami went crazy with the Max 7, when all of the pieces were coming together, Uzbekistan decided to play a different game. A game that was being spearheaded by Kanshine's entries.
And listen, at the end of it all, you can say what you want about Ancient. You can say that maybe Mongolia had a bad pick, Uzbekistan had a good map, but you can't say anything about Nuke. Nuke was their home ground. Nuke is where they have found so many victories. These players, as individuals, be it Yami, be it 9, be it Bartek, they've had some of their best performances in their careers on this map, but not today. Not versus IC, not versus Wetfi, and not versus the rest of Uzbekistan. That is just, it is mind-boggling. This was supposed to be an uninterrupted run for Mongolia.
Uzbekistan has now cemented their position as the top dogs here. because they've done it in the qualifiers. There was not that much faith in them, right? People were like, the general idea was that they wouldn't be able to make it past Kazakhstan, right? They've made it through. Beyond that, they've only dropped one game against Vietnam, and now they've done it against the hounds of the group. They've done it against Mongolia, and they've done it in a 2-0 fashion, T-Time.
It's not just about the 2-0. It's about the two different tones that were set in Ancient and in Nuke. In Ancient, we have the tone of total domination, right? Fine, okay, that's their best map pick. On Nuke, on the other hand, you know what we get? We get answers. Mongolia fights back. It goes to a 9-6. It was not supposed to be a 9-6 in the first half. I'm telling you right now, with Uzbekistan having that much control, Mongolia was feeling good. You know what happened to the T side? They turned around on the pistol. After that, Icy starts to slow down. We talked about how Wetfire was almost at 30 kills. He was never at 30 kills throughout the entire game. It's Icy who then steps up because he was having a struggle. Senzu was taking him down a few times. It's when Yami taking him down. He changes up his play style. And from there on out, boom, boom, boom. Kills on kills. That's what Icy is.
And let's talk about the biggest speed bump that Uzbekistan ended up encountering, right? Those final couple of rounds, they were really having some troubles inching it over the edge. But there it was. Kanshine, who had been largely quiet throughout the game, he had 13 kills until the 30th round, or rather the 29th round. And then at that point, in the bottom bomb site, when all the stars have aligned for Mongolia, they are surely almost guaranteed to take it to map number 3. Kanshine goes supernova.
And this was not a performance from Mongolia where you can say, okay, their individuals didn't show up, man. Yami was there. Senzu's the only one absent. Kaz had his moments. Kaz had his clutches. Kaz had his numbers. Bartek had his moments. Nine had his bloody bomb site. Right, 9 was the unstoppable force. That's what we thought. And they had a few too many immovable objects on the T side. They wouldn't budge. They're happy to take on the challenge. They're happy to continue crushing through. Uzbekistan will now be facing off versus Indonesia in the winner bracket finals. I can't believe it. Because this is not a country that you would ever see represented on any international front anywhere else. It is only here that you are going to see them come through tested like this. They're never able to play in Europe on the ping that you wanted to see them in. They're never able to play the Middle Eastern qualifiers because they don't get great ping there either. They're not able to play with the Southeast Asian teams, with the East Asian teams, with the Middle Eastern teams. Uzbekistan is a landlocked island. That's what it is in Counter-Strike. And when you let them out, they are here to play. They are here to crush.
It's crazy that realistically speaking, the only local practice they would have would be against Kazakhstan, right? Yeah. Realistically. And yes, Kazakhstan has a lot of talents, but those talents have been bred through playing in Europe, being able to go all through all these qualifiers. All of these players, in the grand scheme of things, they don't have all that much experience.
Yeah.
But they've been able to do it. They've been able to do it against Mongolia, and they are looking like one of the most solid rosters right now in this tournament. And I want to take it back to what you said about that A bomb site being locked by 9, right? You know, that's what was one of the most impressive things to me personally. You talked about how previously Uzbekistan, when they were up against Yami, they didn't shy away from him. They went to him. They took the fight to him. And that's exactly what they also did against 9. They realized that, okay, he's got the A-bomb site under control, but they're creating distractions. They're making it difficult for him to consistently stay on the A-bomb site. And when he shifts around, that's where they bite him.
And listen, that might be true, sure. But I will say this, 9 was never truly beaten. 9 maintained his form consistently. There was never like a real chomp down. 9 doesn't exist anymore, right? He was still getting in. He's getting that 1 kill necessary. He's keeping utility away. He's getting information out over. So I don't want to make it seem like he wasn't getting his job done even then. It's just... It is truly 9 and Yami who were making them so relevant within that series, within that second half. Yami with the numbers and 9 with the control, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Uzbekistan will still be your victors right now.
They realize that at the end of the day, regardless of how great Yami might be, regardless of how great 9 might be on that defense, you don't beat the player, you beat the team. And that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've beaten the team. That's something for sure. And guess what, though? Mongolia going down to the lower bracket means Saudi's going to have a pretty
Oh my
Damn
God.
tough time. Saudi Arabia is going to have to go up against Mongolia now in that lower bracket. Vietnam will be going up against Palestine. These are going to be some incredibly difficult matchups for these teams. I can't lie to you, I don't feel jealous of them in the slightest.
Yeah, regardless of how you cut it, right, this lower bracket is also going to be absolutely action-packed, and even more so after Mongolia's addition. You know, this is the first time Mongolia have actually had to brush off their sleeves. They've had to get up and be like, okay, now we have to fight for our slot in this tournament. When has that happened before? That hasn't happened yet.
And might I remind you, Mongolia was having fun in the group stage against Indonesia. That's why they were stressed in. They weren't having fun here. They might have been laughing around in that first map. That second map was try hard, try hard, try hard. The sweat was dripping, but it doesn't matter if you're sweating. It only matters if you're killing over here. And I will say this, I think Saudi Arabia might be, they might be on the executioner's block right now when you're facing up against Mongolia in the lower bracket. I won't lie to you, I don't think Saudi's got what it takes to take down Mongolia.
Yeah, especially because this is a Mongolia that is going to be bolstered by their loss, right? Now they've got something to fight for. They're in the lower bracket. Their tournament life is on the line. And we know for a fact that they were struggling on Nuke. We've got a yardstick. They were completely flexing on Australia. They went 16-6, and they were completely dominating, smurfing practically. But here we are, they've been pressured. Uzbekistan have taken them down, not only on Nuke, but 2-0 in Ancient as well, Teton.
And Uzbekistan is now going to be going up against Indonesia in the winner bracket finals. And now we've also got to hear from them. Honestly, I want to see what they're thinking right now. They've beaten the best country for Counter-Strike in all of Asia. I hope that's sinking in for them at this stage. And I know we're going to have an interview with them very shortly, but I do also just want to give out a quick reminder to everyone. Uzbekistan might not be in these positions at LAN, otherwise it's all about IESF right now and it's all about their win. We're going to be hearing from them in just a second. Keep an eye out for this interview.
حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم من جديد اعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام. مثل ما شفنا المباراة الاسطورية والمواجهة الصعبة اللي كانت بين منتخب منغوليا ضد اوزبكستان وانتصر فيها منتخب اوزبكستان، ومعنا الاسطورة امير او وتفي قدر انه يفوز في هذه المواجهه. حابين نساله كيف شعوره بعد ما فاز في هذه المواجهه.
يعطيك العافيه وجيه and congratulations to Uzbekistan. So Amir, how do you feel winning this match?
Well, I'll repeat it. I feel proud of my teammates. That's it.
Amazing, of course. I mean, I've seen how all of you together, you go in together, you win together, and you move together. Congratulations. That was a beautiful sight. وطبعا وجيه اللي شفناه شيء صراحة شيء يعني حماسي.
أنا ما أقدر أقول أي شيء أخوي براء على المباراة الأسطورية، ومثل ما قال التعاون بين تيمهم وفريقهم. فطالما أنا جاب هذا الشيء من ناحية فريقهم، حاب أسألهم أن منتخب منغوليا من أقوى الفرق، وسمعنا أيضا كلام الجمهور كان منتخب صعب. كيف قدروا يفوزون 2-0؟ شلون؟
Right? So a lot of people have been saying that Mongolia is actually a strong team, but you went there winning 2 games in a row. So what do you think that happened? Did you have any advantage over them?
Well, as I said before, it depends on many factors, especially on communication. We were on fire today, so that's it.
I love that. They were on fire today, and even yesterday, and even for the matches to come, you guys had beautiful communication. So, anything you want to say back home to your family and friends, maybe even in your own language?
Так, спасибо Эльдару Зелень, Фраг, за его проделанную работу. Спасибо Ассоциации киберспорта Узбекистана, спасибо Федерации, Азизу Паттахову, спасибо нашему SEO Тимурака и за его проделанную работу, за то, что он верит в нас. И спасибо Tata Team.
Beautiful, Amir. Beautiful.
تبي أترجم لك وش قال؟
لك تقدر؟
لا تقول لي لأني ما أقدر.
And it seems we have some people from Uzbekistan right here cheering for the Uzbekistani team. That's beautiful to see your family even right here trying their best to bring you with that moral support all the way. فيا وجيه جاهزين حق اللي بعده؟
جاهزين للي بعده، ولكن حاب اقول الف مبروك لمنتخب اوزبكستان، صراحه قدموا مستوى اسطوري بهذه المواجهه، وهارد لك منتخب منغوليا. اكيد بتكون عندهم فرصه ثانيه، ولكن أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام خلونا ناخذ بريك بسيط مثل ما قال أخوي براء ونرجع لكم بالمباراة الأخيرة لهذا اليوم.
يعطيك العافية وجيه, and congratulations again to Uzbekistan. Can't wait to see you again for another match. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a break right here, and we'll be back with more hype happening here at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. A break, and we'll be back.
جميعا أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، ورجعنا لكم بالمباراة الأخيرة اللي هو المباراة الخامسة لهذا اليوم، وبنشوف صراحة مواجهات جدا قوية ومباراة مصيرية. هذه أهم كلمة لأنه بتكون عندنا فعلا مباراة مصيرية الآن.
You are absolutely right, وجيه يعطيك العافية. The last match of the day, this is it. Make it or break it, taking place right here at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship in Saudi Arabia at the beautiful Arabian Nights of Riyadh at the biggest esports and gaming festival, Gamers 8. It's happening. CSGO, let's go with that. فجاهز يا وجيه.
أكيد كلنا جاهزين أخوي براء.
Yalla عيال. Introducing the first team for this match. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Vietnam!
تحية قوية لمنتخب فيتنام. أعزائي المشاهدين، منتخب فيتنام ثاني مباراة لهم في هذا اليوم، وأكيد أنهم درسوا الوضع وشافوا تجهيزاتهم وانطلقوا معنا في هذه المباراة. ولكن أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، تحية قوية لمنتخب فلسطين.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the competitors happening right here in this match. Let's hear it for Palestine!
مشاهدينا الكرام، مباراة مصيرية ومباراة مرعبة في هذه المنافسة، لأننا في ربع نهائيات اللور براكت. الفايز معنا بيتوجه للنصف النهائي والخسران بنودعه من البطولة، فأتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. خلونا ننطلق لأخواني المعلقين عشان نبدأ فيها المباراة المصيرية.
Two amazing teams. Palestine's going again, Vietnam. But now, pretty much from amazing teams, we're going to pass it down to our amazing casters. Take it away.
Bara Waji, you keep making us blush. Thank you so much. And it's time to see what these amazing teams will be bringing to us on the server. I've got with me Valdedi. As always, I am T-Time. We're going to be bringing you all the action have been so far. And what an amount of action we've had today. It's already been upsets. It's already been some great players. It's already been some great plays. But now it's going to be a pretty bad goodbye.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Now these teams are playing to get knocked out of the tournament, right? To
stay
survive,
to stay in the tournament.
to survive in the tournament is what they're playing for. But, you know, this is a match that I've particularly really been looked forward to because, to be honest, Team Palestine has been a bit of a fan favorite, to be honest. They've got so much firepower. They had so much pizzazz. And a lot of people were really thinking that, okay, they're going to make it through, right? But they ended up making it through off of a tiebreaker scenario, which was kind of disappointing to see. They were one of the teams with the highest firepower, and unfortunately, not all the results to back it up.
Listen, man, Team Palestine might be a fan favorite, but you know who else was a fan favorite? Saudi Arabia. It doesn't matter when you're going up against the best. It's time to get pumping, and the best might be Vietnam on the server. Of course, we're going to be bringing up their lineup as well for you guys because this is a team with so much to talk about. Might have had some misses earlier on versus Indonesia, but you know who wasn't missing at any given point? It was Hatred.
Yeah, Hatred is a completely different species with how insane he is on the server, right? He's just been an absolute demon, and he was really the only point of negotiation this team often had against so many different teams, right? Time and time again, flirting with that 30 bomb, getting out there, and I think Vietnam, they have such an incredible player in Hatred, right?
But he is the heart of the team. I think there's no doubt about that. He does, however, have some arteries around him. He does have some other organs around him. They might not always be functioning to the fullest, but I think for sure the biggest ones for me would probably be High Rambo with him as well. Just had a pretty good few series, but let's also take a look at Palestine as well while we're at it, because I know this is a team that you have been particularly invested in. I know Osama's has been fantastic. Kasravi as well, also known as Nako. He's had his moments as well.
Yeah, I think every single player on this team has so much personality to them as well, right? And I'm saying in and out of the game, right? Unfortunately, that didn't really net them amazing wins throughout the tournament, but they've been able to scrape by. And this is where they have to try and prove to the audience, to the viewers, to the fans that, hey, that 1-3 result in the group stages, we had a bad day. That was a fluke, and that is not representative of this Palestinian team, because to be honest, they have some incredible talents individually, right? And unfortunately, one of the things that happened to Palestine is that they really started to feel some of the nerves. I was talking to some of the boys earlier, right? And they kind of felt like they had woken up on the wrong side of the bed.
Well, listen, you might have woken up the wrong side of the bed, but now you're walking up on the wrong side of the bracket. You're going against the best team from Group A. Vietnam was looking spectacular. Their only loss was a 16-14 versus Iran, an Iran team that honestly did nothing else throughout the rest of the group. So they were really struggling. It was just one big hurrah that they're able to get through. And I don't know if Vietnam's going to be letting go of another one like it. Palestine will have their work cut out for them, and hell, I think this veto might be cut out against them as well.
Yeah, well, that is still something we have to wait for as well. Now, there are a few things I want to point out about Palestine. They have honestly been incredible in terms of their aggression. They've had so many different things that have been going for them. Unfortunately, they've not been able to put all of them together and actually secure wins, right? But we do have the veto already. We're going to have that on your screen in just a second. So we've got Vertigo as the first pick. We've got Inferno as the second, and Mirage as the decider. Now, Vertigo, that's a bit of a toss-up. How many times have we seen either team really opt for that?
Well, actually, interestingly enough, Vietnam has been going for a pretty consistent second ban on Vertigo, so I'm really surprised that Palestine will pick it up, but I really like this. This is recognition from Palestine that they are underdogs, but they have a win condition. And guess what? The win condition doesn't just stick to Vertigo. It's also in Inferno. It's also in Mirage. These are both teams that Team Palestine, these are both maps that Team Palestine have had a very good time on, especially in their own officials outside of just this particular tournament. They have really succeeded there. And I think right now with the Vertigo edition, this actually gives them a real shot in this, just because we weren't going to see Anubis, we weren't going to see Nuke, so it was always going to have to be some of the brawly maps, especially when you also add in the fact that Vietnam does pick Inferno. This Vertigo, honestly, this could tilt the scales.
It could, but also then they have to go up against Vietnam on Inferno, right? Which is going to be a bit of a problem because, to be honest, Palestine haven't really had great results on Inferno. Yesterday, whenever they've gone into Inferno as well, they didn't have a good time whatsoever. Now, I will say this. I think this is one of those games that deserves to make it to that third map, right? It's going to get super brawly, and when it does get to that Mirage, I think we are going to see the best of both teams. And even stylistically, right, I really want to see what the interaction between both of these teams is going to be like, because Palestine, super aggressive team, willing to send out their players, letting them do their individual work, and sometimes their mid-aggressions, they look fantastic, right? And on the other hand, you've got Vietnam, who's a very collected, very composed, passive style of team that plays a little bit more reactionary. So I want to see how that interaction goes.
Well, I'm also going to have to take away from what you're talking about from Palestine, right? A little bit back to Vertigo, because as excited as I initially was, I'm thinking about it more. And the problem is going to be that there are three right-flank players who are very good at fighting in the mid-round for Vietnam, right? There's Hatred, that's the obvious one. But then we also saw that on Ancient in particular, High Rambo was having a very good time alongside Frost Lee. Both of these players together were getting some great aggression through, some really good crossfires going on, fantastic utility users, good counter-rush plays. That's pretty much everything you need for A-site players on Vertigo. And I don't know if they're playing the A-site, but if they're not, then Hatred is. And then, you know what, I think that kind of covers it regardless.
Yeah, now, one thing that was kind of a problem for Vietnam was the mobility on Hatred, right? The question is, are they going to be able to do that on Vertigo as well? Now, of course, there is a lot more...
I'm going to need you to expand on that mobility point a little bit more, because I think that's important.
Yeah, so... The thing about Hatred, right, is that even when they were going up against the previous team, they were kind of in a position where Hatred had to do a lot of the heavy lifting, right? He ended up having, what, 35 kills at the end of the game?
On Inferno, yes, and on Ancient versus Indonesia, he ended up around 28 or so, so yeah.
Yeah, so against Indonesia, he was having a fantastic game, but oftentimes, whatever he would leave, whatever extremity he wouldn't be able to cater to, that would fall apart, right? So that mobility on Hatred has to be everything. He needs to be able to move around the map. He needs to not be constrained by the team whatsoever. That fluidity is what needs to be at the pinnacle of his game.
True, but the thing with Vertigo is that it is literally the smallest CT-sided map in every single map there is. Just with how fast you can rotate from one area to the other, especially if Hatred is given connector duties or other secondary B duties, then he's going to be everywhere on this map. And at the same time, although I agree with you that the rest of the maps did seem weaker, I do push back on the idea that it was falling apart. Because Hirambo and Frostly were really having a good time. Talent, less so. Cage on Inferno was non-existent, but on Ancient, he did step up. So the question is, what version are we going to see? Because the other point that I have to bring up as well is that was versus Indonesia. Indonesia has some incredible players, some incredible teamwork, and they've got proven success. I cannot say the same about Palestine. Yes, players, sure, they've got some really great ones. But I don't know if I'm going to come out here and say, yeah, they've got proven success.
Yeah, and I don't really think they've shown that they're on the same caliber as Indonesia just yet, right? You know, they might be, but they've not shown it to us just yet. And Vietnam's reaction to Indonesia was on this sliding spectrum, right? If things are working out, if everybody's fragging, we can have Hatred be very constrained. If nothing's working out, then we have to let Hatred be loose.
And I think they might not need it to be loose over here. Because for me, for my money, I do think that Osama's in particular could actually pop off really hard. I won't lie to you. Is Jail Mud Smokers? Because I remember their old name.
Yes.
So Jail Mud as well is actually going to be a very big impact player with his AWP. Because I do think he's one of the few players who can actually outskill pretty clearly. On the other side of things, Cage was really struggling. Hatred is not a primary opper. Hatred does play op sometimes, but he's not a primary. I stand by that any day of the week. No matter how good he is, he doesn't play like a primary. So there is a real win condition, but it has to come through in Vertigo. I can't see it materializing on Inferno. And to be honest, with the way Vietnam did have 3 players activated towards the end of Ancient, I don't know if Vertigo is going to be it either.
Well, heading into the first map, Vertigo, Vietnam on the CT side, Palestine on the T. 4 sets of Kevlar on the CTs, Frostly on the defuse kit. 2 players that have prioritized the utility for the Ts. Getting ready to slowly poke around middle. They have their players grouping up.
They look like they want to go for a fast B pop through connector. If Frostly goes down, though, that does open things up to actually being able to go for the A-side play. The mid-split smoke is fantastic, and with 2 players playing in from CT spawn, the spam will not matter. Molotov through as well. Cage will be traded, but Talent actually from the back of CT is able to find one before Hatred is a trade. Monty to take him down, and the pop through will allow the bomb plant. Smoker and Nako keep it going. Kills appease Talent. Sure, he's good for 1, but Palestine will still come away with the round win on Vertigo. A well thought out pistol round execution.
Yeah, that was great. They actually had quite a bit of thought going into it, right? With the mid pop, and honestly, just a lot of them hitting their shots very cleanly as well. Good start for them. Palestine, of course, we know for a fact that they've struggled in the groups. They barely scraped by. So now they've got everything to prove. Of course, they have already qualified Romania, but there's still a lot of money on the line.
Money and seeding, both very important. Rambo. Oh, Yabi's gone. That's a really crucial kill as well. He's able to fade away after his ultimate. Now the weapon can't be retrieved, but Palestine are quite split up and their bomb is down.
One trade. AK recovered once again. And Vietnam, I mean, they're actually in a really good position in this particular round. With 45 seconds remaining, the fact that they've got a scout, there's an MP9 thrown in the mix as well, there's a couple Deagles. It's going to be hard for them to breach on any bomb site now. They will be directing their efforts towards B, where Talent is wielding the almighty MP9.
Time's ticking down. And so is Talent. Almighty MP9 it might be, but it doesn't actually get to fire off any shots. Monty wants to take it all into his own hands. Frostly on the fadeaway is actually caught out. Trying to take a slightly more defensive angle. Otherwise it could have been a brick kill. Vietnam not able to take away the pistol round advantage just quite yet, but with 5 seconds of bomb being planted, there is a temptation to try and rush through the smoke, however one that will not be exceeded to Cage. Looked like the lineup was there.
I like the fact that he tries to play off of the one-way smoke, just allows them to try and push into his crosshairs, just accidentally cross over, but doesn't end up working out. The shots simply don't connect. Palestine, good stuff. It does get a little messy though, to be honest, which is sparking some doubt within me.
It doesn't matter, however. Whenever you're getting messy against a force spy, as long as you're able to take advantage of the fact that there are pistols in front of you afterwards, it really doesn't matter. And they've gone for 3 MAC-10s, which is very reassuring. You just need to let them take charge, and indeed they do. And in fact, they take so much charge that they also kill their teammates. Monty, sorry buddy, there's only room for 2 farmers. And unfortunately, now only the 1. I mean, if Talent can get this over to High Rambo, there is money to be made and punishment to be had for the T-side's economy. This is now getting quite worrying. Kasrabi dying out there to High Rambo is going to end up with now Yabi potentially also falling with the spam through the smoke. If even 1 bullet connected, he's only on 36 HP. There shouldn't be having too much of a hard time tracing him down of a head. Good for the 1, sure, but will still fall. And Frostly has now made his way over to the bomb, so he can always threaten if nothing else. This is a great round for the CTs. This is way too much given up. They even get a kill with a MAC-10.
Yeah, they had no investment going into it, right? And with all that damage, with the MAC-10 kill as well, they should be able to buy up very comfortably. I mean, of course, they would have been able to anyway, but just the extra couple of pieces of utility can make a big difference. Palestine, though, at the very least, they've allowed themselves that 3-round margin, that early buffer.
I think, no, never mind. We're not going to be smoke glitched. It's okay. For a second, the good old alt problem might be popping up.
Rambo looking for anything around the smoke.
Nice Molotov, the damage as well. He doesn't really stay his course and stay his crosshair, otherwise that could have almost definitely been a kill. But even so, this is really important to dismantle any sort of Palestine aggression that could come through.
Yeah, this early threat towards ramp has dissuaded them from pushing very early on. A minute on the clock, and there's basically no information available for Palestine. But the problem is, there's also not a whole lot of utility available on the CTs. They've only got a couple of Molotovs, which can very easily be baited out. But Palestine do need to start making a move soon. It's first spot one. There it is. Our Rambo fall.
Hey, you need to crouch down. You can't be trying to take a peek from over up ahead when you know there's an op on the other side and you've heard a scope. Very excusable mistake, but it's a mistake that doesn't necessarily mean Palestine have a win condition yet. An isolated dual win, yes, but this is a big one. Kasrabi finding talent is huge. It means there's only hatred on the B-bomb side, and it might be the player you want to see, but I don't know if he's the player who can deliver over here versus 5 players making their way over. Hatred traded out immediately. Yabi to take him down.
Looking to continue their winning ways, looking to continue to keep it clean. Frostly and Cage, they are completely locked out of it. And I think since their first win, Palestine have not had a streak of rounds like this. It's been all downhill in the 3 games that they've played, beyond the game that I believe they won against Pakistan.
Listen, Palestine, all I'm going to say is this. If you just beat Pakistan to come through and get 2-0 in your first match, I would have been really disappointed about the playoffs. So I'm glad that they're coming through. They're already starting to pop off a little bit. Our loss was not in vain. We died for a cause.
Context for the viewers, we're both Pakistani.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, fair enough. I thought listen, if you can't tell by the voice, then I don't blame you, to be honest. Well,
getting ready for a B-pop now. Gabby will be the first one to go. He's the man that has always taken charge in the entries. He's the man that was feeling nerves before, but this time the nerves will not overrule Gabby with a double kill. Goes for the molly as well, avoiding bullets. Eventually meets death, but he's already opened things up. B-site for the taking, but it is still a 3v3 retake tea time.
This Vertigo pick is really giving them so many dividends. I don't know if they can actually make their way back onto the bomb site from Vietnam. Smoka is trying to cover it off, but he will be traded out. KJ and High Rambo both to find the kills necessary. Osama's is the only one left. There is a spam attempt that is very possible, but with the player up on the super box, it will be Vietnam to just run away with it. Cage even getting the frag in the end. Vietnam finally on the board. I like the fact that Yabi and company actually are able to get that Molotov out onto Hatred. They're forced to commit 2 of those because the first one is missed, and I think that could have actually been the reason why Yabi had to commit so hard in trying to close the distance to Generator, because they didn't have another Molotov to just Molotov behind it.
It doesn't convert into a round, but Yabi, her respectable entries regardless, and that's still quite a bit of damage being done by the T's, even if they do end up losing the round. So at the very least, they're going to be keeping Vietnam on thin ice, even if they do get a round.
Speaking of thin ice, Hatred's not quite been able to put up the numbers that we were hoping for, and now he is out on the AWP.
I want to see where he plays this, though.
He's been playing B-side anchor. I don't think he's going to change that up. Would be very surprised.
Okay, so just to allow them to have more of their numbers dedicated towards middle and A, and that makes sense.
It's the same strategy as what they were trying to go for in Ancient as well. Rambo, it's a very important frag initially. Yabi, like you mentioned, was very influential earlier on with the entries.
The problem is, right, Yabi is an excellent entry fragger, but then he can also suffer the issue of overextending when he starts to feel himself, right? He gets a couple kills. I mean, obviously that previous round, as you mentioned rightly, that because of the Molotov situation, it wasn't really an overextension, rather a compensation. But for Yabi, overextension has been a problem before.
Something to keep an eye out as the game goes on right now. Obviously, it's just High Rambo to dunk down on him. Time's running down low, and Hatred hasn't actually been forced to give up his position at all. I'm surprised Frostley is rotating over here and trying to reinforce it back to B rather than from CT spawn and keeping an eye out more so on middle. But they forfeited A to do that from the A site players in the meanwhile. So very interesting way to actually run this from Vietnam. They're playing retake on A in case it's been a ramp creep, and they're relying on the sound cues from middle now that are being given plenty of, in all fairness. To try and commit, but there's 20 seconds left, and Palestine needs to go in.
Yeah, this is going to have to be very sloppy. Talent, 2, 3, could have been 3 kills, but Frostley chimes in for the battle as well. Very clean round for Vietnam. Palestine starting to struggle a little bit, and so is their economy.
Every time Palestine has been forced to default, they've had issues. It's been the executes where they're actually getting great entry pathways and finding kills through that.
This has actually been a very consistent theme from them on other maps as well, because on Inferno, for example, they're always going to contest for those early entries. It's also a theme that they have on Overpass, where they're always either trying to contest that early short water fight, or they end up losing the round because they're not comfortable in a slower default.
It's an issue a lot of teams will have, and Vietnam's experience is coming through. Ah, they missed the boost.
Oh, yeah, there's the audio.
KJ knows, and Talent. Oh, it's actually the one who gets every kill. Never mind, Cage. He's a distraction. Talent's just the ace. Wow.
Is that Cage's first 5 kills and they're just an ace?
It's called making an
sorry.
entrance. Look it up.
Sorry, the kills were from Talent, my bad.
Yeah. So my entrance joke doesn't count anymore.
Yeah.
Oh man, High Rambo has been a menace. He's been so good, and Cage now as well, right next to him. Through the smoke, they've already taken down 3 from Palestine. And this was the issue that I was worried about, that High Rambo and Frostley are going to be too damn good if they're playing on the same side. Now, Frostley obviously not here, but High Rambo is going to keep it going. Osama's the only one to find a frag, and even that is in exchange for 91 points of health.
Yeah, be able to get away with much. Okay. 9 points of health. The AWP tucked in the back pocket. I mean, you can't really run away with it, to be honest, because there's still a minute on the clock, and they've got all the time in the world to hunt for him.
And money.
Mm-hmm.
Have to be careful not to let that minute devolve into the most ridiculous ace clutch we would have had across most of IESF history, in fact, not just this tournament.
The problem is, right, he's not even contesting the bomb whatsoever, so...
Yeah, that's why it would have been ridiculous.
Yeah. 4-4 now.
Likely 5 soon.
Beyond that initial push from Palestine, it's been an all-Vietnam show. And of course, because they do get completely battered here in this round, it also means that their money has fallen apart.
I would love to see a timeout.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, I think this is a great spot for a timeout just to regain some composure, because keep in mind, they are also, part of this map, right, is that they're trying to catch Vietnam off guard, and then if they can't do that on map number 1, I think the situation is going to be a lot more dire on that second map, where I have a little bit more faith in Vietnam, especially because Inferno was a problem area for Palestine before.
What I have to wonder is whether Palestine are recognizing what their win condition has been so far, and where their losses have been coming in from. Their win condition has been taking advantage of the fact that there's only been one player constant at the B-bomb side as an actor. Hatred, mollied out, flashed out, all of the good stuff, and you're good to go. Contesting High Rambo through the smoke continually is what has given them nothing but death. So I'd love to see maybe a bit more of an execute focus, maybe even some fakes thrown into it all. See if you can force out rotations, because so far it's felt like Vietnam's never even needed to rotate. Even in the rounds they're losing, to be honest. They do have the players in the right place first.
Just going to be a raw attempt at making these pistols work straight through the molly. Yabby's at least able to get a consolation prize, but I think most of his team is just going to be mowed down. Smoker Tally's brought up by 1, but Osama's again in a fickle spot, actually in a 1v2. So if he can get that second kill, maybe we can narrow it down to just a 1v1. There it is, nearly gets it, but walks into the crosshairs of Cage's AK.
Vietnam, fortunately for them, they are still in a great economical position where that loss of 4 players doesn't impact them too greatly. But even so, High Rambo will at least be brought down to 700. Regardless, I don't think that the economy should be a major factor for the CTs for a while. Palestine will have to do a lot more, maybe win 2 in a row for that consideration to come through, and 2 where there aren't many saves happening. One of the points that we talked about in Hatred and the mobility that he could possibly have is not even been needed. Talent on 13 and 6 is just completely making up for his earlier performance.
Oh yeah, this is a completely different talent, right? Now granted, some of those kills have been in situations like eco rounds, but keeping things clean, making sure that you're not losing money, that's very important when you're on the CT side, and that is reflected in their current economic situation. You're going 5 and 4 in the grand scheme of things, but you've got $8,000 on 2 players. That is super important. Ready for a B-pop now, potentially. There's still a smoke in between them and the objective. Flames about to pop. Monty being the flag bearer on this push. Frostly won't be the first point of contact. It'll actually be Hatred, who's got his barrel pointed in that direction. The Molly should stop them for a little bit longer and will allow them to try to go for fights. Monty, though, great opening, and he's looking for a little bit more, and they're trying to have more control on the B side before those numbers are actually dialed in. Osama's with a second. And I think Vietnam, they thought for a second that they could have been locked out, but Cage coming in from behind completely annihilates 3, switching over to the Deagle, but this is still a doable spot. Great shot from Hatred, and now Osama's, he's got to shoulder the responsibility of keeping them off this bomb. Flicks over, and a 2K to save Palestine.
Osama's has been the constant fragger for this side. Now 12 and 7. He has made so many of these late round situations look doable. Fantastic stuff from him here as well. But that round is all Cage, and there's no denying it. The triple for the flank on the M4 is huge. The fact that Vietnam even had a chance in that is a little bit surprising to me in the first place, but you can also see the adjustment that Hatred is making, that he is willing to play slightly further back and less committed to that B bomb site when he realizes that it's likely going to be an execute coming through, and now he's going to have to do the same. Good for the first kill, flashed off, backs off, re-peeks, but the flashbang is good, well timed, and Molotov as well to force him away. Util is all over the shop, but can he still come through and sell them some shots?
Oh, they've got so much control. Hatred was at least able to take one off the server before he fell back. Hatred, a second. Starting to creep up onto the bomb site now. There's a second player that will be joining them from Vector very soon as well, trying to creep out from the corner. Smoker is waiting on the angle. The boost to try and get them off, but Osama's is too keen. He is too aware, spams it away, but so much time has ticked down. This is looking next to impossible. Some signs of desperation as they start to push through. Osama's, again, on bomb defense duties. Well, this time he's got Khosravi as well on the case. Quick tap from High Rambo, nearly headshots. And that is sloppy.
That looked like he had it.
Yeah.
Regardless, we don't have the defuse, so great job from Palestine. And again, like I said before, they are recognizing their win condition much more effectively. The fact that Hatred is so solitary on the bomb side, he's still getting impact. Don't get me wrong. He's keeping himself alive. He's getting that one kill that you need normally for a retake. But Palestine with so much side control is doing a fantastic job. Up to 6 now, and where Vietnam was given some wind in their sails, it has been quickly ripped apart. And I even wanted to say I like this adjustment to try and pressure out the A bomb site when the economy should be weak, but the fact is that you've already lost a player. Won't be too many though, just the one.
It's really unfortunate. You know, as an entry fragger, Yabi, when he's popping off, he's completely changing the outcome of the game. But if he's getting shut down very early on, the fact that Palestine often send him out without really much refrag potential, it kind of becomes make or break for him to get the entries. To be honest, heading into this, heading into lab, I had a lot higher hopes for Palestine in terms of how much they'd be able to dominate, because bear in mind, some context for the viewers, while they were playing in the qualifiers, their 5th player was playing from the US, so their dedicated op wasn't even their smokers. He was on like 200 something ping, so they would just pass the AWP around hoping that somebody would be able to get something done. Now, of course, oftentimes that would be in the hands of Osama's, who is now fully being able to dedicate his riflery to the team, so that's also helping quite a bit. But Khosravi hasn't quite been able to have that impact. Or sorry, Smoker.
See, what you're forgetting is, this is Asia. Everyone plays in a hunt. Yabi is gone. High Rambo's never failed to get at least one every time they've come over to this A-bomb site. Impeccable performances. Despite the lower economy buy. Quick trade out for Khosravi as well. Talent to be the one to take him down. A slightly earlier swing might have saved his teammate as well. But the AK is being safeguarded, and Talent will make no attempts at trying to retrieve it. Palestine is stuck. They're not quite sure where to go to. They're hoping for mistakes from the CT side because they know that the economy is incredibly poor for Vietnam. But regardless of that, Vietnam is letting Palestine be the ones to make the mistakes. They've got really good positions, really good. When you're looking at Hatred as well, who is ready and waiting for a quick flank if the commitment comes through. That was the last Molotov. So there should be at least one free kill for Frostley. Would be surprised if he goes unchecked, but there's a lot of timings for him to try and work off of. But with Hatred's demise, they know that the B-bomb set is empty.
Talon will be the first point of contact when they do decide to push through. Well, now, Smoker though, quick to shut him down. Not going to be an issue whatsoever. And of course, Frostley completely irrelevant here because he's too far to do anything about it. And even if he could, that AK is worth its weight in gold in the next round. Pretty solid stuff from Palestine on the T side, to be honest. Have been a couple of moments where they look shaky, and honestly, I would want them to rethink their entry strategy. I'm not really a big fan of how Yabi is kind of sent out solo most of the time, and I understand, right? Sometimes on Inferno, it makes sense if you're trying to get early control of Banana, if you're sort of letting somebody to do their solo business over towards apartments, but on a map like Vertigo, I think without refrag potential, it's just so suffocating for the entry.
I think refrag potential is generally there, though, for the T side. It's just that High Rambo and company have been doing such a good job on the A side of things that over there it feels suffocating. On B, a lot less so. The flashes, they're great. Hatred immediately forced to hightail it out of there. Triple Molotov, the full execute instantly. And you can see Vietnam's ready to rotate in. But is it too early for rotation being called? And with Smoker finding the kill on Hatred, the backpack was visible. It looked like Hatred had the advantage.
Got in the opening frag now. They've also got to watch out for the players moving in from behind. Smoker is the only one that has been doing damage this particular round. Second kill for him. And it is still a 2 versus 3. So Kasaravi and Smoker, they've got a chance still. Minute on the clock, so they've got plenty of time to toy around with their opponent. Smoker dipping a third time. That flash is good. That allows Cage to do so much damage, but getting greedy to toss that Molotov puts them in a 2v2 spot. Unfortunately, the HP simply isn't there, and Smoker is now in a 1-on-2 with an AWP. And with that bomb being dropped, High Rambo surely wants to join his teammate.
Good flashbang to try and give a bit more space over, move back to the super box. They're not going to be expecting it. Talent is able to get away with a quick one. 6 for Vietnam on the board. Palestine, this B-bomb side aggression finally countered out. Vietnam, all they needed was a fast rotation with Hatred taking the slightly more aggressive angle initially to give them more space to rotate. Hatred didn't even get a kill in this round. It's one of the few where he hasn't when Palestine is going for the B-side hit.
I really like this different version of Vietnam where they're able to frag out even when Hatred isn't really firing on all cylinders. And if you can have his contribution as well later in the game, then this is going to be a very difficult team to get past. Now, of course, he's already had 2 lights out performances, so for him to be able to consistently replicate that time and time again, that is a little bit unrealistic. But heading into the last round, both teams fully locked and loaded. The only 2 players kind of getting the short end of the stick are Monty and Frostley.
Well, I mean, Yabi is 5-13 as well, so.
Oh no, I was talking about the weaponry.
Ah, okay. Thought you meant the kills. Bomb has been left behind by Palestine, so they're not going to be going for any sort of fast-paced play. Rambo has actually been left all alone. And you can see the shifting dynamic that this sort of represents, where initially we saw Hatred being left very, very alone. High Rambo now is being given that same responsibility. And you can see why. He's been constant in his single kills on ramp. But maybe this is too much to ask for. Talent making his way over. Will not be nearby for a refrag, so all he can do is hold for a flashbang. And what a flashbang that was, unfortunately for Hirambo. There's too many members in front of him, so he can't pull together for a multi. That molly goes way off.
Yeah, they're going to want to press the issue. Cage gets a kill on Osama's now. Creeping up ramp, Talent will be the first one to contend with. He's getting a little closer. Here's the autograph from the nade. Smoker gets his head. Who's next on the chopping block as they start to push onto the A-bomb site?
Hatred with the AWE will not be the best, but he's got the no-scope. Cage as well makes his way over. Monty is down. Palestine will concede the last round. Vietnam keep it neck to neck. What a shot from Hatred.
Are you kidding me? That is through the smoke. A no-scope. He sees a sliver of the character model, and he's gotten it done. Hotly contested game, and this is something we were talking about as well in the break, right? This lower bracket, Vietnam and Palestine, this would be a very close game. Now, I can't say the same about the other game. I think Mongolia are very heavily favored against Saudi Arabia.
I think that game might also already be over, to be honest. I'll try and check in with the admins, but yeah.
Straight towards ramp and the pistol round. Vietnam want to get it done with brute force. Yabby, though, opening kill is great. He was stuck on 5 kills for a little while, but now he's gotten 2. Smoker, part of the fray as well, and they're just getting kind of picked apart one by one. Talent and Cage do finally get a peep out of them, and Talent fighting back could have actually been a problem. Yabby with his third, and this is where you start to realize that the impact of those kills was a lot more. Great shot from Cage, and he can actually make it a 1v1, but Khosravi says no.
Really important for Palestine to actually get that back, because one of the things I was worried about was with the switching side. I think Hatred's lack of performance is very heavily because of the fact that he was being targeted, but also because he was being put on a stationary op on the B-bomb side to play as a solitary anchor, right? You give him an AK now, you give him some more flexibility, but most importantly, you give him a few kills in these anti-eco rounds that you get if you win the pistol. I doubt that it will be the same player. So Palestine have done a really good job in making sure that they will maintain. Talent, however, is maintaining form despite the sides being switched. He's found another frag up to 20. Okay, this could have been that moment for you. Oh, it is! Smoker is gone. It's a 5-on-3. A weapon recovered. And a B-bomb site for Palestine that has seen aggression and might now see desperation. Monty is wondering whether he should be pushing all the way through. Khosravi revealed his position. He clicked his mouse. They know where he is with the FAMAS. And they're now trying to isolate. Because of that, Khosravi is forced to back off. The MP9 and smoke have been recovered. There's a minute left. You have now a smoke and 2 weapons. And the B-bomb site. Ay, ay, ay. It's going to be empty when you're going in through middle.
Khosravi has kept them under check. Pistol out as well. Things got a little dire, to be honest, but Talent, I think he still wants to make them more difficult. Bomb has been planted, M4 recovered. And where this could have been the shutdown, that hasn't happened just yet. Palestine still have to fight for this. These USPs are looking so damn deadly, but Monty turning up with the MP9. Doesn't realize where that final player is. That's the position being given up, and Monty is able to scrape it by, but man, that got so damn dicey.
Nako, the fact that he's able to get so many kills over there is huge. He's the one who delivers this round to them. The smoke is down. They peek out just a sliver of a second too early, and what Nako made his mistake earlier on, Nako, Khosravi, whatever you want to call him, Khosravi, where he makes his mistake earlier on, he, for shooting the FAMAS, he completely makes up for it. Now, that doesn't mean that Palestine won't be feeling the economic burden of that round. It's going to be massive. If you lose here, you've lost all of your momentum, all of your cash. But even then, This lead is looking promising already.
This round matters a lot for both teams. Smoker, that AWP we were talking about, quickly becoming relevant very early on in the round. You can see that Palestine are kind of switching things up. You know, we've expected a lot of aggression from them. But as soon as they've gotten a kill, they're quite okay with receding into the comfort of bomb sites. Peek on middle, Cage had a very tiny opportunity that unfortunately wasn't able to capitalize on, but it's the nature of shoulder peaks. Osama's advantage further strengthened.
That is a very strange thing from Vietnam, actually, but we'll talk about that later on as Hatred is now also taken down. Bomb's going to be very lonely on the B-bomb site, and now it is down without anyone to carry it. Listen, Frosty is dead. I can talk about what I want to. They're setting up for a boost on the B-bomb site while Cage is getting onto B-cons and actually peeking inwards. What is going on here? Those are two completely different pacing decisions. One is a faster paced play that is looking to capitalize on chaos. The other is a slow pick-based approach.
And this is where you can tell that Vietnam, they don't really have a central strategy to go for. You kind of have just have groups of players that are trying to get some individual work done on either bomb site. Now, unfortunately, that hasn't been working.
And obviously, we've got to remind the people, this is obviously a map that Vietnam likes the second bat. Sravi, flashbang is great, but the problem is I think Yavi was blinded out by it as well, so now he has to do it all on his own. Peek back out over. Vietnam recover the M4. I don't know how much that will matter. Palestine in the meanwhile has actually taken away all of their players for the B-bomb set. Khosravi continues to fight. Cage will fall. There's only one player on this B-bomb set, that is Monty. And Palestine will soon remedy it. Monty's got full utility as well.
Hopping into the B-bomb site now. Monty, quick flash could be good. It does blind them and buy him a little bit of time. But Hatred, he's being such a pest. Bring out the fumigators, because this menace needs to be dealt with. Oh man, with the Tech 9 too. He is so damn good. An ace to close it out.
Now Hatred is obviously one of the players that we talked about not showing up the same way initially, and if Vietnam doesn't have a plan, Talent has been fragging out, sure, initially, but remember, he was on 21 kills at, what, about 17, 16 rounds or so? Not been having quite the same performance afterwards. If Hatred can now start to step in, maybe a bit more performance from Frosty as well, Vietnam still have a chance, but even so, Palestine's big problem is not any man, it is the dollar bill, or the lack thereof.
It's good, catch somebody off guard. Smoker's just waiting for anything to come his way. Oh, there's the head.
I think he might have been spotted out though. The jump up. Yeah. Oh, yep, he was seen. Triple boost is breaking apart. Talent will fall regardless.
Yeah, that was enough of a distraction for a teammate to peek out though. Hatred, quick double. And Cage, he's feeling a little confused in between the angles, but they are able to quickly recover. Yeah, with the Glock too. That is insult to injury. Nako though, he's got in two, and he could be on for the third as well. Misses the spray and Frostly denies. That could have been a 1v3 right there, but Vietnam, they hold on.
I mean, with the form that Frostly has had, that should have been a 1v3, but he is once again back in it. A few very crucial kills. And Vietnam will continue to progress forward, and Smoker will continue to be without an AWP. I don't think that matters all too much. A lot of the firepower has been coming through the rifles. Kasravi and Osama's in particular have been doing a great job. Both teams do have a player who's lagging behind a little bit, Yabi and Frosty respectively. Look at this, Hatred is actually gone, and he's looking for the one-on-one duel over towards the B bomb site. If he can find Monty, that just completely unravels the plans of Palestine. But Monty's playing this really well, he's playing super defensively. Out towards the back of B.
Slow creep up into Ram. Talent will be the first player looking for fights, looking for scuffles. There's an audio cue there for anybody lurking by.
And there's another one.
Alley player readied up. It's starting to become a little bit apparent now to the CT side that their eventual destination is going to be this ramp. 40 seconds remaining now on the clock, and the T's do have the pressure to start making moves. Smokers ready to avoid flashbangs. Nako trained on the angle as well. Talent creeps out. The alley player has yet to be taken care of, and the CTs, they're in good positions, but this is where they need to start winning fights. Rambo catches Yabi, and they still need to get on the site. They still need to get this bomb down. A lot of time is being wasted by the T's, and now they're going to start to feel the force of Osama's. There it is, a kill. Kasravi gets one, and Osama's will be the closer.
Cage not going for the full swing there actually cost him so much, because Yabi getting the single kill isn't the biggest problem. But the fact that Yabi doesn't die when Cage has the opportunity to put him down, then pushes through a Molotov, has made so much noise, taken so much space, that the players in ramp now have to contend with him. They can't actually scale up during the smokes. Those smokes quickly dissipate, and that's where Osama and Kasravi are there, ready and waiting. Small margins. That's what these rounds are coming down to.
Palestine, they've got a theory in mind heading into this map, right? They picked out Vertigo to make Vietnam struggle.
It's worked. So far, at the very least.
But the problem is, right, they're always walking that economic tightrope. Vietnam can always start to snowball rounds together. Now, the good thing for Palestine is the fact that Vietnam, they themselves have had really a lot of financial troubles here. Minute on the clock, not a single kill being secured by either squad. Lots of utility still available for the CTs. So actually cracking into a bomb site will be even harder. Actually putting the bomb down will be a nightmare. Now the T is starting to make some moves happen. The first Molotov chuck through that they try to rush forward through. Yabi gets one, peeks out from alley, and is still being such a pest. Chasing one down with the USB, but he's missed quite a few shots. Fortunately for him, though, it's just higher ammo remaining, and he's got 3 soldiers ready to take care of him. 13-9, Palestine closing in.
Palestine's coordinations with their lurking player over towards the B bomb site is really something that is suspect right now. Initially it was Hatred who was left to try and go for exploration, but he's playing the super passive angle, I think underneath underneath the boost up from shelf next to the generator near the stairs. Now Cage goes and takes the contest, and he's actually able to rotate 3 players over despite his death. However, Vietnam just doesn't commit to the A bomb site either. The lurkers are looking like they're going out without really much of a purpose and much connection to the rest of their team.
Not much money behind this buy from Vietnam.
I'm surprised they've invested so far into it.
Yeah, Hatred went wild with the Tech 9 earlier, right? But you cannot keep replicating that. Frostly, good shot with the Deagle, but they're going to need a lot more of that. Yabi has finally started turning up. 2 kills for the man, and Monty picks up the leftovers. And I like this from Yabi. He had this In the first half, I believe he only had like, what, 4 or 5 kills, but there's been a resurgence. He's had quite a bit of impact. He had those pistol kills as well that were able to get Palestine over over that pistol round.
(14-9) so far. The vertigo plan is working out for them. Again, I do appreciate the pick. I appreciate the fact that they recognize the weakness of their enemy team, and Vietnam does look very much lost from this T side. Yabi as well as recognizing his limitations and playing this very passively in the initial stage of things.
And he's done that very successfully because he also recognizes that Vietnam isn't the type of team to try to go for early aggression. Yes, they're going to creep up ramp very early, but the actual commitment to the A bomb site, that's quite late. And it's never really worked out in Vietnam's favor because the CTs are able to save so much damn utility before the execute finally starts to come in. Now, Vietnam want to switch up the pace.
And they're going into the A-bomb site. High Rambo is able to find Yabi. Finally takes him down. Cage as well. Punishes the boost. Usamas is down while the smokes are still there. The bomb is planted. And they're trying to aggress overhead. But it's an overextension from Talon. Cage hiding away behind the beams. Has to be oh so careful. There is nowhere to maneuver. And Palestine, at this point, they also have to ask themselves, do you just want to save? You might be able to take this kill, but even then, the bomb is ticking down so low. Nako will find Cage, and that does spur them on, but that might be a trap that you're walking right into. How do you get this defuse? There is no world where I can see this happening. The smoke doesn't even really help them. High Rambo with the Glock as well, keeps it going. Frosty even kills his teammate, but it will not matter. Vietnam collect the 10th. They will prevent Palestine from getting to map point.
More than that, they've also completely destroyed the money for Palestine, right? So now they're in an awkward spot. Ramonti and Smoker, yes, they've got some money, but to coordinate buys, they've got to be conservative with what they've bought. 11 rounds should almost be guaranteed for Vietnam unless they fumble the bag. And it might just be 2 rounds away from the finish line, but this is still looking oh so far.
Oh, this is so much faster from High Rambo as well. In the meanwhile, of course, there's not much of a buy on the Palestinian side, but the fact that the Deagles are really a big investment. You're on $1,400, rather $1,900 loss bonus. You don't want that Deagle, and Monty can drop an op to Smoker rather very comfortably. Now he can still do it, but would have to sacrifice an armor or utility. Comfortable enough anti-eco finish up over here from Vietnam. They keep 4 players alive as well, and that is not something insignificant. They don't want to be in a position where they lose that one last round of leeway that they have, and it turns into something even worse. 11 for Vietnam. I'm curious about what kind of a buy Palestine is going to be able to pull together. If Smoker goes for the AWP plus Kevlar, I would be a little bit surprised. He hasn't had as much success as I would like from him to go for that, and indeed he does. But in doing so, they sacrifice having a bit of extra utility, which would have gone a long way. And like you pointed out, that utility has been important in these A-site retakes. What is this?
This is a very important gun round here for the CT side. Palestine need to get something done here. High Rambo creeping right in. This is about as fast as the pace can possibly get. Monty preemptively trying to avoid the flashbangs, but this is going to be chaotic. There it is. First kill, spray down. Third from Osama's as well. And they have completely dismantled this T-side presence. Not a singular kill being secured by the orange side. Talent still trying to claw something out, but Palestine have marched their way to a round 15.
This was a round that Vietnam felt like they had perfectly planned out. They were going for a fast spawn-based B pop through. Just get this smokes out early on, just get there as fast as you can. But the problem is that small map rotations, Palestine doesn't even need them. That's a mowdown. Osama is now up to 29 kills. And Vietnam's speed might be in their mind, but the utility isn't landing. High Rambo is down, Smoker, and that AWP to be the one to take him apart.
Gabby trying to use it as a bit of a one-way smoke. The flash to preemptively try and get him out of that position. Gabby slowly creeping forward. Molotov doesn't work. Both teams missing utility. Cage has his back turned, which Gabby will capitalize on, and surely Vietnam start to fall here. They still have 3 players alive. It has to be a clutch. It has to be the 3v5 for them to fight back, but they're being picked off. They're being picked off one by one. Talent, response is there, but so is the refrag. And the final player remaining, Hatred, he's done so damn much for Vietnam, but he cannot topple Palestine.
And I think it's clear that that map veto has done wonders for Palestine. This was something that Vietnam was not ready for, and you can see the jubilation on their faces. Palestine is looking very happy right now, and for good reason. They're finally able to get out a convincing victory against someone who isn't Pakistan, and you know what? They absolutely deserve it. It's some great plays coming out. It's some great recognition of what was going wrong initially as well. Even when Vietnam starts to pick up rounds, they turn it around. They start to target that B-bomb site. That is just honestly a really good map coming out from Palestine.
Yeah, and you have to recognize that this is the second ever map win for them in this LAN tournament, right? So this is huge for them.
Yeah.
They've finally done it. They've started to get some of their composure. And you know, they're now starting to make a bigger argument for the idea that, okay, we just had a couple of bad days. We just had a bad start on LAN, but we deserve this opportunity, and we're going to fight it out from the lower bracket.
And listen, it's not going to be easy for them to even close it out over here. Obviously, there's
Yeah.
still a long way to go, but we have to celebrate what they're able to actually accomplish over here. And for me, that is predominantly good adjustments. That's predominantly good recognition of weaknesses in maps. And those two things are just everything over here. Palestine can have their heads held up high. Whoever made the decision to be picking Vertigo, whoever made the calls recognizing Hatred's loneliness on the B-bomb site, these guys should be having a massive pat on the back right now. Those were the two big win conditions. They recognize it, and they just dominate.
Now, of course, as much as we would love to praise Palestine, right, there are also still a couple of issues that need ironing out, right? It's not all perfect. There are some issues with how they've been setting up the refrags for Yabi. And yes, I kind of get the philosophy behind it, right? They're often sending out Yabi on these solo adventures, but so many times that is putting them in positions where they're basically starting around 4v5. And when you realize that your teammates are getting suffocated, you need to switch up the cogs a little bit. Now, granted, that wasn't enough of a weakness to topple them right now, but this next map is going to be much harder because it's not going to be favored like it was on Vertigo.
And as far as Vietnam is concerned, Vertigo was just a mess for them, right? High Rambo seemed like he was the only person who really knew what was going on in terms of his role definition. Beyond that, the fact that they're using Hatred as a lonely B-side player who never rotates away on CT side until it's the last possible person, this isn't ancient. The philosophy of just keeping one player there to anchor and hoping that numbers can overwhelm on the other side just doesn't work. B-side is too much of an easy execute point for that to come through. Palestine's majority of their round wins were coming out over there. And then when Vietnam switched over to the T-side as well, it felt like they had no mid-pressure whatsoever. Who was playing mid there? It didn't feel like there was any real impact. You didn't actually ever see them go for any successful takes there. Even when they're trying to fight out towards ramp, sometimes they're missing utility, sometimes they're getting alley control, but they're not actually able to fight out for beyond that. Their timings are off, their utility doesn't come out in time. There was so much going wrong that I have to say Vietnam just didn't look like this was their map.
Absolutely not. And you know, this kind of brings me back to what you said about them generally having Vertigo as that second ban, right? And the fact that they let it slip through their fingers, it ends up coming back to bite them. They did, as you've mentioned already, the utility wasn't on point, the timings were all off, and they just looked all over the place. But that is now something that they can also kind of look at in a bit of a positive light, right? The fact that they realized that they were still able to fight back quite a lot on a bit of a surprise map pick, they can at least have their heads held high heading into that second map, and it's not going to be easy whatsoever. You know, Palestine, yes, they've gotten their second map of the tournament, but it is not over yet at all.
And look, for Vietnam, I don't even care if they did even worse than they did right now. Vietnam has to go out there and say, we never thought we were going to win this map. We've always been second banning it. This has never been our strong suit, and we never pretended like it was. We know what we're good at. It's Inferno, it's Mirage, it's Ancient to some extent as well. Let's try and win where we're good, because coming up next is Inferno and Mirage, and they better start winning, because that's going to be a real issue if they can't get it together over there. What we need is activation from Frostly. He did start to get some kills later on, but he was largely absent in the game. We need a better performance coming out from Hatred as well, more activity to be allocated to him. We need more coming through from Cage as well. He obviously had his moments, but Cage on Inferno in particular is he's such a hit or miss player. If he goes missing, I think that could be an issue.
Yeah, and as much as we're saying that, you know, it's not going to be easy for Palestine, as much as Vietnam are going to have a much better time on Inferno, right? The thing is, Palestine have built themselves an incredible safety net. So even if Vietnam can get it over the line, even if they can get past that Inferno, it's going to be very difficult on a Mirage, because even in the qualifiers, one of the biggest strengths for Palestine was that Mirage. They've got impeccable timings on the aggression. They've got great mid control. They have all the pieces they need as long as they can activate. You know, one of the things that has been a problem has been the form on some of these players, right? Yabi is hit or miss. Sometimes he can be incredible. Sometimes the entry simply won't happen. And as long as they can get their form right, heading it over to Mirage, heading it over to Inferno, I think Palestine is going to be so damn deadly for Vietnam.
Well, let's find out what exactly is going to be transpiring on Inferno. We've got to go to a short break. When we're back, it'll be time for map 2. And we're back into it. It's time to see what exactly Inferno has in store for us. It all comes down to this. Palestine already having taken a one-map lead here in the lower bracket. Honestly, didn't even think Vietnam would be here right now. I thought maybe Indonesia would be with how things were going. But Inferno now, it's their home soil, it's their territory, but can they actually do anything on it?
Yeah, that's a big question mark, right? Now, honestly, after that Vertigo pick, after the fact that Palestine were able to bamboozle them into having to play Vertigo, I was like, okay, you know, this can still go to Mirage. But Inferno, I don't think the story is going to end here, T-Time.
Honestly, I see literally no way where this goes to 3 maps. And if it does, remember this. I am telling you right now, it won't. If it does, then Palestine will not just be making themselves look good, they'll be making me look really, really bad, which is kind of easy, to be fair. But good for them.
Yeah, but what are the win conditions for Palestine to actually beat them out on Inferno?
It has to be Osama's, right? Like, he was just having such a good game before. I don't think I saw enough from Smoker to actually believe him in him all too much. It really was largely an Osama plus Kasravi show over out there on Inferno, rather on Vertigo, and I doubt that it would be too different here on Inferno either.
Yeah, Osama being the win condition. And of course, I think one of the things that is sort of overlooked, because unfortunately he's not had all of that impact, is going to be Smokers, right? Heading into the qualifiers, we were like, okay, that AWP isn't really being put to good use because Osama has to wield it, that ping disadvantage, this and that. But we got no excuses now, T-Time.
Yeah.
Smokers needs to perform. And when they're in the lower bracket, when they've got money on the line, this is where he cannot afford to drop the ball on the AWP, especially on Inferno.
But for us, I have to remind you of this, right? This is obviously something, guys, that you have to remember back at home. Teams in Asia will be playing across different regions, across different countries, across different servers. So teams towards the east side of Asia will be playing on Hong Kong. Teams in South Asia, as well as towards Southeast Asia, East Asia, will be playing Singapore. Teams towards the GCC side will be playing Dubai and sometimes Riyadh. And then teams towards the West Asia and Levant region will very often play EU. The problem is Smokers is in NA. He's playing NA for us. There is nothing that I can say to him. He is in the worst possible condition you could be in for Counter-Strike. How do you become a good opera from North America? Team Liquid hasn't had a good opera from North America pretty much ever. They had JDM. He was their guy. If Team Liquid can't do it, I don't blame poor Smokers for it, man. You can't blame him. He has to play in NA for us. NA!
Yeah, especially because, like, even if you take that out of the picture, right? When, like, if you know, we were joking about how every team has to play with a disadvantage because, you know, Asian teams are always dealing with ping issues and all that, so Smokers isn't all that special. But, okay, ping disadvantage from Asia to Asia somewhere, maybe 100 ping. From NA, it was like, what, 300?
Actually, it's about 120, 130. It's not that bad because they're playing on European servers. But with that being said, that's not the more important point. The important point is he's used to playing domestically.
Yeah.
So he's actually one of the few players who shouldn't be expected to have a sharp increase in skill. Sure, compared to the qualifiers, yes.
Yeah.
But as far as, hey, this is a guy who is playing domestically, who is playing on his own servers nearby, probably underneath that 60, 70 ping mark. So I guess theoretically, it's a least ping decrease, I guess, some sort of that logic. It's a little bit circular, it's a little bit roundabout, but let's get back to serious talking points. Let's get back to win conditions, because one of the win conditions that we haven't discussed for Palestine is actually Vietnam. And I know that sounds kind of strange, but Hatred didn't have a great game. And you talked about how it's unreasonable to expect a player to continually perform if his form has dipped on Inferno. I don't know if Vietnam can completely push it through.
Yeah, and I think the big question mark here, right, is whether or not Hatred's form had declined, or like, I mean, not even form decline, or that he didn't have a completely outstanding game, the bar he set for himself. Was it because of the fact that he just couldn't replicate it, or was it just the fact that it was Vertigo, right? Now, Inferno, completely different ball game. AWP has a lot more potential, and I think individuals have a lot more potential to shine there either, because it's not like Vertigo where teams can often, or rather players can often feel suffocated because they're kind of relying on all the micro timings that you have to be careful about when you're dealing with a map like Vertigo.
But at the same time, at Inferno, what we saw versus Indonesia is that at the end of it all, when Vietnam was going for their full-scale comeback, the reason why they lost was because of late round timed aggression. And if there's one thing I know Palestine will be going for, it is late round timed aggression on their CT side. So I don't know if this is going to be quite the easiest battle for Vietnam. I know I start off this segment saying that I think there is no world in which this doesn't go to 3 maps, and I stick by that. But I do think that there are difficulties along the way, and there are certain hurdles that Palestine can attempt to place there that would make it slightly more difficult to cross.
I mean, I'm thinking about what you said about that late round CT side aggression, right? I don't think it's something that they particularly lean towards, only over towards late rounds. I think aggression is kind of the game plan for Palestine, because it's not just their late CT sides, right? Yes, you can sometimes force them to go for late CT side aggressions, but that's sort of a reactionary play. But generally speaking, they want to go for aggression whichever chance they get. It doesn't matter if it's early round, as long as they feel like they've got some money to fall back onto, that is sort of going to be their default attitude towards the game. And even on T side, right, I was talking about Inferno, I was talking about Overpass a little bit earlier. They have been very consistent and always trying to find early aggression. So Palestine is one of those teams that almost never drives it to the late round. You are never going to let it come down to those first 20 seconds, especially because Gabby is the player that will always look for duels.
Well, one of the teams that we will be saying goodbye to for now is actually Saudi Arabia. They were eliminated earlier on, as we can take a look at the brackets. Mongolia coming down to the lower bracket was very unexpected, but what is expected is the gut punch to the locals. Saudi Arabia can be happy about the fact that they got to play on stage in Riyadh. They get to play in front of the sort of home soil, in front of the home environment. That's always really nice for them. But unfortunately, after qualifying for Romania, they will be the first team eliminated, and convincingly so. From what I've heard, obviously we didn't get to catch the game, but from what I've heard, Mongolia just made them look silly.
Yeah, and that was kind of a difficult spot to be in, right? Because when we looked at the upper bracket, it's like, okay, whichever way you cut it, Saudi Arabia would have such a difficult time, because match 2 of the upper bracket was Mongolia versus Uzbekistan, 2 of the highest rated teams in the tournament, right? So Saudi Arabia, from the start, it kind of looked like the odds were stacked against them, but that is the unfortunate truth of that lower bracket, right? You're not going to get to play with advantages. You do not get to pick and choose, okay? You've ended up in the lower bracket, you got to deal with it.
You want to have an advantage, actually go out and maybe win. That is sort of the requirement out here. And I also just checked. I think I've got word for what the score for the first map was. It was 16-4.
Yeah.
Right. So Mongolia was not holding back any punches. They were having fun with them. They were playing with their meals pretty much, but they did gulp them down very quickly. As far as the meals are concerned, though, I do want to talk a little bit more about the Vietnamese roster, because last map, we saw Frostly being very non-existent, but High Rambo was quite influential. And if Frostly can actually come alive a little bit more so, then this is still a roster which is going to have 5 players who could all stack up incredibly well versus Palestine's firepower, and that was one of their win conditions that I don't really think was actually what helped them. Even in Vertigo, I don't think it was firepower that drove it through. Yes, there were some good clashes from Osama, but it really felt like they were just good at identifying the small weaknesses that Vietnam was having pop up.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about all of the individuals, right? I mean, we can talk about Frostly and High Rambo, but I think the highlight player for me in that previous game was Talon, not just because of his performance, it was also the fact that he had such a resurgence in terms of form within the tournament.
Yeah.
He's had some terrible games before, but in that previous game, he had some real good highlight moments, and he was able to get some of that form back. But we are going to be heading straight into Inferno, the second map. Palestine already 1 map up, and Vietnam now have to fight back. Vietnam on the CT side, Palestine on the T.
It's going to be 4 players out towards Banana from Palestine, and they're going very aggressive. It's been realized by Vietnam as well. They do not want to fall as they move back, but Khasravi will be going down. Hatred to connect. Osama's is still trying to fight away. High Rambo will connect as well. It's Monty to be the only one to actually get a frag so far. Getting the bomb down will be very difficult, but actually it is denied towards the very end of things. Frostly and Hatred getting a few kills apiece.
I love that from Vietnam. Before the bomb even goes down, a player rushes up from short, jumps into the site, quick little movement to avoid the pit player, and didn't even get a chance to get the bomb down. It's a bit of a tough economic spot now for Palestine. Of course, they aren't going to be able to buy up immediately after. They do opt for a couple.
They did just lose the pistol round, so.
I mean, had they gotten the bomb down, right? Because that is something that Vietnam actively stopped by having a player kamikaze into the site.
True. It's one of the objectives that's less discussed in Counter-Strike ever since the economy updates all those years ago. I think Thorin did a video about it, which I thought was very apt. Is that one of the main objectives as a CT team in the pistol round is actually just denying the bomb plant.
Getting ready for a B-side push now, but oh, the meat grinder is out, and Talent farms up some kills.
Cool, so he is getting a chance to continue momentum, that's for sure. No one's here to stop him.
And you know, this is something that Talent was also good at in the previous game. It's where Talent, yes, a lot of his kills were coming from ecos, etc., but just making sure that you're going to keep things clean for your team, not allow too many casualties, is so damn important, especially when you're talking about close games where the money keeps sort of spiraling out of control. We are in the third round now, and the weapons have been brought out for Palestine. Bomb being left back. Early aggression a little bit towards Banana, but not quite the full commitment just yet. It's Smoker starting to aggress.
Oh, these nades.
Nothing really connects, though.
It looked like Smoker was going to be caught out, but he's able to duck out behind the logs in a timely fashion. 3 players over here on Banana from Vietnam. One of the criticisms we had of them was obviously the fact that they were maintaining a very similar setup in this top Banana side, and if Palestine did pick that up from the previous VODs, then, well, there could be a room for a few nice setup kills over here towards B.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of an adjustment from Palestine because generally speaking in their past games, they've always tried to prioritize taking quick Banana, which is I think what the timing on the nades from Vietnam could have been based off of. But because they've thrown that spanner in the works, those nades do not connect. Now, 50 seconds on the clock, and unfortunately for the T's, they don't really have too much information, but now they will try to force the issue from brackets. Molotov to go through, at least denies any presence from long.
Time's ticking down.
This is looking a little too surgical. I don't think they have the time.
Bomb is way back as well.
Yeah. Oh, this is a disaster waiting to happen.
They need to get the frags, and it all comes down to Frostly initially. Whether or not he can find anything from Pit. Hatred comes through in the first connection. Frostly will be traded away with nothing found. It is Kasravi to fall as well. Hatred just keeps himself alive. Cage around the corner with a quick double. The bomb can be recovered, but by the time it is looking to be planted, that gives CT space to scale. High Rambo decides not to. He's worried about the idea that it could have been just a fake tap. Yavi spots out the player. The flashbang will not matter that it's missed. And High Rambo will be able to come through. Still comes surprisingly close considering the fact that Palestine looked like they were going to lose complete control, but the fact that Frostly is not able to find any kills from Pit will make it more difficult.
Already a stellar start from Vietnam on the CT side. Did a good job at denying the bomb plant initially. Clean round on the second with Talent's ace. And again, although that third round got a little bit sloppy, Palestine simply weren't quick enough. And this is such a change of pace from what I've seen them do on Inferno before. Generally speaking, Palestine is not that late round closer. They're always a team that takes early aggressions, but this isn't happening now.
This is going to be them trying to find out those players up in Banana, but High Rambo with a quick double. Talent as well is going to continue to frag. He's here to perform, and perform he will.
Inferno's been a bit of a problem area for Palestine before as well. I think that trend might continue unless they can throw some mixes in there.
You know what they say, man? One man's problem is another man's party. And Vietnam is boogieing downtown.
I'm not sure why people are saying that to you. I can kind of understand why now your life is so chaotic. If you're ever hearing these words.
Hey man, my party, your problem.
Invest in better friends.
Smoker might need to invest in better armor.
Not like it would have
Get
mattered.
the VIP 1.6 treatment.
The Juggernaut armor.
Yeah, Cage is gone in the meanwhile. Crossley around the corner has actually got the pop, but it will not be popping heads. It's Usamas who recovers in time to get another frag. Still a 3-on-3 as he is traded. Hatred only good for the one. Bomb again far away from the bomb site. Will mean that Palestine have time to collect and potentially recollect this site. Oh my god, the boost wasn't even needed.
Oof. Monty, quick tap bomb, expecting him to phase through the smoke, but expectation does not equal conversion. Nothing for Palestine.
That gap in the smoke was actually very important.
Yeah, for him to be able to creep through.
Yeah. Not just that, but even the fact that Talent gets the first kill through the gap in the smoke. They were just setting up for a boost. Talent didn't even really try and hunt for that frag. Tees are coming out without much utility now. You see Talent playing a very fast rotate back to A position, and you don't blame him for it. Frostley good for the first, trying to fade off. There's a second member from Connector. Hatred, however, is only good for one. Frostley doubled up already, but because of those fast rotations, this bomb can't go down. The smoke as well is a little bit awry. It will be a trade from Kasravi, but now just the one left. Kasravi, the Molotov forces out High Rambo, makes it another 1v1. We've seen so many of these on this A bomb site so far. But this time with Cage having the op on the other side of it, it will be much more difficult. Switches out for the A1, takes the time to do so. It's a bit of a risk, but as Nako commits, he simply can't find the frags. It's the top of the dome that's being missed out. Kasravi now down to just 3. Cage doesn't know how close he just got. The flash will not be blinding anyone at all. And now Kasravi's just buying time. He needs more, but unfortunately, even if he got the headshot, it was just a Galil.
The problem is that Cage is able to get so much damage done to the point where Kasravi is feeling so worried that he's just going to get tagged by a stray bullet through the box. So even dancing around the box is actually a very difficult thing to do if you've only got 3 points of health. Tries to play the headshot angle, has to reveal himself at some point. And Vietnam, now they're getting away with a 6-0 clean streak, which might even be bolstered further because so far Palestine have had 0 answers.
They have had a lot of success out over towards the A bomb site in actually getting into these one-on-one 2v2 situations, right? But it's the finisher, it's the closer where they're struggling. Actually, no, I'm going to take that back. It's not the finisher, it's not the closer, it's the opener. Because they seemingly always lose 3 members when they're trying to scale on. And yes, afterwards, Osama's, afterwards Kasravi, the 2 players who we have highlighted before as well, make it competitive. But they're forced to come into that fight from such a disadvantage. Another buy. Another bomb plot. That's what it does. The infinite cycle of no Molotovs. That's what happens if you're going to buy AKs after the bomb plant and 5-round loss bonus.
And that's really tough. Ooh, I'm going to have to hold that thought for a second because Smokers and Osamas, although they've gotten ripped apart, Hatred is going to reveal himself as well.
He's going to keep it going as well. On the other side of it, Yabi's not ready. Yabi tries to get over Zealous and getting the refrag. And Hatred's been given everything. Now Osama's is contained to pit. Hatred doesn't even need to take the peek forward, but with the flashbang, he's going to think about it at the very least. Smoke down. Oh, this is Osama's worst nightmare. Osama's can do nothing to deal with Hatred, and he's going to always be threatened out by him as well. Monty, though, gets a good frag, makes it 2, and it's all Hatred now. He was reliant on his teammates. He'd given them everything, but he gets nothing in return.
So he gets 3 kills, he causes a distraction, he's got the smoke set up, and all he needed was them to buy a little bit of time, right? But there is simply no conversion. Palestine able to get their first round on the board on the back of it, and of course that is monstrous from Monty to be able to hold it down. Osama's as well there at the very end. Nobody's really popping off for Palestine just yet, but that does tend to happen when you've only got 1 round on the board. Unless you're Yami, because that is a completely different conversation.
Yeah. Yami defies all rules. What? Oh, that flashbang.
Yeah, I just had to close my eyes for that one. That was messy. Smoker kills High Rambo as well. And they're kind of just ripping them apart one by one. And this disjointed style of approach only really works when everybody's hitting their shots. But luckily for them, they have started to do just that. Osama's gets his head unplugged from his body, but at least round will stay firmly plugged in to the side of Palestine's scoreboard.
And let's not forget, Vietnam's money is going to be atrocious. There was a lot of 1v1s, a lot of 2v1s that they won out. And the fact that they're trying to pressure out as if that wasn't the case, as if they've just been stopping these rounds, as if they are just outskilling their opponents consistently, that's not true.
I'm very happy to see that Palestine haven't lost their confidence here. That they're still willing to go after aim duels. They are still willing to find those difficult fights and win them out. Now, some breathing room will be allowed as Vietnam struggle with the money. Talon being the only one that invests into a P250, and everybody else, Baron, with the weapons the CTs are born with. That's a theory. CTs are born with weapons.
Yeah.
Congratulations, it's a counter-terrorist.
Yeah, they use the USB to cut off the umbilical cord.
A 91 in 1 hit on the cord.
I appreciate the fact that you tried to put in a nerdy reference, but then your number was also wrong. Because it's 64 for the USB, man. Come on.
You can't. I'm sorry, but you just can't say that in front of the girls, okay? Like, I'm glad you've gotten married.
Yeah. I don't think she is. Cage is gone. But in all fairness, was he really ever there? If an unsilenced USB is in apartments, then you know. If it's silenced, well then it's silenced out completely. Bad philosophy aside, Vietnam will be conceding another one and then heading into a round where utility shouldn't be complete, or perhaps the op won't be there. There will be some small sacrifices.
And as much as Vietnam's initial lead was dominating, right? It's not a dominant half in the grand scheme of things, as long as Palestine can continue to put rounds on the board. 6-3, not difficult to recover from, and Vietnam, because they're always sort of hanging by a thread in terms of their economy, Palestine can still get a lot more breathing room. Got the confidence of the money, the confidence of the first map win, knowing that they can break down the CT money. And I'm really happy to see that early in the game, Yabi is able to turn up on the entries as well.
That's going to have to keep on staying on, though. Vietnam, what's the change-up going to be? They've got 2 flashes, so I'm not expecting much presence out towards Banana. I would be surprised if they do anything beyond their standard Fallen sandbag split. I hate the fact that they maintain it so consistently, but actually, Cage is getting aggressive, and a jump up gives him more space to work off of a second frag as well. I have to wonder whether that smoke was their own small one-way, because it worked out like it was perfect. That would be very cool, actually, if a team manages to get a one-way smoke out, if they just have a really good lineup for cancelling out the Molotov of the T side that they throw in a standard banana take. Of course, it's a very easy spam target, but at the very least, Gimmick is there. Cage is gone. He started off on the B-bomb site, now he's on A. Maybe that's a call out for them to understand the rotations mean that this B site should be relatively vacant.
I don't think they're second-guessing themselves, though. They want to take this bomb to A. They want to take this fight to A. But the CTs are going to have to try and hold it back. Double pit setup. One in mini. One in the main pit. The player that's crossed over already has taken some damage from Frostly, but that, of course, gives up his position as well. The smoke had already. Osama's gets the kill onto Frostly, and now Talent is trying to fight back. He has done incredible work, and Hatred will be there for the final nail.
You're seeing a very consistent theme for Vietnam and for Palestine, funnily enough, is that Vietnam will find an advantage early on in rounds that they're winning. It'll be a 5v3, sometimes a 5v4, sometimes a 4v2. And then they drop the ball and they give out too many openings. Palestine turns it back to a 3-on-3 there when Frostly falls. The only issue is Talent is just popping off right now.
Yeah, in the previous game and in this one as well, he's going 13-4. Kind of surprised that he's the one with the MP9 here, to be honest. But I mean, I guess that just is just based off of his position, because he is playing Banana up close and personal behind the sandbag. Some early attention on brackets, and I think this time around Palestine might be reverting back to their old ways, going for the early aggression, but they're being punished by Cage. So much damage on the second aggressor as well, and Yabi does not get a chance whatsoever to get a few bullets out. Cage creeping on middle. How does he get away with it? Osama's and Smoker, they've at least brought the numbers back to a more understandable situation.
I mean, you're trying to push through the mid smoke without flashes or anything like it versus M4A1s. That's just questionable. Still competitive. Talent, however, does not compete. He dominates.
Yeah, and this push had to be together. They had to push together to try and get the refrag. With 45 seconds, although he's got the bomb, this is going to look very, very tough T-Time. Don't even think he has... I mean, he's got the incentive to go for it, of course, because he does have 3,400, but the chances... very slim.
I mean, forget 3,400. He wants a loss bonus.
Yeah. Crossfire setup. Wants to prioritize that CT player. Shoulder peek, of course, gives away the information. Smoker has actually crept into first box. Now, the problem is actually getting this bomb down, even if he does get that kill, but the story is not going to reach that point.
I hope this is a tactical timeout coming through for Palestine. They need one, because this was a travesty. Cage has just given up kills for free. They're pushing in through the smoke. They've got no flashes, nothing of the sort to try and assist that. All they have is an Archer's smoke, and they're trying to go forward. Even there, it's not like you're pulling together a lineup of 3 players and then just pushing them together and hoping that, you know what, this will work out for us. You are genuinely going a little bit one by one there. Cage is even able to reload, so it's not even like your commitment to pushing the smoke stands. You're not going to have another player trying to trade him out on the reload, while there was actually, of course they couldn't know this, but there was actually a second brackets player with a grenade in his hand. So you're not even committing to the element of surprise. That is a surprising call for a team that has, frankly speaking, been actually doing quite well in getting to late round 2v2s. Something tells me this might not be a technical.
You mean a tactical?
No, it might not be a technical. Something's telling me that something is wrong. All right, then. Well, listen. I'm trying to get a peek over. This is one of the nice things about the Saudi Esports arena, Federation Arena, is that I can actually peek out over from the windows onto the player booths and just try and see, hey, who is the admin asking why aren't you pausing? Or rather, why aren't you playing?
Yeah, to be honest, we're far enough that I can't even tell what's going on.
You're sitting down behind a table. Of course, you're not going to be able to tell what's going on.
No, I'm not sitting down. I'm just too short. This is me
Really?
at maximum height.
Damn. I'm so sorry. It's okay. You can be my short Jack. I don't know, not a king. That's for sure.
Add a couple letters to it. Could have called me Jacked instead, but
oh,
you do
okay.
you.
That's what you're going for. Okay. Well, listen. At the end of the day, we've got all of our lights turning on in the studio. I know that means that's a technical. Put the chairs to the side, guys. We were always standing up. We were never sitting down in the first place. And I mean, apparently your verticality isn't particularly impacted by it. Your words, man, not mine. I never said it.
Short shaming aside.
Short shaming aside, Palestine has been looking, to be honest, a lot more competitive in rounds, but the scoreline overall is exactly what I thought it would be. This is Vietnam all the way.
And I think that was sort of the idea I had in my head to begin with. The idea that this would go to that third map. Now, granted, the safety net does really help. The safety net of knowing that Mirage is a really, really solid pick for Palestine. And that's the one map that they were sort of leveraging against everybody in their local qualifiers. So they've got that to fall back onto. But of course, if you've already won that first map, you want to try and close it out in two. Unfortunately for them, Vietnam, they are looking pretty damn dominant at the moment.
I thought we were going to transition from the chicken to our cameras, and I was just going to pretend to be the chicken for a while. But fortunately, that didn't happen.
Fortunately
Yes.
for my sanity, for the remainder of the games on this broadcast, our longevity on this broadcast.
Our longevity on this broadcast.
Yeah,
that's true.
Because we want to make it to the grand finals.
They also do have other casters here
Yeah,
now.
yeah, I was just about to say.
B-Dog and Lucy have been doing the female CS side of things. They just get a call tomorrow. Yeah, we can't deal with this chicken guy. Can one of you please come in and replace him?
Oh, you think they haven't had that conversation already? Why do you think we started seeing them after day one?
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true. You know what? Technically, we could have just done all of the days, but you know what? I'm pretty sure they were just flown in last minute. Just please, we need our backups.
Listen, I'm going to expose you here for a second, so I hope your family's not watching.
Oops.
So the reason they flew them in was because T-Time messaged our manager and told him that he didn't have a flight for some reason. He was like, oh, how come the flight isn't here, this and that. And it's because he had looked at my ticket instead and completely misjudged the fact that his flight was the next day. So they're like, okay, this guy can't do basic reading. He can't figure out an airline. We need Lucy, Luz, and B-Dog.
This is true. Honestly, you know what? Lucy, Brandon, if you guys are watching, you can thank my inability to read and my inability in general for being called in for the backups. No, but obviously they've been doing a fantastic job over on the women's side of things. They are such experts for the female CS scene as well. They cover all of the Impact Leagues and all of the major Impact finals and whatnot. They are truly masters of their crafts. Me, on the other hand, I was going to do a chicken impression. So yeah, you might be onto something there. You might be onto something.
I'm not really sure why this technical timeout is taking
Are
too
we
long.
ever sure, in all fairness?
Oh, I think you didn't get the message. That was subliminal messaging.
Right.
So a chicken got stuck in the server. That's all I got. I mean,
oh,
that's all
that
I
makes
got.
perfect sense now. That makes perfect sense now.
Is the camera on us yet? Is the camera on us?
I don't think so. But we're gonna keep on doing this. It's okay.
This is a bit of cardio. You know, I've been getting quite a bit of cardio at the venue anyway.
Yeah. There's a lot of steps there. It's a big venue, man.
Yeah, but that's all lower body cardio, right? Yeah, I don't think they should have the camera on us anymore. Yeah, but I've gotten a lot of lower body cardio in because I've been walking around the venue. But I gotta get that upper body stretched out as well.
Yeah, well, this is now an aerobic stream actually, guys. So it's like 2, 4, 6, 8. One up. No, but obviously.
Forget gamers, we've got gains 8, right?
Honestly, I don't think you're getting 8 games off of that in all fairness. But yeah, no. We're figuring out the technical timeout, guys. In the meanwhile, it's just, it's obviously been a bit of a long day. A lot less long than yesterday, fortunately. But regardless, the players are a little bit tired as well. And that just means that we're going to be seeing them put to the limit. And that also does actually open things up to a few potential... there could be a little bit of potential fatigue issues for players later on as well.
Yeah.
And if that kicks in, it's the third best of 3 of the day. These guys have been up at the venue since like
10 a.m. or something of that?
Since literally like 12 hours at this point.
Yeah.
Something ridiculous like that. They were practicing in the morning as well. So this is the point where maybe there's some holes that start to open up in Vietnam as well. Obviously, we've already seen talent is actually stepping up in a big way, but Frostly a little bit less so. Hatred, not quite the same player that we've seen before as well. Maybe this is room for Palestine to slither in for Inferno as well.
Yeah, and this is kind of reminiscent of what we saw yesterday, right? The fact that Iran went up against India. And, Iran, they look like the better team throughout the tournament. They really looked like they were going to dominate. But when that fatigue started to kick in, Zerone did not look like the same Opera whatsoever.
Yeah.
An Opera that rarely ever misses the easy shots. You saw that happen time and time again. And then you throw Anubis into the mix. It was... all downhill, yeah.
Fortunately, we're not having any Anubis here as the last map of the day. I genuinely think that would break the Team Palestine's souls, because that is also their permanent man. Can you just imagine the cruelty? You just go to the third map. It's like, okay, guys, don't worry. I know it's late, but at least it's Mirage. We're going to be fine. And then suddenly you just get like a just random bingo card, something like that. Ding, ding, ding. And it's Anubis now. Hey, this is the map you guys picked out, right? No. So fortunately, at the very least, it'll be uncomfortable maps. They don't have to be worried too much about, hey, this is maps that we're not too used to. This is maps that are kind of weird for us. So even if you're getting tired, you do still have your faithful. I know everything I need to do in these spots. Protocols so far for Palestine have been a little bit questionable regardless, but I think that's more an overall stylistic thing, not really just a problem for what's going on as far as fatigue is.
While we're on the subject of fatigue, right, I also have to sort of question whether or not that same stylistic approach is going to work for Palestine when they're playing at these later hours. Because think about how they actually approach Mirage, right? They're going for all of these faster plays, they're going for mid-aggression, they're pushing top middle, and I think for that to happen, for that to successfully happen, you need to make sure that you're awake, you're hitting your shots, and all of the things that you generally get penalized for when you're fatigued, they're going to be exacerbated with their specific playstyle on Mirage.
Yeah, and listen, we've got news that the server has been restarted as well. So hopefully that should mean that that bloody chicken is out of it. And, maybe we can get some great fried chicken out there. Yeah, I heard that one. Yeah, get it out of the venue, please. Out of the venue right now. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that one. Yeah, definitely wasn't for us making any noises out there. But no, server's going to be restarted. Players hopefully going to be having a slightly more jitter-free experience as well, and that should mean that, momentum might be broken, but at least the server won't be.
I mean, yeah, that is what we can hope for at this point.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get everything sorted without any server issues. I think it was a little... It kind of broke the players down a little bit yesterday as well when it got that late, especially on Anubis. So,
but again, I have to stress the importance of this event overall one more time, obviously, because we need to give space for growth over here, for servers and everything, for management, for staff. It's obviously a region that hasn't had the most historical Counter-Strike representation in the same way, and it's good to see that this is at least an opportunity for everyone to grow together. And we've already seen some magical, wonderful things from the fact that IESF is being held here in Gamers at Riyadh. If not for Gamers at Riyadh, we wouldn't actually have had a LAN event for this Asian segment, right? And for context, guys, the last time that I remember was back in 2017 that we were having a National Cup LAN like this. So Uzbekistan would have never been here, let alone beaten Mongolia. Palestine would have probably had to have 150 ping qualifier or something like that to try and get to IESF. It just never would have happened. And now they're here. They're on Inferno. They're a map up versus Vietnam. And now they're getting ready to pump up the action one more time.
He's taking very good control of Banana. That is one of the areas that Palestine really like to play with Disabled. And now we've actually gotten Smoker's name changed as well, but Yavi has reverted back to Ratty AK. So
it's okay. Ratty is fine.
Ratty is fine.
Jalmud or Is it Jalmud or Jel MUD? I'm not sure. It's late in the day for this one, guys. Name switches and the like. And funnily enough, Nako's name hasn't been switched even after everything.
Yeah,
3 players out in apartments. And they're not looking to buy property. Molotov will be dissuading them from staying too long as they're trying to move out of it. The smoke is there as well. Hatred's connected and Hatred's connections are supreme.
Yeah, he's gotten away with 3, and that buys just enough time for Cage to swoop in and get that final kill. Now, flirting with double digits here for Vietnam. Palestine only haven't gotten away with 3. Unfortunately for them, that Vertigo was great, but Vietnam, they've gotten a massive resurgence now that they don't have to play a map that they are uncomfortable on. Not really going to be much of an investment here from Palestine, so should be... actually, it's going to be a mixed bag. Samas has that AK. Khosravi has the Tech 9. Are we seeing a tactical timeout?
No, it's called freeze time.
No, didn't the timer get stuck for a second?
Hey, we don't talk about pauses. We don't talk about pauses. But yeah, these were some fantastic kills coming out earlier on as well. Hatred was just the one to deliver it all. Now, Palestine pulling out the Tech 9s, pulling out an AK in there as well. Their money is honestly always going to be so bad if you keep buying in like this. In all fairness, they barely ever use that util. Maybe this is why they just die.
On the cusp of double digits now, and obviously there's not a whole lot that Palestine can do about it in this particular round. Great stuff from Vietnam to maintain their composure heading into the second map. And they've just continued their winning ways. Now, obviously when you get to this point, when you're potentially, when there's still room for Vietnam to get 11, 12 rounds, you're maybe even looking at Palestine just being stuck at the mercy of the pistol round.
To be honest, I think they're stuck at the mercy of Mirage at this point. I hate to be the one to call it this early on, but the fact of the matter is that Palestine, you're letting Vietnam get to double digits in the first half on what is probably their best map as well. This just simply doesn't seem like, you know, as I say, this just doesn't seem like the play. And even though Vietnam is doing very well right now, one of the concerning things for me is, not just for right now, but in case it progresses to tomorrow, Frosty is still not activated. He's only got 3 kills across 13 rounds where his team is massively winning and his opponents are actually coming to his side very often. Main lineup coming out for the underpass. Monty is just dead to it.
Yeah, and before they can see any of their assailants, they've lost a duel. Ooh, great opener from Osamas.
Hatred tried to get aggressive this time over. He's punished, and Osamas has got a second as well.
Yeah, and he's continuing to try to put on the pressure. He's continuing to want to be the main fragger for Palestine. He's done so much for them before, but he's eventually put down.
Oh, Nako completely smoked off right now, and as he starts to back off, Osama's kills might not actually end up being of too much use. Again, you're seeing the same issues. They're finding frags and they're getting to late rounds where it feels like, just in terms of pure numbers, it should be doable. But pure numbers is not what it's all about. Hi Rambo, watching out for the push and peek back over into the B side. He even fades away and peeks back in.
I love that little peek from High Rambo because he's actually standing off on a slight off angle where they don't see him if they peek out, but if they try to creep into arches, then he instantly sees them as soon as they make their way through the doorway. 11 rounds on the board for Vietnam now, and Palestine, they have got their last hurrah, their last crack at this, but unfortunately this Vietnam CT side defense is looking like an impenetrable brick wall. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to bring together a bulldozer in the second half, but the chances of that are looking very unlikely.
Hatred is able to find success off of his aggression this time. Jalmud, or Smokers, will fall. Qasrawi over in apartments does still have a fair bit of space, but it's actually Monty who had the opportunity. A position revealed, but look at what Cage is doing. He's pushed all the way through Banana. He's got the bomb. Now, how does he get Monty? Monty was looking at him. There was no flashes, there was nothing like it. Monty just doesn't shoot.
12-3. So convincing for Vietnam now, where all I can say is yes, this is a story that will be completed on Mirage. This is not the final chapter just yet. And you know, maybe Palestine could have put Vietnam in the position where they've ran out of ink and they've got to close the book now, but that is not happening anytime soon. It was a good veto. You can't take that away. It was a good veto. They've
Inferno was always going to be like this. You know,
Inferno was always going to be this story.
And the fact that they've left Mirage for last instead of picking it actually means that they have a shot. Unfortunately, with the amount of momentum that Vietnam has gotten from this, that is genuinely concerning.
I really still respect the fact that Palestine are willing to go for veto mind games when they're in the lower bracket, when they've struggled the entire tournament, because, you know, it's very easy for teams to recede into more comfortable plays, but they haven't fallen victim to that. But still, they've got to try and fight it out once again. 12-3, Palestine, only 3 measly rounds on the board, and none of them having been that convincing.
Osama's starts off very strong, though.
Yeah, that is a good frag, and because it's completely untraded.
No windfall off of it either. Qasrawi, in the meanwhile, will be fading away. He's had a rough game. 5-14 across the first half. Osama's the only one who actually broke double digits in that. Stacking over towards the B bomb side is an interesting decision from Palestine, considering the fact that they have genuinely zero information. There's zero indication either that Vietnam is inclined towards it, but no. Maybe this is correct. Qasrawi is ready. He spots out the players rotating in through CT spawn, and now they've got a crossfire coming in from Coffins. Qasrawi will fall. Are they ready for the bait and switch? No. Yabi connects very quickly. Usama, however, can't do the same. Yabi's the only one finding kills, and the advantage is maintained, but Yabi now needs to continue through. He's trying to put himself out into the open before Tees can establish post plants, but there is a man already in behind at Coffins. Cage pushing out, peeking forward. The bomb is being defused in the meanwhile. Monty had a kit, so he would have had the kill regardless of whether Yabi finds the frag or not, but a quick quad for big man Y himself.
I still don't think this is going to be much of a conversion as far as the map goes, but obviously, even if they do head into map number 3, right, they want to be in a position where it hasn't been a complete stomp, because you were talking about the momentum from the second map, especially, you know, it matters all that much more if you are playing at a time, playing a third best of 3, knowing that fatigue is going to be kicking in.
And Palestine is obviously no strangers to having round difference matter.
That is true.
Vietnam is chilling away with a half by. I like it. I've had enough of these bomb plants into 4 spies with AKs, a smoke and a flashbang. No, give me some old school util Counter-Strike.
Four rounds in totality for Palestine, 4 rounds away from the finish line for Vietnam.
Add them together, give them 16. That's got no impact or anything. But yeah, Osama and Yabi both are traded out. So this B-bomb site is becoming a bit more flimsy. Qasrawi's rotation does make it sturdier. Keeps on peeking forward, wants to continue fighting. There's no util to help out either, but Smoker comes in from behind. Did they just change his name again? From Jalmud?
Yeah, okay, I don't even know what's going on with the name situation, but my only question is why Nako hasn't gotten the name he requested yet.
From everyone.
Like, everybody just forgot.
Everyone's got to change their name, but
multiple times, too.
Poor Kasravi is just, he's been denied. He's too iconic. That's what he is.
Yes.
Smoker / Jalmud has gotten like 17 name changes at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
what?
no,
How does he
yeah,
find that frag? Hirambo's got 2 beautiful kills out towards Banana. And even gets away with his life.
Rambo just very easily taking Banana.
Cage.
I think he might get a freebie here. I'm not
He
sure why he's
should.
toying around with the weapon. Spray on the second one doesn't connect, but it's still big. Osama's has quickly brought it back to equal standings. This started off as a 5v3 with High Rambo's openers, but still, it is a 2 versus 2. Vietnam, they could start to struggle. Monty responds, and there is enough damage on Hatred for him to be a one-shot victim here.
Osama just a little bit too late to push through the smoke safely.
No.
Hatred will discover it.
Just one headshot could have closed out the deal there, but Vietnam, they inch towards that miniature finish line, or at least a checkpoint for them to contest for map number 3.
I know it's 13 for 5, but there's been at least 6 rounds where Palestine has been in a 1v1 or a 2v2.
And those conversions matter. They matter big
Clearly.
time. Especially when you take it back to the first half, right? Because those conversions could have led into even more rounds that are snowballed off of the economy. So when those 1v1s aren't happening, neither are the rounds. Alright, Rambo taking over Banana once again. This time around. Ooh, moves in. Very easy cleanup on Yabi, who has been a little unfortunate in a lot of these duels. The Vietnam, they've taken over entirely. There shouldn't be a response here, with the exception of Smoker getting a little feisty with a Desert Eagle. Oh, okay,
Oh,
no.
wow.
What? How is Kasravi doing this? Talent, they're walking straight into his crosshairs, but Monty's the Eagle is looking good. Talent switching over. He's trying to fight between 2 targets. Nice headshot on Tanako, and Talent has just saved the round for Vietnam. Are you kidding me?
How does Kasravi go forward, get a quick double deagle, 1D, put them into a 3v1, and then he's not the best player of the round? Talent just steals the spotlight and the round altogether. Palestine, if there was an option to just all chant GG and check out, go to the 3rd map, they would be doing it right now.
And you can't take any credit away from Talent. He has had such a resurgence in this team. If Hatred can turn up now, if Frost Lee can as well, I mean, Hatreds have still a great performance, but if Frost Lee can join the fray as well, suddenly they've got a team that is looking unbeatable by Palestine. Obviously, it's already such a big hurdle for Palestine to cross. Moving into Banana. Vietnam, the slow traversal through. Getting ready to cross past the smoke. There is a boost in Yabi, who isn't going to reveal his position very quickly, allows him to cross over so he can try and interrupt the bomb plan, but the first shot being missed is that opener. Inako has to try to get something done, but he will eventually fall. 5-7, put to waste.
Hatred does end up putting the cherry on top of it all as well. Vietnam, 15-5. One more gun run from Palestine is all they'll have if they don't win over here, and even if they do, I doubt there's much else left on the road for them.
Yeah, the win conditions are looking too damn difficult. Everybody needs to turn up. They can't drop a single round. They would have to also get clean rounds just to have their money under control. 10 rounds in a row like that is simply not happening. But we'll see how long they can delay the inevitable, if they can build up some momentum before heading into map number 3. Smokers peeking out, Osama's as well. Now they're going for that late game aggression that you were talking about earlier, but I think it is a little too late.
It's also not worked out so far for them either. The CTs are so split apart and they don't actually have information on the remaining Vietnamese players. They've got no presence out in Banana. Yabi as well is honestly the only person who can try and probe for information. Even if Monty gets info on apartments, that info means nothing.
Getting ready to penetrate Banana now. One defender on the B-bomb side. Cage starting to move in. There's only one defender. The one man in triple box, Nako. He's trying to fight back, but he's bought enough time for Yabi to start to rotate in. Nako eventually falls. 2 versus 2, but High Rambo has so little HP. One stray bullet in the shoes could catch him.
Does have a fair bit of utility to allow him to reposition talent. Leads the charge back at Banana, looks away, but not quite caught off by the timing. Now he knows he needs to take this first duel. Yabi is gone. Talent is still fighting. He's still looking for it, and he keeps on fragging away. Talent does not lose.
GG to Vietnam. They've done such incredible work here in the second map. And you know what? Palestine looked really good on Vertigo. They really looked like they were taking the bull by the horns. A team that is genuinely scary, right? Because Vietnam, they were the only team that actually put Uzbekistan down in this entire tournament.
Yeah.
And Palestine were able to get a map off of them. But
absolutely,
the question is, can they replicate it once more? Because that is exactly what they need to do on map number 3. But tea time, I think it's time for us to discuss what the issues were. Why weren't Palestine able to get it over the line?
Well, listen, at the end of the day, the issues are the fact that even if you're going to 6 2v2s, 7 2v2s, 1v1s, all of this doesn't matter as much when you consider the way it's getting to it. It's never Palestine being in an advantage and then it falling apart, except for 2 or 3 rounds where Osama's got a double kill. And when Osama gets a double kill, it feels like everyone else thinks they're the ones who got the double kill, and they start to push forward. They're like, yeah, we got momentum, let's go. And then they aren't the ones fragging out, so they die. And now you're in a 2v2, and Osama's just sitting here like, how am I getting double entries and I'm still alive in the end of the round, guys? What's going on?
Yeah, and while we're on the subject of entries, right, I think there's a bit of a problem with Yabi as well in terms of the entry potential. Yes, he's done incredible work for Palestine before, but unfortunately, as an entry, he just hasn't been activated before. I kind of want to talk about a little bit of an anecdote. I was talking to him backstage, right? I was talking to Yabi, and he was telling me that he basically owns a gym, but he doesn't work out. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. That's why you're not doing any of the heavy lifting in the game.
Wow, wow. You know what, though? Sometimes you need a supportive element. Sometimes you need a guy to open up and own a gym so that Osamas can go out and get all the lifts in, okay?
Osama's
it's called
jacked.
being a support player. I know, that's the point. Clearly, he's been working out at Yabi's gym. But you know who else has been working out? It's talent. Because, dude, this guy got gains like nothing else from the first match to this one. He has been looking unreal. He's been looking ripped, jacked, shredded. Honestly, I'm amazed at the resurgence he has had, especially because, sure, Palestine is not a great team on Inferno. You know what they still are great at, though? Shooting heads. It's not a team without firepower, and talent is just straight up beasting in these 1v3 clutches on his own as well.
Yeah, while we're on the subject of lifting right now, Osama's has had spotters. Osama's has not had spotters on his team, and you can't say the same for Vietnam. If anybody's stepping down for a second, if Hatred isn't having that lights out performance, you've had talent step in. There were moments before in some of their previous games as well where Frostly had done incredible work, and it seems like everyone at some point, although they haven't been activated at the same time just yet, which would make them a super team basically, they have all had their moments. You know, we've had High Rambo taking over Banana. He's done incredible jobs as well. So if Vietnam can get all these pieces together, I think they've got a massive run in this tournament, and I think Palestine are going to have an incredibly difficult time getting this done.
I don't even know if they need to get all the pieces together, to be honest. Palestine were struggling so much on Inferno. Firepower-wise as well, it really is just the Osama show, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Qasravi had his moments, sure, but Smoker even now isn't looking great. He even got to change his name to Jalmud, and apparently that didn't fix the problem, so I don't know what will. Yabi, like you mentioned, is having some problems as well. Monty had a highlight round, but it's a highlight round, right? Mirage is the kind of map which you're only winning if all of you are getting highlight rounds and then two of you are popping off. That is just the win condition. And I can rely on Osama's. I can to some extent rely on Qasravi as well. Who else will be there though?
Yeah, now I want to take the conversation back to talent a little bit, to be honest, for Vietnam. The fact that he wasn't turning up at all in the previous games, and you know, we talked about it a little bit. We're like, yeah, okay, his skills are getting better, but some of them are ecos, right? That wasn't the case on Inferno. There were clutches, there were some really good entries, there were times where he's stuck in super difficult positions, and even when maybe Palestine looked like they could have made a late game resurgence, that clutch completely killed it.
Well, listen, guys, Mirage is going to be where their resurgence has to come through. It's 1-1 tied. Who will be eliminated? We're going to find out after a short break. It's 1-1 and it's time to find out exactly who will be making it forward. This is all about Palestine right now, trying to make it through the lower bracket, just make a quick upset over the #1 team from Group A that was knocked down by Indonesia earlier on. Vietnam looking good at Inferno for us.
Yeah, they looked fantastic on Inferno, but the competition they've got on Mirage also looked fantastic while they were playing the qualifiers. Now, of course, the qualifiers were a completely different story. Palestine are facing much tougher competition here, but if I had any faith in this, if there was anything to say about, fatigue being kicked in and all that, all those factors, they want to be on Mirage.
Yeah.
They're comfortable on it. That's where they found their best results, and that's the map that we are heading into, straight into the knife round.
Of course, the only map with a knife round, in case you guys are new to the best of threes, obviously there's been a lot of BO1 so far. It is the third map that has a knife round, and only that. Palestine will be able to win it out, so they get to choose what side they want to be on. I would love to see them start off on the T side, to be perfectly honest. Vietnam, yesterday on Mirage, they didn't quite have the best of times, and they were actually having to rotate around pop-off players a lot. So there was not so much staticness of positioning being maintained, which is what we've come to expect from Mirage in general. The Palestine will be starting off on the CT side themselves.
And regardless of how much Vietnam might have steamrolled them on Inferno, I think Mirage is a completely different ball game. I think Mirage is one of those maps that is so fleshed out at the individual level that any team can beat anyone. And especially with a team like Palestine, who are actually quite well-versed, not as individuals, but as a team. I'm quite scared for Vietnam. And we'll see how it rolls. Quick boost as well. Lots of control here in apartments. They've only had left one solitary player all the way to where CT spawn, so he will be able to get early information, but here it comes. As they come out of underpass, Nako gets caught out. They have free reign over Connector, and no one to stop them except Smokers.
Smokers won't be able to find any shots initially, though. Monty's the one to actually find the frags. Yabi as well rotates out over. Monty continues to fire them down, and the double swing is brilliant. Palestine will have let the bomb plant go through, but it will not matter. I've got to say, it is insane to me, the fact that we had a jump-spotting defensive play coming out from the window, guys, and then Qasrawi just decides, you know what, guys, don't worry, I've got this. I'm just going to jump down from catwalk and just full face check out into 3 players.
Yeah, I don't really understand what the rationale behind that was, right? Because they've, you've got a player spotting in CT, you've got a player pushing into apartment, so he will have that information soon.
Sometimes you just gotta let go of the rationale.
F it, we ball?
Yeah, pretty much.
Getting ready to push aggress into middle now, Vietnam. They've got a shottily put together by courtesy of the bomb plant. Bomb left all the way back. The indecision is going to be there because they'll react to whatever information or advantages that they can get mid-round.
Vietnam has had a lot of issues, though, with leaving the bomb behind. That's actually one of the reasons why they lost certain rounds on Ancient versus Indonesia earlier on. A-side hit from Vietnam seems to be the name of the game. The hit will have to come through in a full contact. The smoke is late. High Rambo punishes Osama's in connector. And with that, mid-control becomes a lot more difficult, and as the strafe into A begins, Frosty is connected with one on his own. Talent is going to be faced down by Smoker. The bomb plant will be denied. High Rambo actually going back all the way towards ladder room makes it so much more difficult for him to be impactful nearby. Actually, underpass, sorry, not ladder room. Will at the very least find Qasrawi. 30 seconds on the clock, and High Rambo's shots are getting cleaner and cleaner by the second.
This is a disaster for Team Palestine. They wanted those conversions. They know that Mirage is a comfort pick for them. And the fact that they've gotten shut down in the second round also means the money is not going to be easy to come by. It is going to be a double eco, though, so they're going to invest into the Eagles and pistols anyway. 3 Deagles, a 5-7, Smoker on the Deagle as well. There we go.
It's nice to see High Rambo actually getting off to a good start here, because Vietnam was really struggling when we actually saw them versus Iran as well on their T side. It wasn't just because of the presence of a strong AWPer, it was because a lot of these riflers just looked like they were a little bit clueless about where to go about. Yabi, however, hold the point. He's holding the line. Talent will respond, sure, but there's still more presence out from behind that smoke. Osama speaks forward as well. Talent is gone. The trade is great, and Smoker continues to make it expensive. This receipt keeps on tagging on more items as trades across the map will not be favoring Vietnam.
Force buy works out beautifully for Palestine. And this also kind of puts Vietnam in an awkward spot. Now, obviously, they can still choose to aggressively buy up, just try to continue to play that economic tug of war. But I don't think that full investment is going to come through. Just the Tech 9s, maybe Kevlar and a few of these players. Palestine have gotten a bit of a second wind again.
And as I was mentioning, for us, High Rambo, I just called him Harambe accidentally. High Rambo was one of the very, very important players on Mirage for Vietnam earlier on versus Iran as well. So getting him activated will be incredibly important on this T side. However, at the same time, Palestine, they're so good at trying to disable individual players like that on this map. Lasrabi finds him, brings him down.
Yeah, I think you might have called him Harambe for a good reason, because he just got shot for no reason.
I mean, he was getting aggressive.
Much like Harambe? Debatable. Too soon? It was years ago.
Salmon, regardless, is... Oh, beautiful. Frosty ends up falling. Osama just swipes out for a quick kill, and Cage is so worried about peeking in that he just decides to get cooked instead. I think he let him cook a little bit too literally.
It's going to be a problem for them to just clean up Talent and Hatred. Talent is already in the bin for them. Hatred tries to fight back, but to no avail.
Great start for Palestine, despite the fact that they do lose out one of the anti-force buys. 3-1 with Vietnam's money being where it is, so you should be on 4 soon. Really good stuff.
Speaking of 3-1, Vietnam started in the groups 3-1. They only lost to one team, right? And Palestine was a 1-3 team, which means that if Palestine end up beating them out, they've actually knocked out one of the giants of this tournament.
It also would validate some of the people who are worried about the seeding for either group as well. That's a little bit. Osama's, however, caught off. He does find a kill before he falls. Cage doubles up in response and stays alive. So we know who we're going to be trying to emulate later on. That Hero AK is transferred over to Hirambo. Vietnam.
Look at what they're doing towards A site.
Yes.
Slow creep in. There's only one defender that is going to be up front now. Yabi, he's not been having the best of games overall in some of the previous matches, but now a chance to redeem himself. But a Deagle from Hatred, truly toxic. As the numbers start to be dialed in, Smokers is ready on the case. He's got a scout rifle. Hatred again with the pocket cannon. Adds one more to the graveyard.
Are we on headshot only? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, that definitely did look like an HSDM server.
Yeah. Just Deagles and Scouts popping off heads like it's nothing. Vietnam. It wasn't really the Hero AK that actually helped them through, but you know what? The Deagle's going to be plenty. So where Palestine found themselves in a big advantage, now that advantage is lost all over again. Their own money is going to be down in the dumps. Now, fortunately, they've taken notes. They are going for a Hero M4 of their own. The parallels continue to astound me. Three players on this A bomb site from Palestine, quite aggressively positioned towards A main. There's, of course, Hatred in Palace that they have to worry about, but they won't have to worry about Frostley, who's taken down very early on. Osama's as well. Frank's through. The saved, or rather purchased M4 is doing a lot, and High Rambo turns around at the worst possible time. Smoker was just lining up the peak.
Slowly taking the numbers away. Hatred, he has been so damn consistent with the headshots. But Talent, having fallen with the bomb as well, has given up too much to the CTs. Hatred trying to isolate the duels, get tagged in the glutes by the scout. And Osama's is able to get him through the box. Now, 4-2 for Palestine. And with all these awkward connections that have happened with Vietnam not really ever being able to get clean rounds, their money's going to be all over the place. Now, granted, Cage does have enough money for an AK, might even have enough money for the drop-up, but I think they want to coordinate their buy instead, so that's not something that they're going to dip their toes into.
One of the things that I'm looking forward to most about Palestine on Mirage is that I have noticed that they really know how their bread is buttered. You're going to see a lot of Osama's prioritization as far as positioning is concerned. So he's going to be set up for boost. He's going to be given space in window. He's going to be sometimes boosted in short ladder as well, depending on how exactly the smokes are coming through. And he gets given opportunities to shine on the CT side.
Even now, you can see how free-flowing he is, right? He started off in connector, then he checks out middle for a second, goes back all the way into B. So this is a very read-based style of play where Osama's is being positioned based on the calls. Now, generally speaking, Palestine do like to prioritize middle, but this time around they've abandoned it. And Vietnam go for a late-round mid-aggression, which does allow them quite a bit of space, but with this kind of weaponry, it's going to be hard to get past Palestine.
Smoke out for jungle does actually make it very difficult for Smoker to have any effect whatsoever. Talent will be caught off, and Smoker's forced to rotate away. A double kill, actually, so I'm eating my words and he's eating the T side for dinner. Vietnam gets a bomb plant in, so at least their economy will be secured. Cage is proving to be a temporary menace, but that's a problem with temporary things. He does end up expiring, and so does the rest of his team. Vietnam stuck at 2.
And Palestine need everything they can on the CT side. They know that this is where the epitome of their gameplay is.
And this is where Vietnam is particularly weak on their T side as well. We've seen quite a few fumbles. Be it timing, be it just maybe some poor management of economy here and there sometimes as well. Even right now you can see I like the fact that Hatred wants to go for the op because he's feeling confident, but I really don't like how little utility they have. They have 3 smokes bought up. That means you're not going to have enough for any sort of an execute later on into it, and Hatred even misses an opportunity for the first headshot.
And the problem is that now that he's revealed the AWP, that's also going to allow Palestine to switch up the pieces so that they don't get caught out by the AWP. That element of surprise, gone. Peeking out with a flashbang, that is something they've very consistently done in their past matches, where they very quickly try to prioritize middle and then have delayed pushes off the back of flashes. Just a little bit disjointed by design. So Osama's can't find anything, at least he gets some information and backs off. But Vietnam quickly increase the numbers, increase the pressure on middle. Bomb now starting to be collected, and this is where they start to realize that quite a bit of time has ticked down without too much CT side information.
Cage was looking for maybe an opportunity to find a kill or so over towards the B bomb set, but he just gets naded down, so is forced to regroup back to his teammates. Instead, they've swapped out the lurk to High Rambo, but Monty is pushing all the way through. Talent will discover him. Frostley gets another one for free as well. It's all about Khosravi and Osama. Khosravi, good for the first, backs away, spots out the second. It's isolated, but in that isolation, Talent succeeds.
Khosravi's job there was to make sure that he's enough of a distraction for Osama's to be able to rotate, but the problem is they never took their eyes off of that window. The AWP trained on Osama's angle, and that just leaves Yabi to scurry away.
I don't even know if he'll be able to do that. High Rambo's right nearby. You can't save this weapon at all. Palestine, their problems with economy will also, at the very least, have been temporarily put to a pause, but they're not over. You know, if you lose one more gun round, you are once again having your money reset. You've not been able to string together anything in a row. What is plan going to be for Samas right now? Starting off on window initially. Smoker has been left behind. Osama just gets a frag straight up on the Frostly. 5v4 start. He picks off people like an Oppa with the M4.
Slow progression for Vietnam. They've gotten quite a bit of space at the cost of a player. Osama's. Now the spidey sense is tingling that there might be somebody lurking around connector, and they don't even get a chance to permeate this bomb site. Cage caught by the AWP. And these clean kills is exactly what the doctor ordered for Palestine. They realize that they must keep this money under lock and key. With Khosravi being able to get that kill, this 2 versus 5 is looking impossible. I think Hatred also realizes that this AWP and the armor, the Molly and Flash, they're worth a lot more than the loss bonus they'll be able to get. So he wants to stick by it. Same scenario for Talent.
Considering how unstable the economies for both these teams have been, I'm just glad we're getting to see some saving, even if it is on the T side. One of the things I consistently say for us, which is something that obviously I don't think Vietnam would agree with me, is that Hatred is not a primary opper. He does primary op, but he isn't a primary opper. He's a rifler who chooses to op sometimes. And I hate the fact that sometimes it feels like that is just a desperation gamble that he goes for. Because he was doing so damn well with the AK, with the Deagle. He was just popping off right now. And it feels like ever since he's been forced out onto the AWP, he hasn't had the same impact. He hasn't had the same mobility. He's not quite been able to counteract Osama in the same way, which is what you're hoping for if you're trying to AWP versus a player who's predominantly rifling in window and connector initially on. Rush is planned out, but Smoke has actually been given the boost forward with the AWP to peek first. This is going to be big. They should know it's nearby, though. The double scope has been completely audible, and he spots the hip. Goodbye, Hatred. Looks for more. Smoker is coming into his element, but he can't find the third. Will instead choose to util it off. Even Flames on himself. Cage will find him in the chaos and get the frag, but look at how much fire there is in the apartments.
That is huge by Smoker. Before any push culminates, he's already destroyed it completely, also gotten full information. I believe he also spotted the bomb on the way out, and that's incentivized Osamas to push all the way into T-spawn. In Vietnam, they are feeling boxed in. They know they can't back off now. They must push through connector or short, and if they do decide to go short, that would have been disastrous. Now, the only bomb site they can comfortably get onto is A, which also has 2 defenders that are quickly going to start trickling in. Not sure if Cage got the spot there. They're going to try to double down on CT spawn. Talon, no. The flashbang is perfect. Talon falls. Cage continuing to try to op. But I think this might be a little too overwhelming. Yabi falls. Actually, Cage has a chance, but in between 2 angles, you would need an op mounted to his back as well.
Palestine is running away with it. Man, I have to say, whoever did the veto, I'm genuinely so impressed. Because for me, I thought Palestine is going to get smoked out in this series. I thought it'd be Inferno, it'd be Mirage, and the decider would probably be something that they're just not comfortable on. Instead, by picking Vertigo early on, sets the tone for the series completely, and Mirage was something they were always going to be competitive in.
Wow, okay. Confidence is there. Confidence being polished as well.
I mean, they do know that the money is terrible on the other side, but yes, the Deagles have been plenty deadly.
I mean, I know that the money's bad on the T side, and they know that as well, but still, sometimes you can tell that a team isn't feeling confident at all if they're completely shying away from the pistols, if they're running away, they're scurrying away because they're worried, oh, these Tech-9s are going to overpower us. No. Sometimes you just have to take the fight to them. And obviously,
I feel like you're just trying to justify your hunting for ecos whenever we play together right now.
we can't bring up team issues here, okay?
This is true. This is true. I agree. The only team issues we got to talk about is the teams we've got on hand. And one of the issues is Vietnam ain't winning. Frostley's had a terrible day. Honestly, this entire series has been non-existent. And with talent having cooled off as well, finally, that was a performance that was never going to be sustainable. Talent is not necessarily the kind of player who I look to be this star super carry potential sort of guy. He had a good first 2 maps. How much more can you even ask for him in a best of 3? Smoker finds talent, and his bad run of form will continue in death. Cage is blind, and as he transfers over, doesn't realize there's another player in under Palace, rather on top of the scaffolding. It's Osama to swing out, going for more. The flashes are great. Osama keeps on firing through. Yabi is just distraction. Osama is all the danger in the world. And it's all the death in the world for Vietnam, served out on a platter.
That is beautiful work. The fact that Yabi also delays his presence, right? They completely think that the A bomb site is barren, and they have to try and go for something aggressive. They peek into stairs, and by that time, that's when Yabi reveals, and they're totally not ready for Osama's, who is that second prong. They're expecting it. They're thinking, okay, if anybody's under Palace, he must start firing at us by the time we peek out of stairs. But no, it's delayed, and now Vietnam are struggling.
I don't actually think they were expecting it either, because when Smokers goes for the top Palace peak, you're not thinking there's going to be another player nearby. He backs off. Smokers dies after getting a single kill. They weren't ready for Osama's. And he knew there was no one in Palace because Smoker got the kill initially, so he can just stay on scaffolding.
And Yabi seals the deal.
Smoker.
Shot from Smoker, yeah.
Again, talent just suffers the op.
You can see the confidence on Osama's. He has so much faith in his team to be able to cover him from the top of mid box that he continues to try and fight towards T-spawn, towards the left side of middle, because he just has all that faith.
I don't know if it's faith, man, in the team, because even on Inferno, he was running out of just killing people.
It's called faith in your team and your own aim. And this is exactly the kind of performance I saw when I was casting the Asian Championship qualifiers. It was at Palestine. Every time you would allow them to get on Mirage, it was GG. They're just... You know how we talked about how Uzbekistan are the ancient team?
Yeah.
Palestine are the Mirage team. And I think that's even harder to do on Mirage because it seems like every damn kid in the world knows how to play this map.
True. Cage. That would have been a big kill to find over here, but how did Smoker come out on top? What? Osama's is even there to make sure the scales are tipped further in the favor of the CT side. Talent is just suffering. In all fairness, so is the rest of his team.
Crispy shot from High Rambo. Might be cool in isolation, but in the grand scheme of things, it is surely meaningless unless he can get the 1v3 going. Okay, let's have a conversation here. Sprays one down, actually could have gotten the final one as well, but Monty recovers. 11-3 now, Palestine. Oh man, this is kind of looking like map number 2, isn't it? But the other way around.
Yeah, I don't see a way back in for Vietnam at this point. Even with the 4 rounds on board, Vietnam feels like they've been put into a closed room. There's no windows, there's nothing, and the oxygen is eventually going to finish. And they're just trying to fight concrete with fists that just don't have the strength for it. They're just not that firepower to try and break down the walls of Palestine right now.
Smoker playing it very aggressive. I think he should be able to spot him if he goes to the far right side of the box on the top of it. But he's going to recede. He's going to go back towards ladder room, just play that passive angle. Osama's, though, in the meantime, doing what he does best.
Everything?
Yeah. Everything. On every map.
Oh, dude. Hatred barely gets the frag over there, Yabi. almost getting away. There's still 2 players present. One of them is Osama's. Full belts of utility is going to flush out the default players as well. Osama is just too good.
What is this
He
guy made
finally
of?
falls, but Smoker will be there to cover him off. Palestine in their 12-round wins. Osama's has had 20 frags.
And this guy has been such a nightmare for so many teams. Even when they won against Team Pakistan, Osama's was the nightmare. I think he was going, what, 25-3?
The screenshot you sent me was like 17-1 in like 7 rounds.
Yeah, beyond that point, I mean, what do you have to prove? But yeah, 12-3 Vietnam on the CT side. Even if they win the pistol, they win the buffer rounds off of that. It's such a long way to go that I'm not even sure when we can start talking about it without jinxing it. Straight into underpass they go. Some audio cues will be available for the mid player. Stuck in the corner. Gabby. There's the entry. Osama's is going absolutely wild. This is no longer looking like a structured game of Counter-Strike. We're watching a pug stomp. Osama switching over to the USP. This is madness. Vietnam surely weren't expecting this. You know, we talked about momentum from the second map, T-Time. We talked about how maybe Palestine, they lose too much momentum heading into map number 3, the fatigue and this and that. None of that has mattered because Palestine is leading by 10.
I strongly appreciate the fact that we start this map off with just rounds being exchanged in very similar fashion. And it's back and forth. Vietnam's looking like they're coming in with a force buys, this and that. And then suddenly it just stops.
Yeah, how dare you blink, right?
Yeah, it just stops. Pistol round's going the way of Palestine as well. Vietnam on the force buy. They know that they need to start turning things around now, and even then, I don't know if it's possible to. This object is a bit too large, it's a bit too heavy, and now they're a bit too confident. Talent even goes down. Nako pushing through a smoke to do it. It's more frags all over the shop, and the shop's gonna close down soon. Hatred is opening it up for a while longer, but I don't know if he's got anything to sell. The bomb's on the other side of the map.
Vietnam completely out of it. Osama's aim is just looking like some serious... I don't even know, man. It is... no description.
You know how in Dragon Ball Z there's always just... whenever there's like a new Super Saiyan mode or something like that unlocked, the guy's just overpowered.
Yeah, like in that particular episode, nothing can happen to him.
Nothing can stop him. Like, you know, the first time Goku goes Super Saiyan, something like that. The first time there's like the fusion. Osama looks like there's been some fusion Super Saiyan stuff going on right now.
Shenron has definitely granted a few wishes here for Palestine. 24-6, man. Osama's, I mean, you know, you can't take any credit away from Smokers, who's done a great job on the AWP. You can't take anything away from Khosravi.
Krillin is important and all. Yamcha's great.
Yeah.
Bulma exists. But Goku's Goku.
Goku's Goku. Smokers is the Vegeta in the situation. Cage peeks out. His name might be Cage, but that's because his team is feeling imprisoned right now by Team Palestine.
Nice adjustment. Cage gets the headshot. Still keeps it going. Wants to at least have his name in a conversation. Finally falls. Flashbangs are there, but Osama is as well. He's in a flow state. Finally taken down. High Rambo to eliminate a 2v3, and the T's are closed in. Vietnam looking like they are in position to capitalize a flank as well to come through. Hatred bringing down the bomb. And finally, it's going to be a 4th round for Vietnam.
I don't think unless you've played CS at a high level, and unless you've grinded enough hours, as a casual spectator, I don't think you can appreciate the feeling that Osama's is going through right now. The feeling of everything feeling electric, the feeling of euphoria as every single shot is connecting. 25-7. This is madness. But Vietnam, they do want to give it a fight.
Hatred has had his fair share of moments where we're thinking, yeah, maybe this is where he can fight. Maybe this is where he can find something like that. But no, that Zen, it's evaded him. That's for sure. Hi Rambo as well, Cage. You know, these guys have had 1 or 2 rounds where they get control. But there's a reason why Vietnam is stuck on 4. They're finding nothing. No answers anywhere. Finally, it should be some breathing. But it starts off with the Deagle of Kasravi. Just finding the instant kill.
Gabby baiting him out. Hatred tries to peek out. Osama's one of the very rare rounds where he gets killed before he gets really a chance to do too much. Rambo trying to stop their traversal through connector. Frostly peeking out from phone booth. He's got the perfect weapon for this, and Rambo gets the final one. Vietnam, I hate to say it, but right now it only looks like they're delaying the inevitable. The chances at a comeback, very slim. But the chances are there, T-Time. And this is where the breathing room you were talking about comes into play. $2,000 across the entirety of Palestine. At least they get a chance to build up some momentum.
Forget momentum. It's just, it has to be round by round. It sounds cliche, but you basically need to just have the round score blacked out on your screen for a bit. Pretend like every single round is a new one. It's always 0-0, regardless of the economy, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. 6th round there for Vietnam. And look, one of the problems that theoretically Palestine could run into is that now that Osama's won't have the same sort of setup on this T side, if and only if Vietnam can start to disable him with the heavy degree of reliance Palestine has had, I could see a window opening up. Now, these are big ifs, and these are big asks. But this is a big lead that they need to try and come back against.
You can tell that Vietnam are crumbling as well in terms of their structure. I mean, Talent is the one with the AWP now. It's not like Cage gave up being the primary and handed over to Hatred. No, it's gone to a 3rd player at this point. Not sure how much that is going to work out. Cage. Some damage has been exchanged, but it's been through walls and through nooks. So it really just amounts to information. Hatred, creep, well, aiming down underpass. The 2-man setup does yield dividends.
Frosty trying to hold on to this A-bomb side. Hatred. The flashbang comes through. Palestine has adopted the Vietnamese strategy of leaving the bottom in spawn to try and just decide later on how they want to play around with it, and it will be the A side under attack. Now, Talent's AWP was put to use predominantly because they were trying to run 3 rifles down middle. And they wanted Talent to still be the player who is holding on to the B-bomb site, but that means he's not going to be anywhere nearby for this A side hit. No AWP present at all. They might need it.
They don't want to allow them to get to that 15. Coming through from connector. AWP and AK combo has been switched over to an M4 instead, so 2 rifles to go through. Rambo trying to coax one out of his position with the Molotov. Yabby completely burns up, so a 2v2 is definitely in the cards. Round by round, kill by kill. Rambo being the first one to start to move through. Smoke deployed for Talent to try and go for the ninja defuse. Monty waiting it out. That defuse is being stuck in Vietnam. Somehow get away with it. Monty preemptively thinking he's going to push out of the smoke, but no, the defuse has been stuck tea time.
We've seen quite a few ninja defuses on Mirage this tournament, actually.
Yeah, it's...
on the A side as well every time.
I think it's just the kind of site that also enables it a lot because there's so many different angles to check.
Well, Vietnam stay alive for a little while longer. Now they've gone for the double up. Hatred and Talent both picking up one apiece. Palestine obviously will still be on a pretty decent economic situation. Oh my god, you're just trying to peek in a hairline angle on land? Even if this was online, Talent still gets that. Qasravi, come on.
Honestly, I don't appreciate that at all. These mistakes, they can amount to a lot more, tea time. Don't forget that this is the CT side for Vietnam. Palestine, yes, they've been in a position where Osama's has been completely dominating everyone, but for a few rounds now, he hasn't been able to have that impact. Yeah. And that was one of the problems that we saw in the previous map as well, where Osama's would get the entries and everybody else would drop the ball because they're thinking, okay, we've got the entries, we can push in, and then all that responsibility, unfortunately, then crumbles. These last two rounds, they can still be a hurdle for Palestine. Can't get sloppy.
What is that smoke? Cage and Hatred can just try and play around perfectly over there. These smokes are doing absolutely nothing. If the T's are falling apart, it's just Smoker left alive and not for long. 14-8, Vietnam continues this long climb, but you know what? They've started to see some of the sun peeking over. They might have direction finally.
I honestly wouldn't hate it at this point if Palestine went for a tactical timeout and just like talked it out. Maybe it would feel like it's a little too early.
This shot, I am so confused about what Qasravi was thinking when he actually...
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to give Talent credit for that hairline angle, right? But Qasravi made it too damn easy. Like, he's just sitting there.
Yeah, like, credit, yes, but also, buddy, what are you looking for? I actually quite like this. They're throwing the double instance on Palestine because they're worried about Hatred using the incendiary to block out one of them. So they're guaranteeing that there will still be a smoke there. Hatred, however, doesn't need to. He's just gone out and taken a different angle entirely.
This is starting to get a little scary, my one. Well, there's a kill, but being a 2 versus 4, damage can still be done, and it's not like money is going to be all hunky-dory for Vietnam.
Saravi has found another one. Bomb, unfortunately, is completely in no man's land. And Vietnam are not going to be pushing forward with the remaining 3 players.
They need to be very careful. Now, with this AK being recovered as well, they've got to be careful.
Talent looked away. Frostly's also spotted out.
The info's there.
Cage is also taking a very defensive angle. These are all players scared of being the first to die. But little do they know that's exactly what is setting up for their doom, potentially. But the push through the smoke, I have to say that seemed like it's desperation considering they knew where Frostly was. That looked like it would have been a great spot to try and double phase a smoke up from Connector. But they're worried about the angle being too far off in that case.
Yeah, I think that would have been the perfect player, right? Just sit inside the smoke, wait for it to fade, especially because it was about to fade, right? I think it was like maybe 5 seconds away from it. But I think they just were worried about drawing the time a little bit too close. Now, we are going to be seeing a technical timeout, I believe. Yeah, we are seeing a technical.
Yes.
Oh, tactical.
Yes.
I'm so happy to hear it when we see a tactical timeout.
Yeah, true. Now, of course, we are going to be having the resume coming in very soon as well. Vietnam are up to 9. Palestine, money is not great even now.
Reminder, this was 14-4. For anybody that is tuning in late,
yeah,
the narrative looked like it had been completely painted out for Palestine after they started dominating on map number 3. And this is their bread and butter. This is the map that got them through the qualifiers.
Yes, the one.
Yes.
Osama's just trying to change around his luck. He's not been having any in the past few rounds, but honestly, now with his teammates falling as well, the Deagle spam will fail him. Talent alive in the back of the bomb set continues to find multi-kills if they're coming his way. He's only on 7 in total, but there have been some very important ones. Qasravi's demise means that it's all Yabi. The bomb plant is nice for the money, but they would have had money to buy in the next round regardless. It is 10 for Vietnam. And now, they don't just see the light, they see a path. Vietnam knows where to go, and as strange as it sounds, I said the big if for Vietnam is if they're able to disable Osama's, and he's gone from 26-6 to 27-13. All of this team on Mirage is built around making him and Smoker succeed. When Osama's isn't there, who will step up in his place?
Problem is that Osama's success was primarily on the CT side, save for a couple rounds on the T. And now that he's struggling, they're running into the same issue. When Osama's falls, so does everybody else.
Swing out, but Osama's actually ends up finding the frag with the AWP this time. His adjustment is there. And they don't get any information at all about how many players there could be from the T side, so they are not aware it's only the two, Osama's and Qasravi right behind him. Talent. He's getting antsy. And who's going to go for the information initially? Could be Frostly. He is, of course, having a much better performance now. Initially, of course, he was just on 3 kills. These past few rounds, Frostly has really stepped it up. But with 40 seconds now left on the clock, it is ticking down. And Palestine, they might have found the first entry. They found very little map control off of it that they can use to actually go for an execute. CT side finally will be pushed off. Rambo turns away. Qasravi gets that one for free. Palestine is looking to set up for 15. Frostly is the only player on this A-bomb side, and he's still fighting away. Good for the one, but that's all he'll get.
There's still a player coming in from ramp, though. Are they going to tech for him? Osama's caught out. Talon can still get this 1 versus 2 done, but these are 2 difficult angles. It's a bit of a crossfire. If they peek out of this both at the same time, there's no way he's splitting bullets to get them both. 15-10, and again, Osama's is the one to get that entry. He's the one to get the ball rolling, and he's the one to get the momentum started once again. 15-10 is the scoreline, and Vietnam, they are feeling like they're going to start sweating again. But of course, they've done an incredible job with the little margin that they had.
It's not over till it's over. Cage has the op. And aggression is being called out from Hirambo. He's going straight into underpass. Yabi expected it. The desperation play. It is read into and broken down.
Qasravi trying to go for some individual aggression of his own. Doesn't quite catch anyone. But with this initial advantage, now the CTs, they might have to scramble.
Frostly will need to make a play. The problem is that there aren't any flashes available for them on this A-bomb site to actually try and reclaim A main. And without a flashbang, an MP9 going to the AK is just death. It is death.
Oh, Osama's is expecting it. He's expecting Talon to go for the smoke face play with a rifle of all things. Slowly but surely, Vietnam, they're starting to fall. There's still 2 players on the ace side. They've got to be the defenders that pull through.
Oh, Nako takes on Cage, gets a second as well. Frosty is down. It is it. Vietnam will be eliminated here, and now Hatred is going to be saying goodbye, and Palestine will come through. They win a playoff series after getting through on a miracle round difference situation. It's a 1-3, and you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in the playoffs. It's all reset.
Group stages be damned. The 1-3 team has toppled the 3-1 giants here. Palestine, they're proving to us, they're making an argument for the fact that maybe, just maybe, their group stage performance was a fluke, that they just had a bad hand, right? They get through, as you've mentioned, on a miracle, on a round difference, on all sorts of tiebreaker mechanics that has confused us throughout this tournament. But now that they get to the playoffs, they do not care. They've taken full advantage of the reset, and they have finally gotten a playoffs victory, and they've done it in the lower bracket as well.
And listen, their route to the playoffs might have been confusing, but their route to this win was not. It was Osama's on the driver's seat, Smokers running shotgun, and Kasrawi on the aux. That's what's going on there. Yeah, sure, maybe he's not giving the most contribution, but sometimes Kasrawi got those fire entries, everyone's just bopping away, headshots all over the place, and that's just some fantastic stuff from Palestine on Mirage. Clearly, map pool is going to be an issue for them. Vertigo was a travesty, but Inferno was a travesty. Vertigo was actually a travesty for the other side. But that being said, this is still going to be Palestine moving forward, getting that win out, getting that better seeding.
Yeah, and of course, as much as we'd like to give credit to Osama's, right? Yes, he's done an incredible job, but the thinking behind this team was also incredible. So props to their coach for actually deciding on that kind of veto, right? Because I'm sure the coach has a lot of input on that. The fact that they've managed to surprise Vietnam on that, because the thought process behind that, in my opinion, is probably just, okay, if we get them on a surprise pick, if we can get past that first map, Mirage is ours. We know that we are incredible on it.
It's not just the fact that it's a surprise pick. It's the fact that Vietnam had consistently been second phase banning it as well. So you weren't going to get that as a decider, right? They were confident in their Mirage, and we can see why. But you were never going to have a Vertigo decider otherwise. So going for that pick initially and sacrificing the potential of starting off on your strong map as the underdog, that's a bold play, and it pays off big time.
I think it's definitely a big brain play to allow Mirage to be the decider. They didn't pick into their strong map, right? They allowed it to be the decider. That was definitely some 300 IQ chess being played to allow their favorite map to be the decider. And you know what? One more thing. Knowing that this was the last best of three of the day, knowing the fatigue and everything was going to be there, I think it's even more important that instead of playing it first, they play it last.
And to be honest with you, I'm actually still amazed about the fact that Vietnam let it through. Let's not forget, they had another ban. They could have kicked this one away, but the idea is for Vietnam, they've been picking Inferno, they've been picking Mirage, they're fine with either one of those maps theoretically. They weren't fine with it. They were not fine with it. They didn't have what it took to compete over here, and Vietnam will be eliminated. Now, Vietnam will still make it to Romania, but for a team that tops out their group, has a matchup versus Indonesia rather than Mongolia initially, then they're going out versus what should be the weakest team in all of the playoffs, considering Palestine made it through on a technicality. Vietnam will be going home with a lot of questions in their mind, and number one will be, what the hell did we just do out here? Did we just drop the biggest advantage we could have had from the group stage?
This is honestly just even more proof, a testament to the fact that these teams are a lot closer than you think. Just because you went 3-1 in the group stages doesn't mean you're going to completely be able to steamroll over Palestine. The miracle underdogs have managed to beat them out, right? And even the same case happened for Mongolia, right? They completely destroyed everybody in their groups, and then Uzbekistan actually lost to Vietnam, the team that we just saw getting knocked out. And then Uzbekistan ends up beating Mongolia, so it's all over the place, E-Time.
And this is why you shouldn't think best of ones are the end-all be-all, because when the mind games start, when the vetoes start, when the map pool is tested, that's what real Counter-Strike is, and that's where Palestine came through and they got the big, fat W. Now, unfortunately for them, the big fat W means you're going up against the lean, mean Mongolian machine up next in the lower bracket. And listen, man, you might have a veto, you might have a lot of things, but you're not going to have an advantage against them at the very least.
Yeah, and I do think that Palestine really did well, at the very least, considering Inferno and all that, right?
Yeah.
Vietnam wasn't an easy competitor for them.
Not at all.
And Mongolia is going to be much worse, especially now that they've gotten a wake-up call from Team Uzbekistan. They can't afford to make any more mistakes, and they're definitely going to be retooling some of their setups, right? We saw the weaknesses they had. Their weaknesses were exacerbated when they were finally tested, and they know they've got to make changes.
And listen, Mongolia is going to be ready and waiting, but I also do want to give some love out to Vietnam, who are going to be sidelined, who are going to be watching out the winners interview, waiting and thinking that wasn't this supposed to be our time to shine. Hatred has been just the man. Right, he has been such a player throughout this entire tournament. He's been Vietnam's main man. Even towards the end of Mirage, we saw him activating even more so. And I do have question marks about some of this roster, some of this lineup, but Hatred isn't one of them. He has been a revelation at this tournament. And anyone who's out there wondering, hey, what's a Southeast Asian player that I can try and pick up who maybe isn't from one of the big regions? This is your guy. Ring him up, DM him, get him on Steam, whatever you need to do, get in touch with him and get him on. But we've got to be getting onto our brackets as well, actually, so you can see what exactly has transpired across all of the day.
Yeah, so Mongolia, they've been beaten out by Uzbekistan in a fashion that nobody would have expected. Indonesia powering through Vietnam, knocking them down to the lower bracket, and then Palestine defeating them again. So tomorrow's matches, or matches, the matches following this in the lower bracket, we're going to have Palestine versus Mongolia. It's going to be a very difficult match for Palestine regardless, and it is going to be amazing. And we've also got Indonesia versus Uzbekistan coming up beyond that. And the one match that wasn't broadcasted, it was Mongolia versus Saudi Arabia, which, to be honest, Mongolia just completely steamrolled over.
I've heard that it was deemed to not be safe for children to watch, actually. That's how much of just a tragedy it was. In what actually transpired over there. So, sorry guys, I don't make the rules, okay? It says, them's the rules, them's the community guidelines for Twitch, or something like that at the very least. Regardless though, Saudi Arabia has been knocked out, Vietnam has been knocked out as well. Both teams from Group B have been eliminated, but Uzbekistan is still powering through Group A rather. Now, tomorrow we're going to have 3 matches. It'll be the upper bracket finals, it'll be the lower bracket match number 7, I do believe it was, and then the lower bracket finals as well. The grand finals will be played out on Monday. It will be just a single series, so there's still a lot more action tomorrow. Make sure you guys are coming back for that one. What's the match you're looking forward to the most for us?
Oh man, I mean, to be honest, just from the I really want to see whether or not Palestine are going to show us something different against Mongolia, because we saw Mongolia sweat, but that was only once, right? I really want to see if this can potentially be a recurring theme, because don't forget, Palestine went from being 1-3 to winning out against a team that has beaten Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking that anyone can be dominant, that is probably true. Anyone can dominate, but not in the fashion that you think. And you know what? Before I hand it over to you, I really do want to point out, even though Vietnam has suffered some terrible, terrible losses, you cannot take any credit away from Hatred. If anybody wants to sign him, this is your chance, this is your time, because not only is he a great player, but he's also one of the most versatile players in Asia, because he was picking up the rifle, the AWP, crazy kills with the Deagle, carrying his team on his back. So he's definitely, at the very least, built up a solid portfolio playing in this tournament. And he's still got Romania to go.
Oh, absolutely. Look, he's still going to keep on building up that portfolio, and so is the rest of Vietnam. They've got some work to do. I think High Rambo and Frostley are going to be able to really start to build things up as well. All together, they had so many great moments, and I don't think that's going to be going anywhere. Romania is going to be this fantastic chance for these guys to develop even more, and this is where we have to say goodbye to them, but we will be saying hello to the Palestinian team very soon as well, who will also be in Romania, obviously, and will also continue to develop. But right now, we'll have the captain in just a bit. Before that, though, I do also want to give out some love to one more player from Vietnam. Obviously, that's going to be Cage. I think he had some great pop-off moments, but the pop-off moments from Palestine were even more strong, and we've got to be heading over to them for that winner's interview.
And ladies and gentlemen, big shout out goes to our casters for their amazing performance. And again, congratulations to Palestine. What a match, Wajih. What a match. So, how do they feel?
أكيد يا براء، وش هالمباراة الحماسية والأسطورية، ختامها كان مسك حرفيا أخوي براء. وأعزائي المشاهدين، فمعنا الأسطورة سموكر من منتخب فلسطين بعد ما فازوا في المواجهة ضد منتخب فيتنام. حابين نسألك عن شعورك بعد ما فزت في هذه المباراة.
أكيد الواحد لما يفوز راح يكون مبسوط، يعني إحنا هلا توب فيلينجز، مبسوطين كتير يعني الحمد لله. إن شاء الله بدنا نجيب الأول بإذن الله.
فالكم التوفيق. اكيد طموحهم المركز الاول، اكيد زي ما سمعنا الحماس منه. ايش رايك بكلامه يا براء؟
والله صراحة كلام جدا جميل, as of course a lot of people are feeling happy about their victory in this match. The thing is, a lot of people wonder, it's like, how did they make it with the comeback? I mean, they saw the winning and they saw the streak, but all of a sudden they had a comeback. How did that happen?
صحيح اخوي براء. سؤال صراحة كان جدا مهم بخصوص المباراة الأولى اللي فازوا فيها منتخب فلسطين. كان بيصير كومباك من منتخب خصمهم من فيتنام. صراحة شفنا ما ندري هل هي أخطاء منكم أو صار مستوى مختلف من منتخب خصمكم اللي هم فيتنام. وش الأشياء اللي صارت اللي تسببت في خسارتكم بالمباراة الثانية؟
المباراة الثانية احنا عندنا التي سايد كتير قوي. يعني خسرنا يمكن 6 جولات كلتش. هدول الجولات احنا لو جبناهم بنبنى عليهم كمان جولتين، يعني كان احنا طلعنا بالهالف اقل شيء 10 11 بس يعني انلاكي راوندز. وبالسيتي احنا بالسيتي عندنا مشكلة خفيفة يعني ان شاء الله عليها. هي
يعطيك العافية. مثل ما سمعت أخوي براء وأعزائي المشاهدين، كانت بعض الأشياء البسيطة اللي كان المفروض أنهم يأخذون المباراة ولكن أخذوها منتخب فيتنام. وليش رأيك صراحة بالمباراة هذه أخوي براء؟
Pretty much what we'll be seeing here as an amazing match that took place. Few things took place. They changed their skills and strategy. We pretty much gave them the amazing win at the very end. And pretty much what we can see here is, again, congratulations to Palestine. Now, any last words to your friends and family back home?
حاب تقول أي رسالة أخوي سموكر لأي شخص يتفرج عليك سواء من الحضور أو من المشاهدين في كل مكان أو من الأهل، يعني رسالة عامة للجميع؟
إن شاء الله راح نرفع علم فلسطين عاليا جدا بإذن الله.
مثل ما سمعت أخوي براء، يستاهل تحية. يعطيك العافية، شكرا لك. صراحة كان مباراة ومجهود جدا عالي أخوي براء وأعزائي المشاهدين. صراحة مباراة تمنيت انها ما تخلص من قوة الحماس اللي شفناه في هذه المواجهة.
You are absolutely right, Waji. What a match we've seen. A lot of things took place right here in today's matches of the CSGO, both male and females, all that in the Asian Championship. ولا رايك؟
صراحة مباراة كانت جدا حماسية، صارت فيها أحداث كثيرة واللاعبين رسموا لنا سيناريوهات جدا كثيرة في هذه المواجهة. ولكن صراحة نرجع ونقول ألف مبروك لمنتخب فلسطين وهارد لك لمنتخب فيتنام. ما ننسى نقول لكم ان ترى منتخب فلسطين الان توجه الى نصف نهائيات اللور براكت، فصراحه بيكون معاهم يعني ما راح نقول مشوار طويل لكن باقي لهم شويه على النهائيات. بنشوف مين اللي يقدر يوصل لها اولا.
Pretty much as they've been right now and they're going to the semifinals for the lower bracket, a lot of surprises awaits us for me, you and everybody watching this stream. Well, pretty much we have reached the end of the day, right Waji?
اكيد. والى هنا اعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام وصلنا إلى نهاية اليوم السادس في بطولة جيمر زيت، بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية الآسيوية مثل ما قلنا كالعادة. فصراحة كانت مباريات اليوم جدا أسطورية، جميع المواجهات من أولها إلى آخرها، جميع المباريات الخمس كانت مباريات صراحة جدا أسطورية. ولكن ما ننسى موعدنا بكرة بكم بنفس التوقيت من الساعة 11:30 إلى نهاية البطولة. كنت معاكم أخوكم وجيه وزميلي براء في التقديم. نشوفكم إن شاء الله على خير، في أمان الله.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it for today with all the hype and excitement right here for the GamersAid IESF Asian Championship taking place here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I've been Bara Abdallah, and we have Wajih, the amazing and phenomenal co-host, and everybody from behind the scenes wishing you all the best and good luck with everything taking place right here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, keep your game on. God bless. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow, same time, same place at 11:30 a.m. with more excitement right here in Saudi Arabia with GamersAid IESF Asian Championship. God bless, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow.